7 Patriots. 7 straight touchdown drives, the best since the 07 Pats. The margin of victory by 15 points per game. John, the best team since 07.
I don't think it's an overreaction, but we need to see how the story ends. To this point, you could make that argument, and I'd have to go back and look at all the different teams that have been super. I mean, I don't know. You got a couple of Kansas City Chiefs teams in there that are pretty damn good.
Not yet. Overreaction.
Okay.
The Seahawks.
Really?
Yes, that team was, again, we don't look at defense the way we look at offense.
Legion of Boom.
They had a legacy name. They destroyed Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl.
Those are your Monday Overreact Gyms. It's 97.1.
Hey, I've been talking about injury attorney David Feminio for some time. Just listen to some of the results that David and his amazing team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual injured client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly, just like that for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, all this month, the YMCA of Metro Detroit wants to say thank you to veterans. All veterans who join one of the 7 area Metro Detroit YMCA locations by November 30th can enjoy your first month for free. From state-of-the-art fitness equipment, including e-gym, to group classes, pools, and programs for every age, the Y has something for everyone and for less than $3 a day. Visit ymcadetroit.org to learn more or stop in your nearest Y to show your military documentation to get your first month free as a thank you from the YMCA.
Loved that moment. He had like 4 celebrations in 10 seconds. Getting his teammates involved. Infectious personality. He wore a Rasheed Wallace jersey walking into the building. And everybody knows the symbolism there. Mid-season trade, missing piece. Personality's a little similar too.
Yeah.
A little edge to him.
Yep.
Yeah. Lions win 52-6. Scoregami for those keeping score at home.
Second one of the year.
50 points for the second time this year, back-to-back home games with 50 burgers, 4 times over 40. The Lions have scored a ridiculous amount of points this season. John, their offense may be rivaling some of the greats in the NFL history. They scored 52 points on 645 yards, and that's with calling the dogs off.
And I tell you what, they're coming through for season ticket holders. For all ticket holders, but for those that made the decision, do I pay the extra money it's going to cost this year? Well, the Lions at home, and I know their one loss to Tampa was at home, but have been so entertaining for the home crowd.
I just want you to get this straight. It was 647 yards without kneel down.
Thanks. Speaking of that, Dan Campbell, extended cut, locker room speech. I love playing this for people every Victory Monday. It doesn't get old. Dan Campbell, take him away. Mr. Perfect is Jared Goff at the end there. And every single week we go inside that winning locker room because they win every single week and because it's magic. I mean, John, it's infectious to listen into that stuff.
Infectious, heck yeah. And obviously it doesn't play into the result of the game, but everything that Dan Campbell does, from if you go back to Hard Knocks and you go back to the year before, and you just continue to think about what it's been like to be in that locker room, to be playing for Dan Campbell, the culture that he continues to build, what he demands of his players. And in return, his players don't demand it, but they get it from him every single day. And then the payoff is, I mean, you heard, who was it earlier in the year? Was it Kirby Joseph or Brian Branch that wanted to get, like, they wanted a game ball? Like, that was part of, I think it was Branch
yeah,
that wanted to be a part of that post-game speech because they have become iconic here in Detroit. We play it every single time because we can't wait for it. Players can't wait for it. They want to be a part of it.
So I hope someone's keeping track of game balls and who's won the most this year.
Everybody on the offense got one.
I was going to say, to tally one up for everybody, and they deserved it. We will get more of your thoughts at 7:35, more of our thoughts. Thoughts from Carlton Davis and Kirby Joseph. I thought they were great post-game. The best part of that Lions win and the big picture, Super Bowl, it's all coming up today. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, guys, Spirit Airlines has filed for bankruptcy protection after years of just mounting losses, a failed merger, and more demanding customer tastes. So the airline says that it's going to continue to operate as normal as it restructures its debt. So that means you can continue to book and fly as you normally would. If you already have tickets on Spirit, go ahead and use them. It's not necessarily going to affect us quite yet. Most major U.S. airlines have filed for bankruptcy at some point in the past 25 years. So this is not anything too crazy. It's possible that they will end up, emerging stronger from all of this, but it could also mean that they could be bought by another airline, or maybe they'll be forced to liquidate. We'll have to kind of see how it plays out, right? Now, despite all the buffering and streaming issues, 60 million people tuned in for that highly anticipated Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight on Friday night. Maybe a little disappointment for sure with all of the issues. Lots of people complaining on social media about the buffering, the freezing throughout everything. And of course, it sparked some concern with Netflix's ability to host a pair of NFL games on Christmas Day, right?
Yep.
Nobody wants to have that happen yet again. Down Detector reported 88,000 streaming problems with people calling the fight unwatchable. And if you missed the fight, don't worry. Jake Paul won, which I think, people were hopeful, I think, that Mike Tyson was going to come out with that old man strength and, but
I was pulling for him, but very clearly he didn't have his legs. And you talk about unwatchable.
Yeah.
Even if you could watch the fight, it really wasn't watchable.
No,
Yeah,
it was
that's
a
what I-
dud.
huge disappointment,
Yeah.
but it made it even worse when you couldn't consistently stream the fight, or it was stalled, or you had to
Buffering,
reboot,
reload.
buffer. It just eventually it was like, screw this, I can't take it anymore.
Did you guys watch the fights beforehand?
I did.
The female boxers.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see any of it, but Colin
They
was
were
talking about
great.
the interview afterward where one of the girls had like half her
Face ripped
I don't
off.
know, above her. Yeah. So-
It was brutal.
Yikes, for sure. Listen to this. A Michigan hunter came face to face with a wanted fugitive on opening day of firearm deer season. Very strange encounter. Happened on Friday morning. This hunter was out in the woods, right? When he spotted this man near his four-wheeler who apparently just kind of seemed to be acting suspicious. Well, the hunter called out to the guy. They had this brief conversation, but the hunter did decide ultimately, you know what, I'm going to call 911 because this just doesn't feel right. Well, it turns out, little did this guy, the hunter, know that he actually came across a fugitive who was the subject of this active manhunt. This guy not only had numerous outstanding warrants, but he had just been involved in a dangerous hit and run accident, fled the scene into the woods, and that's where this hunter encountered him, which is so crazy. Police are very thankful for this 911 call because ultimately it led them to this guy who was arrested, taken to the Calhoun County Jail. And police say, yeah, we're very thankful for this hunter because now this guy is facing a slew of other charges as well.
Heather, I do have one question. Did he find
Yes.
him in an outhouse, a penthouse, or a hen house? That is
Where you
from
going with
Tommy
this,
Lee
Greg?
Jones's monologue in The Fugitive when
Yes.
they search for Dr. Richard Kimball.
Clearly over my
Well
head
done.
because I was
Yes.
like, okay, I don't know it, but
Wait for the
Greg.
punchline. Yeah.
Yep, waiting. Hey, rapper Big Sean is so convinced that the Lions are going to the Super Bowl, he's already bought his tickets. TMZ stopped him in LA, and he made it known that the Lions are a lock to make it. Take a listen.
He's just like us.
Yep.
All in on the Lions, baby.
Prophetic. Yep.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Lions fans, we've been throwing out stats. We've been throwing out moments, the best from that game. 248-539-9797. We got open lines on a Victory Monday. It's 97-1. All right, guys, it's football season. We are well aware, and that means tailgating season. It means upgrading what you're driving. We're talking Silverado from Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Silverado four-wheel drive LT Crew Cab for $239 a month. That's 24 months, $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. They're going to have the vehicle you're looking for. So if it is the Silverado you're looking to get in a truck, great. But if you're looking for the Blazer, you're looking through the full lineup, you can shop online, moranexpress.com, or you want to stop out, you want to drive, you want to test drive. They are on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. What a great call. You're dead and you don't even know it. You can't keep up with this man in the open field. Don't even try. It's pointless. It's inevitable. And the Lions feel inevitable, John, as we wake up this morning on yet another Victory Monday. We got open lines 248-539-9797. Nothing surprises me anymore. They had 600-plus yards on a day they called the dogs off. And I know, I want to get this out here now before someone says it's Jacksonville. They outgained the opponent by the most yards in 45 years. There have been bad teams in those 45 years, and nobody did what the Lions have done. This team is a machine.
They are, and they just take care of business. It was, you're playing a bad team, and it's one of those, well, could it be a trap? And, you're coming off of a lackluster performance last week. You still came away with the win. Is this the midseason lull? And you came out and you give up 3 on the opening drive. And then it's touchdown after touchdown after touchdown. Repeat 7 times before you settle for a field goal on the final drive that you had an opportunity to score, because the final drive, you just let the clock run out.
300 yards in the first half, even more in the second half. They didn't have a negative play in the first half. Every time they had the ball, 7 up, 7 down, touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. Yeah. All the way until they pulled the starters out of the game. It's one of the great offensive days in NFL history. It's this team flexing, and if someone doesn't like it, play better. I loved what Carlton Davis and Kirby Joseph said after the game. For anybody who, why are you going for it 4th and 2 when you're up? Why are you challenging in the fourth quarter? Play better. Well, stop us.
And remember against, was it Arizona, where they're up and then they don't score in the second half, and everybody thought, oh, well, they just, they stopped running their offense. They just wanted to get through the game. This was an example of what happens when you just simply run your offense. You call the play sheet as if it was 0-0, and you just keep going out there to play. My wife was, Jared Goff in her fantasy league, and she got to halftime, and she was like, oh, great, now they're not going to throw the ball anymore. 3 more touchdowns through the air. Like, it was, they just simply ran their offense. They didn't settle for, let's just run the game out. Let's just try and shorten it by running the ball. No, they just ran their offense.
Yeah, and I think you could argue they probably should have gotten the starters out earlier. I didn't need to see Goff play in the fourth quarter. No, but hold on. This isn't a Stoney thing. This is a common sense thing. You're chasing a Super Bowl. You're up 5 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Does Goff need to take snaps? Only bad things can happen to him at that point, right? You're not going to win. You're not going to get 2 wins.
Or good things could happen.
You're only going to get 1 win. You can't get 2 wins at this point.
I know.
You're only going to get 1 win, and you could lose someone for the season. And we've already seen that happen this year. So,
in a blowout.
Right. So as the fourth quarter starts and they possess the football, I'm going, Dan, get them out of the game. Now, nothing bad happened. And it's not something I want to get hung up on today. I love the way this team plays, and it's another win for this football team.
Yeah, they just keep stacking win on top of win, and it just that's an example when we get our asked last week, and obviously coming off of a 5-turnover game, there's room for improvement. But they were able to win. They've won in so many different ways, with special teams, with defense, with offense. This is the first time it was really all 3 phases, even though the special teams was a little bit limited because they just didn't have opportunity. Where can this team continue to get better? Well, you saw what happens when they get just a little bit better. They put together a dominant performance against, yes, a very bad Jacksonville team, but Indianapolis is going to be a little bit better this week. Not a lot, but a little bit.
They'll be better.
And you always have an opportunity to improve and get better.
Some ticket texts, some phone calls, and we want to play some audio. I mentioned Carlton Davis. This is what he says to anybody who's upset at how much the Lions are, quote, running up the score.
I love the way he ended it. No matter if you're good or bad, we're coming at you the same way every week. And he's right. If you're tired of what we're doing, then just come out here and play better football. Try and stop us.
I think he also says, like, we're serious. Like, we're not going to play down to our opponents. That's only going to hurt us in the long run if we play down to our opponents.
Now, Amik Robertson wasn't here to experience the hurt of last season. Carlton Davis wasn't here. Terrion Arnold wasn't here. DJ Reader. Like, you could go down the list of guys that did not experience that. But when in the offseason, what did we talk about? Penei Sewell, how many times did he watch that game? Yeah. And it hurt. It hurt every single guy, so that when new players come in, they didn't experience it firsthand, but they, through the stories and through watching guys on the field and how they prepare. Penei Sewell doesn't have to go out to practice every single day and prepare like he is winning the Super Bowl today. But he does, because he knows that by the time they get to the Super Bowl, they need to be playing much like they did yesterday. Hutch, one of the great losses is not just his production on the field. Mm-hmm. It's the way that he approaches meetings and practice, because it carries over to those guys that weren't there to experience the loss in the NFC Championship game. They need to be able to feel that. They need to understand what the goal is and how to get there.
Ticket text pouring in. This one says, Jack Fox had a great game. He should play like that every week.
Yep. 0
punts. Congrats, you beat the worst team in the league without their quarterback. Do you want a cookie? No. I want to acknowledge how dominant a win it was.
Yeah, I want a Super Bowl.
Thank you. This one says, I love me some Dan Campbell. However, what is Sewell doing in the game with 3 minutes to go? The only thing that would derail this train would be a critical injury, Stephen McComb.
So when Sorsdahl is not active, when Mahogany is not active, you only have so many guys that you can put in the game.
Agreed.
And who was the first one that was going to probably come out?
Frank.
Frank.
Well,
all right.
I would say Goff too, but up front, Frank.
But we're just talking offensive line.
Yeah.
Frank's going to come out. And Decker, we talked about him last week, wasn't able to play because of the shoulder. He is not going to heal as quickly as some of the other plays, so he comes out. Zeitler, another guy that's a very veteran player. Is he as important as Penei Sewell? Probably not. But in the group itself, to be able to continue to play at that level through 17, 18, 19 games, because now there's only 10 left, you look at it and you say, those are the guys that you need to get out because of their age. There's a lot of factors that play into it.
I would want to weigh importance more than age. Like, I'd tell Deckard, you got to stay in the game more than Sewell, because I can't afford a Sewell injury. I can afford a Decker injury more than a Sewell injury.
Did you watch the backups play last week?
No, I know, but imagine if you don't have Penei Sewell. He's the better tackle, right?
I don't want to live in any life where Dan Skipper is your starting tackle for the rest of the season on either side.
If I could only rest one tackle, because you're right, it's 53-man roster. Not everybody's active. I can't sit everybody. I can't do full line changes like it's college. If I can only sit one tackle, I'm sitting Penei Sewell over anybody else in football. He's more important than any other tackle in football. No disrespect to Taylor.
But there were times when I was playing early in my career, we had Andy Heck as our left tackle. And you could make the argument that it would have been more catastrophic if I got hurt, but I had also had a track record of just simply not being hurt. Penei Sewell has a track record of being very durable, and I understand.
Your track record's only as good as until your next injury.
Okay, but then you start looking at backups. What if Andy went down? What if Decker goes down? We saw what Dan Skipper is as a tackle, and I don't care if he's on the left or the right.
Ticket Texter says, my wife was outside cleaning the pool, getting leaves out of it. We looked at the clock and said it was 1 o'clock. I said, we got to get up. We have to watch the Lions. They are must watch every single week. Mm-hmm. Yeah, your leaves can wait. I'm sure at some point in the game.
Yeah. You probably got to mid-third quarter. You're like, maybe we should go clean that pool.
But don't, because watch this, because you've waited your whole life for a team this good. Texter says, I live in Toledo. The entire family's from Detroit, but I've been a Lions fan since the 90s. People used to ridicule me for supporting this lousy team. Now those same people are buying hoodies and jumping on the bandwagon. I was here before it was cool. Kevin in Toledo.
Yeah, I mean, what's his choice? It's either the Lions or what? The team, just to the east of them, the Browns?
Yeah, no thanks.
No thanks.
No thanks. Your thoughts, our thoughts, a Lions Victory Monday. Open lines, it's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. And it's all day IPA. Here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer. It's easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, we saw some of them yesterday. Maybe you were there and you could have had an All Day IPA in the stadium. Maybe you were tailgating with it or just sitting at home watching a great win. It's all available to you. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
That's Kirby Joseph. Lions win. Victory Monday. Ticket text phone calls. You know the drill. All Lions. TJ Lang coming up at 9:02. Get some of his thoughts. TJ was on a 15-1 football team. TJ was on a Super Bowl winning team. Would love some comparisons with this group because right now you wake up today, they are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. Kansas City finally lost. Mm-hmm. The attention can finally be bestowed upon this team as the best in the NFL. Ticket texters. Costa's a Karen. Why would Cookies get in his car to drive to work? Something bad could have happened. Did you send these in, John? I feel like these are texts that you would send in.
No, I'm so happy for our texters to point that out, though.
Let's not act like it's the same level of risk. Jared Goff and the Lions are up 36 points.
It's probably much more dangerous for you to get in your little EV. It's hard to see that thing.
John,
You could get run over.
I'll stand by it. It's not something I think is a huge deal, but I don't know why the Lions are playing their starting quarterback up 36 points in the fourth quarter of this football game. Only bad things are going to happen. You only get credit for one win. A loss could derail what is a Super Bowl-bound football team.
You don't want him to finish the drive that he already started?
No, I take him out right as the fourth quarter started. What the hell difference does it make? You're up 36 points. It's 42-6.
I really don't want to have this argument.
Okay.
Can I just say, but let's move on?
Yes. 248-539-9797. Tom, you want to continue the argument?
I just wanted to ask you, Jim. I don't understand why. Who else is supposed to play the position? You only have
Hendon Hooker. You have a backup quarterback everybody wants to see.
I know for Goff and what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the only one I've really brought
Okay.
up. Sewell being the other one, but I'm not really saying you got to sit 10 guys, so don't put words in my mouth. All I focused on is Jared Goff.
Really defensive.
Okay, calm down. I know I'm saying that,
Deep
by
breath.
the way. I think that's
Usraba.
hilarious. Goff was finishing the drive. I agree with what they did there. The carryover into the fourth quarter. He was finishing the drive.
What hell of a difference does it make?
He played for a minute and a half. Was it 2 plays?
Why drop him back on any third downs and throw?
The larger
Why?
thing is Sewell, because I was there and I was watching and I was talking to my kids about who's in, who's out. You know, I'm making fun of Allen Robinson out there who didn't look so hot. But I'm like, he has to be out there. Look, they have all the guys that they can put in. And then I said to him, I go, well, Sewell's out there. And I go, he's out there because Decker and Ragnow are more important to sit. And you only have so many active offensive linemen in a game.
Who's the best offensive lineman?
It is Sewell. Okay. Who do you want to so you wanted Taylor Decker out on the field instead of Penny
over Sewell, yes.
I think you're crazy because
I'll be crazy then. That's
because
fine.
Decker's coming off an injury.
Yeah.
If he's healthy enough to play, he's playing. Sewell's more important to the team. That's not a debate. Sewell's more important to the team.
Sewell is more important to the team, but you have to make calculated decisions, and the calculations are that you have Decker coming off an injury where he didn't play last week, and you have Ragnow who's playing through a torn pec. I mean, you just, to me, you got to, while you don't want Sewell out there in the ideal, perfect situation, he's the right answer because of their situation.
Yeah, Tom,
if you feel so passionate about it, I think we have a great opportunity to ask the guy that made that decision tomorrow.
I'll ask him about it. I'm not going to get in his face
You're
over
gonna
it.
tick him off after 52
There's nothing to tick him off over. It's just a question.
You doing a good job?
It's just a question.
His answer is hell yeah.
Dan, what is there to be gained playing Jared Goff up 36 points in the fourth quarter? You're not in a 2-score game and you can't let him come back. Like everybody remembers the NFC title game. Sure. This is double the deficit with only a quarter to go against a hapless Jags team. You can't sit everybody, but your quarterback feels like a pretty obvious guy to pull from the football game in that moment.
Yeah, you got to stop taking Stoney's DMs too seriously.
I think Stoney, right about some things, this is one of them. 248-539-9797. Dan in Utica, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Fellas, what's going on? I mean, first off, I want to say Jack Fox, fantastic game. And secondly, I'm just not really understanding Detroit's mentality with pulling Goff. I mean, how many points do you need to be up where you say, all right, pull him? Is it 36? Is it, why not just pull him when we're up, 21-3, 21-6? I mean, I don't understand that there.
Well, it's
don't
really
think
not
there's any
Detroit.
difference?
It's not Detroit's take on this. It's really only Jim Costa's take on this.
But Dan, you don't think there's a difference in a 36-point lead versus a 21-point lead?
I'm asking you. I say keep them in and keep it rolling. I think they did a great job. I agree when they put Hooker in.
I think
I'd pose the question to the people that don't like it. What's the number?
So when they got up 35-6, their first touchdown to start the second half, I think it entered the conversation. There was still a lot of football to go, so I think you can keep them in for another drive. They go 14 plays, 83 yards, another dominant score. They're up 42-6. Game's over. Pull them. That's the point for me.
Yeah, I hear you on that, but just people now all of a sudden we're blowing teams out, and they got to find something, and that something is, hey, let's pull him out, let's pull Sue out, Sewell, who do we need to pull out? I mean, it's like, statistically, are you going to be more likely to get injured when you're up 36 points? I'm not understanding.
No,
it really.
I think you're always in harm's.
70.
Well, yeah, sure. You're always in harm's way when you're playing. It's a violent game. The only way you can take that off the table is to not play. And you could give him a clipboard and he can
wrap
study
him in
up.
bubble wrap and say,
the game's over.
good luck.
The game's over.
Yeah.
So the only way you can guarantee he doesn't get injured is to set him on the sideline at that point, which is, I think, the wise move at that point. But John is already nauseated by this.
I am.
Dan, thank you for only egging it on. Appreciate it. Montez, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yes, my question is the celebration. I wanted to ask John, when players celebrate in the end zone, do the coaches tell them the right way to celebrate? Because, as you saw, he went into the end zone, jumped on his back, dived, and landed backward. He could have hurt his back or shoulder. So I want to ask John, isn't there a way that coaches tell players don't celebrate where you will injure yourself?
No. I mean, okay, so dunking on the goalpost, costing your team 15 yards, that one would be addressed. And jumping into the end zone that way, maybe he had a more graceful way of doing it. Sure. The only example I could go back to was, I think it was in 21, where Lamar Jackson flipped into the end zone and hurt himself. And I think he actually might have missed a game or two at the end of the season. Yeah, that one, do you want to flip into the end zone? But again, I'm not going to tell the athletes not to be happy when they score a touchdown, not to be able to celebrate however they see fit. Just, but you don't want to get a guy hurt, that's for sure. But I don't think there was a huge risk in that one.
That didn't seem like a dangerous celebration to me, John. I mean, he's having fun.
Yeah. I'm not going to take away the energy, the life, the spontaneity of it, now that you can celebrate a little bit.
Let's get to Mark in Manchester. Mark, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. Counterpoint to all those calling about it, it's just Jacksonville. If you looked at their last three games, Green Bay, Philadelphia, Minnesota, pretty darn good teams. They only lost by a combined 15 points. Their defense was playing really good. And last time I checked, Trevor Lawrence doesn't play on defense.
Right.
I had to score before the game 38-10, and Detroit just blew my expectations away. I love that game.
Yeah, I mean, before this, the only time that they were actually blown out was when they played, at Buffalo, and that was in Week 3.
Right.
All the other games were tight, and this was the example I was going to bring up when Tom was talking about San Francisco. And don't sleep on San Francisco because they've only lost by 3 or 4 points every game. They've been tight games. Same thing with Jacksonville. They've lost a lot of tight games, but the problem is, Trevor Lawrence doesn't play defense, but the only way to stop this offense is to keep him on the sidelines. And if he was playing, maybe they would have sustained more drives and it wouldn't have been as much of a blowout. That's the only argument you could make.
Point taken, yeah. And I was yelling right about the beginning of the fourth quarter. Not yelling, but I wanted some starters out. But it all worked out. Every game's a gamble.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And Mark, it's a good phone call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, Jacksonville played some tight football games early in the season.
Yeah.
Detroit just didn't let them. Detroit had their way with them. It's 97.1. Lots to highlight from a Lions victory Monday. We will play Dan Campbell's locker room speech to the team coming up at 8:35. It's must-listen stuff, man. And we could highlight so much from this game. Lions offense, 7 up, 7 down. First 7 drives all end in touchdowns. The Lions defense left them without a single touchdown on the day. Shutout in the second half again. And it's a credit to the safety play. Kirby Joseph's flying down. Brian Branch is flying downhill. These guys are reacting. They're not thinking. They're playing at a higher level than we're used to seeing a Lions secondary play. So if you want to highlight any of the crazy stats you've seen, any of the crazy plays, this team is currently the Super Bowl favorite, and justifiably so. Ticket texters. Third straight game with 0 points in the second half by opponents. Worth spotlighting. So impressed with this entire team. This is Tony in Rockwood says Sewell is moving the pile to get Montgomery in the end zone. That was epic. Favorite moment of the day. John, you had to love that one.
Oh, yeah.
Texter says, people getting back into the injury thing. Thank God Cookies isn't on the coaching staff. It's obvious Cookies has never played football.
But you did.
I did. High school football.
Kinda, yeah.
We were a pretty good team, at least offensively. This one says, pretty ironic. John thinks Cookies is getting defensive. Has he ever heard himself talk about Michigan football? John doesn't want to argue Jim because Jim would win this argument. Goff should have been taken out. Costa couldn't be more right.
He played a minute and a half into the fourth quarter.
Unnecessary minute and a half. If you feel like you're going to pull him, like at some point Dan decided that it wasn't worth the risk to play Jared Goff, right? At some point he got him out of the game. At some point, even Dan Campbell, the big tough football guy, said it's not worth the risk to play my quarterback. So my question is, where is the threshold? Because I would argue up 36 points in the fourth feels like more than enough. To Dan, he needed them to be up 40 points in the fourth. That's clearly based on his decision.
I guess I'm not going to argue either side. If they had taken him out in that last touchdown drive, if they had taken him out in the third quarter, at the end of the third quarter, in the middle of the drive, I'd have been like, okay, fine. But I also don't have a problem with them playing him to finish out that drive.
You knew this was going to happen. As soon as it got brought up, it was going to gasoline on the fire. I do want to focus on the good.
So tomorrow you're going to ask Dan about this.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it.
Is it going to get like last year after the Cowboy game?
Yeah.
I'll tell you exactly how I'd like to ask it.
You should have taken him out.
I heard you say he's listening right now.
I'm sure he is. I would say it's a great problem to have that you've had 3 instances where you can pull your quarterback. Clearly, you thought it was a good decision to pull Goff at some point. Why was 36 points not a big enough lead to pull Jared Goff in the fourth quarter?
I think you have validated points on this. I just disagree. I'm not trying to give you a hard time and stuff. But I think after you get him mad, then John can just say, are you surprised this guy drives an EV? By the way, yesterday, I was at the game. They gave away a Lions Harley.
Yeah?
It was awesome looking.
Was it?
You should have seen this hog, John.
I would love to see. You know what? And I know you're trying to bait me into saying something here.
All of a sudden, we're appropriate.
Yeah. The Fords that they have made with the Lions symbol on the side. There's like a limited edition. Jack and I were driving to baseball practice, and we saw a semi truck, a car hauler with 3 of them on there, and they are badass.
Dude, that's awesome. I mean, this team has taken over the city. I saw yesterday driving home from the game, way far away from the stadium. We were almost home, all the way down in Tecumseh, and somebody just had a Lions flag in their bed of their truck.
I
think they were just driving around, just showing off.
As they can, as they should.
Texter says the highest scoring game of the season in the NFL is 52, done by the Lions twice. We're doing a great job handling the teams we're supposed to beat. Brad Holmes should be getting more praise for assembling this roster from an unnamed ticket texter.
You know what? I think that's a great point, and we've talked about it, but with the roster that he inherited when he took over in 21, I thought at the time was the worst roster of 32 in the NFL. And now you're sitting here talking about the best team in the NFL. This is year 4. The transformation has been amazing. The patience, the way they built it has been amazing.
Ticket texter says, who's going to play the middle linebacker position now? A couple ticket texts on Alex Anzalone, John, for people who didn't see post-game. It's a broken forearm, 6 to 8 weeks, puts him out the rest of the regular season.
Jack Campbell. He's the leading tackler. So he's going to step in there and do, what Alex Anzalone did. And he's going to continue to do what he's been doing just probably be wearing the green dot.
Josh has a question about that. Josh, you're next up in Clinton Township. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Love the show, man. Listen to you guys every single morning going to work. It's a joy to be able to talk to you guys. First thing is what a game yesterday. You know what? I'm 37, and this is the best Lions team that I have ever seen. And I get to enjoy this with my father, who's 65. You know, he's been watching the Lions a long time. Every Sunday we get together and, you know, have fun, have pizza, have the grandkids over and all that stuff. But I just wanted to ask, you know, and I think you guys just touched on it, you know, with Anzalone going down, obviously, and, you know, with that linebacker spot in the middle, do you think Jan Campbell can slot into that role very good? And then who's going to take his spot at the weak linebacker side?
Say that again.
I said with Campbell sliding over into Anzalone's role,
right?
Who's going to take that weak linebacker side and take on Campbell's role? Who do you feel confident in, and is this going to hurt the defense moving forward to try to get to that playoff run?
Well, I mean, you did get I don't know how long it's going to be. What's Jalen Reeves-Maybin? I know he was put on IR, so he's not eligible to come back for a little while. Ben Neiman is probably the guy that steps in and gets more time. He played well yesterday. Malcolm Rodriguez was back and healthy. We saw him out there.
Yeah, he's a name I would think.
Trevor Nowaski has played at times. And so it's, you know, other than, you know, Malcolm Rodriguez, who's a household name, it's really going to be Neiman and Nowaski that are going to have to step up and play more reps.
And it is noticeable. I mean, Alex Anzalone was such a key player of this defense. And if you don't believe me, just ask the guys on this defense. They went out of their way to highlight the fact that he doesn't get enough love nationally. Mm-hmm. You know, in a lot of ways, he's kind of the Jared Goff of the defense, where he's been a bedrock, foundational leadership guy from day one. People look at him and maybe don't realize just how good he really is. And Alex Anzalone, over the last year or two, I think has opened some eyes. And not having him yet, it is a big deal for this defense. But they've absorbed the loss of Hutch, and the belief here is they'll continue to make up game plans based on the personnel they do have. And they have a really good secondary right now. Again, the number one passer rating defense in football. No quarterback has thrown more than a touchdown in a game against this Lions secondary. So they'll have to pivot and change. And I feel like you trust Aaron Glenn now. People weren't always high on Aaron Glenn. I feel like he's doing a hell of a job this season, especially losing Hutchinson in the middle of the season.
Well, losing Hutch and, okay, yeah, the pass rush for 3-4 games wasn't what you needed to be, but you still came away with wins. You still came away with Brian Branch, with Kirby Joseph setting the tone in the secondary, Terrion Arnold playing better, Amik Robinson, Carlton Davis all playing well. I mean, you got a guy playing with a broken hand in the secondary. That's simply because he doesn't want to miss any opportunity to be a part of this defense, of something that is special.
Ticket, text, and phone calls. Let's go to Cornell. You're on 97.1.
Hello, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Good. Listen, we have been to the abyss of ineptitude for this team for the last 50 years. We have went through coach after coach after coach who never could get it right, just terrible, sucky coaches. Then finally, we get a team that's even in the have the capability of blowing a team out, a great coach, and what are we doing? Arguing about going back and forth about when should they pull out the Jared Goff because we're up by so many points. To me, and this is my opinion, what are we doing? And I just answer it like this. The reason why Jared Goff stayed in the game is because Dan Campbell is the coach and we're not. Full stop. That's just my opinion. I love you guys' show, but to me, this argument is kind of like ridiculous.
It's a definition of first world problems.
100%. Yes, it's the rich arguing about anything.
My second mansion's flooded.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, clearly you are in first world problems. The richest of the rich to go up 5 touchdowns. Did we handle it correctly?
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's just, Cookie's wanting to see more of Hendon Hooker to see if he's the long-term solution.
All right, so
you're a bad person.
You said this might be. You said no reactions. You asked us best team in the NFL regular season since the 2007 Patriots.
Yeah.
I thought the Patriots 2007 season, the signature win was 52-7. They gave up one more point than the Lions did.
Yep.
Against the Redskins. John had just left, I believe, right? Or
Well,
were you on that
no,
team?
I was on that team.
Oh, you were, but you weren't playing.
I
Right?
think I was hurt, yeah.
So when you were on the sideline, did you think they were the greatest coach and quarterback in NFL history on the greatest regular season team? Was running it up when they were up 38-0 and still had Brady in late third quarter to get that touchdown?
No, our focus at that point would have been, and it's the same thing I would say now, is do something to stop them.
So Dan Campbell's copying what Bill Belichick did in that situation.
Worked for him.
It sure did.
Although
they didn't win the Super Bowl.
Right.
That's what you're going to say.
Yeah.
I'm looking down at the callers, and this one says he wants to recant a delusional statement he made in the preseason.
Oh, a revisit.
If he holds on, we'll get to him next. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. They're attentive. They're going to take the time to sit down with you, get to know you, understand what your goals are, and then build a financial plan that fits your situation to reach your goals. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, let's talk about your teeth. Some of you have been skipping appointments, haven't been to the dentist. It doesn't have to be stressful going to the dentist. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. Use your dental benefits before the year ends. Get in for exams, for cleanings. You can get $1,500 off braces for new patients. And they've got Invisalign for as low as $59 a month for 60 months. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Dan Miller's call on a day where everybody was fine in the end zone. Montgomery twice. Gibbs got in the end zone. St. Brown a couple times. J-Mo, big play. Lions scored 52 points. One of the great offensive days in the history of the NFL. 7 straight touchdown drives to begin the game. May have been 8 or 9 if they needed to keep everybody in. Right? Could have had 700 yards if they didn't call the dogs off. Lions take care of business against Jacksonville. And before people do it's Jacksonville, to outgain your opponent by nearly 500 yards hasn't happened in 45 years, okay? There have been bad teams the last 45 years. What the Lions did is more of a statement about them than anything to do with the dysfunction going on in Jacksonville. And, John, to that point, as we wake up today, the Lions are the Super Bowl favorites, not just here locally, but on all the major sports books in America. I don't know why anybody would doubt this team at this point.
Well, they've been able to win a number of different ways, even when they play bad. And, as bad as you could possibly play from the quarterback position with 5 interceptions, offense sputtering last week, you still come away with a win. You still find enough in the tank to be able to win. And then how do you respond? You respond by having, 8 drives, 7 of them, the first 7 ending in touchdowns. And the second drive was 93 yards long. They did to Jacksonville what they wanted to do at will. If they wanted to run the ball, boom, 8 yards. I mean, they were dominant on first down. That's what really set this team up for success offensively. And then you could talk about, the way that they were running the ball and the way they were able to get in the end zone and capitalizing on these drives. But they were so dominant on first down. And there was a number of things that we were texting back and forth. Jared Goff to Amon-Ra St. Brown is a cheat code.
It's automatic.
It is a cheat code because you open up a drive or a series of downs and you go 9 yards with Montgomery, or you go, 6 yards or 20 yards with Gibbs. But nobody's going to be complaining about a 5-yard out route to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Boom. Now you're 2nd and 4.
Yep.
Like that's just as effective as any run that you're going to have. And they utilize, that's why it's such a hard offense to defend, because as soon as you load the box and you take it away, now all of a sudden, instead of giving up 6 to Montgomery or Gibbs, you're giving up 6 to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then every once in a while you force them into a 3rd and 4 and it's 22 to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, you can't defend this offense.
We'll get TJ Lang in the mix at 9:02. We'll get back to the phones. AC in Detroit. We had a moment before the season. How you doing? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas and ladies. I just want to tip my hat to you guys. I'm calling back. I was wrong. I said you guys were delusional, saying this was going to be a historic offense, but here we are, week 11, and they are doing historical things. I didn't see it from the beginning, but about the team, I knew the team would be good, but I didn't think they would be this good. I just want to tip my hat to you guys and say that, hey, you guys called it. Nice work. Go Lions.
AC, were you the guy I called you a jackass? Was that you?
You did.
My bad.
You did.
My bad.
No, it's cool.
You're owning up to it. I saw this, but I wonder when did it sink in for you? Was it yesterday that you said, "Wow, I just got to throw my hands up in the air. This is next level. This is truly something special"?
No, it was a couple weeks ago. I just didn't have time to call in.
Okay.
But no, it's been a few weeks. I've been like riding this wave. I'm like, okay, I'm a believer now. This is. Not saying that I'm not guaranteeing anything. I think I would, like everyone else, like you just said, they are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. I am still kind of mad at the NFL. They gave Minnesota this easy schedule. I want to lock up this number 1 seed in the division sooner than later. But
yeah, same.
I mean, let's go Lions. I'm rolling.
Well, I mean, Minnesota did earn their easy schedule by
being the worst team in the division last year.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, this is the Lions have had that schedule for so long. They haven't been able to do anything with it.
Majority of our life, really. Yeah. Ticket, text, and phone calls. Let's get back to the phones where we have Cal in Detroit. Cal, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. John, good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to say this, and I said it earlier. Do you guys get to remember in the 80s when the Pistons were making their step towards their championship run?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys get this kind of feeling that the Lions are finally making their step towards the Super Bowl of so many years of our organization losing?
Well, it does feel similar in regards to the Pistons. You felt like they were there, and then they had to find a way to get over the hump. Last year, you kind of felt like as the Lions got into the playoffs, like they were there. They could have been a Super Bowl team, but they just couldn't get over the hump of the NFC Championship game or San Francisco. And it feels like this year is the year that they're putting it all together, much like the Bad Boys.
Exactly.
Yeah, Cal,
Exactly.
I think the symmetry is there because you're right. Phantom foul, shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah.
And you got two choices. You can either let that bury you and dream of what could have been, or you can use it as fuel and motivation. And it's clear the Lions, they have used that NFC title game as fuel this season. It was even referenced on the broadcast yesterday by CBS that Dan had told the TV crew, no, we made sure to let that sear into this team, what happened in that NFC title game. The other comparison I got from someone yesterday on the Sunday tailgate, someone said this feels like the 84 Tigers with the hot start, 35-5, now 9-1. This idea of just get me to the parade. It feels inevitable. This team is the right combination of chemistry, talent, breaking in at all the right time. It kind of feels like the 84 Tigers to some people.
Yeah.
They were start to finish. I'll tell you what, I was 11 years old when that happened. And they just absolutely took this town and then the state over. It was unbelievable, and it's very similar. I actually think comparison's great. I only had one, tiny notion of doubt during that entire season, and then Dave Bergman saved us on a Monday night. The Blue Jays were starting to get a little close, and he's like, oh, yeah, watch this, extra innings. It was just the way they carried themselves, the dominance, they had MVPs, Cy Young, it was just everything.
So I'm in my early 30s, so I don't have the 84 Tigers to use as a foundation here.
Did you even have the 80 Pistons?
No, I was born 93, so I missed the Bad Boys. So my title teams, the one that I could liken to, is the most inevitable title of my lifetime, the 02 Red Wings, where they were loaded, 10, 12 Hall of Famers. Now, I don't know how many Hall of Famers the Lions are going to have, but it does feel like they have a loaded roster full of some of the best in the game all at the same time. That 02 Red Wing team was destined to win the Stanley Cup. This football team here in Detroit is the favorite, fast approaching a Super Bowl.
The only difference, I think, is when you look at those 02 Wings.
They're older.
Yeah. This is the start.
Yeah.
It could be the start of something really special in Detroit with how they've built it and how young they are.
And I do think we'll do some more of this tomorrow because it's just euphoria today.
Yeah.
It really is, and it's awesome. This is so awesome to have these Mondays. But guess who's out of the way now in terms of if you're caring about respect nationally, guess what's out of the way? The Chiefs lost.
Chiefs lost, and the Niners are 500.
Yeah, and we'll see about them as the season. A lot of football still left, but what I'm saying is now the undefeated's off the table. And I think the Chiefs were stealing a little bit of the Lions' thunder, and justifiably so, as being two-time defending champions that are undefeated. They deserved what they were getting. But now, and I think it's the irony that Vegas moved to the Lions as a Super Bowl favorite now. Just wait and see. You're getting in a stretch here where take care of business this week, get some attention for it, but the lead into Thanksgiving, the first game of the day, and what's happened to this team on Thanksgiving is one of the things that still needs to go away.
Yeah.
They have not been winning on Thanksgiving. And I think
they've exercised a lot of demons, except that one.
The bomb they might drop on Thanksgiving will get attention. Then they get the Thursday night game. Then they get
the Bills.
The Bills, which is America's game of the week. Yeah. They are ready to now be anointed and put on the national stage.
Because there were a lot of power rankings that had Kansas City #1 because they were undefeated.
Yeah.
But now that they're going to be judged as equal 9-1 football teams,
certainly not the only one that matters. Exactly. That's the power surge.
Well, of course, the power surge has been ahead of the curve.
Ahead of the curve.
That's of course from John Jansen's
Hold on, let me
superior.
See if I can reach.
Patting himself on the back.
Yep, there we go.
His superior expertise. All right, your phone calls. We got to get more of them in the mix. Dan Campbell's celebratory post-game speech and more. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, you want to be a hero this holiday season? Get your girl what she really wants. Get her a beauty package from Beauty Bird Med Spa. You can choose from any number of their premium offerings, so it could be Botox, filler, or microneedling. And don't worry if you don't know which treatments to pick. Amy Wise and her team have you covered. They can walk you through everything and create a personalized package that your lady will love. Plus, they're going to be in great hands. I just saw Amy, and I couldn't be happier with my microneedling treatment. So don't struggle with the holidays again this year. Visit them in Commerce or head to mybeautybird.com today. That's mybeautybird.com.
Okay, maybe the most absurd stat I saw in all of this. Lions got a touchdown from St. Brown, from Montgomery, and from Gibbs, all in the same game. Doesn't sound like a lot. It's actually been something we've seen quite frequently. They've had 8 games where all three of them have scored in the same game. It's the most for any trio in NFL history. Think about that. And by the way, these guys are still in their early stages of their career. Gibbs is in his second season of his career, but that trio has scored all in the same game more often than any trio in NFL history.
Well, so Gibbs is in his second year.
Yeah.
Right. As a first-round guy, he's got another 3 years that he's locked up.
Yep.
Amon-Ra St. Brown just signed an extension. He's locked up.
And Montgomery
just signed an extension. He's locked up.
So they already have the record, and they're going to play together foreseeable future, at least 3 years. Yeah, it's lethal what the Lions are doing. And they had one of the great days offensively in the history of the league yesterday. We're taking your phone calls. They're the Super Bowl favorite. I don't know why anybody would doubt at this point. Let's get to Edward in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Perfect timing. They're the Super Bowl favorite. So with that in mind, I do wonder if the Lions, in terms of their personnel, believe their defense is Super Bowl ready. Unless I'm missing something, they're now without 4 of their intended front 7 players at this point, with
Hutch,
their
Barnes,
primary quarterback not coming back for 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah.
So my question is, do they have their eye on the Super Bowl as a team, or are they still going to be okay with, steamrolling their way likely to a conference playoff game? Because if they're thinking about going to the Super Bowl, if they're thinking about winning the Super Bowl, I do believe that they're going to have to be aggressive and adding talent to the defense, not to beat up on the divisional foes.
Edward, I'm a little confused. The trade deadline's over.
How could they add?
Yeah. I mean, they can get a practice squad guy,
players are waived. Players are waived at the end of the year, right? And they're going to be keeping their eye, just like they did last year. They're going to be keeping their eye on players that are waived. Teams are making roster moves, etc. I don't know if this defense, as it sits right now, is going to be good enough to get to the Super Bowl. It's going to be good enough to win a Super Bowl, because that's now our goal. So I'm hoping that the Lions are aggressive to keep their eyes open to say, hey, we got to figure out something to add to replace these 4 of 7 players, as opposed to being content with, winning a division and, getting knocked out.
See, I don't see it that way, John. I don't think you see it that way either.
So, no, I don't. And if anybody is going to be waived between now and the end of the season, I don't know that there's anybody of impact that will make a difference, that will be available. And I got to believe Brad Holmes is combing the waiver wire to see if there's anybody can have. But is he talking about the end of the year when guys are waived for next year?
Yeah, I'm a little confused, because this roster is what it's going to be, and I'm good with that. Anzalone's not done for the year. The long shot Hutch thing notwithstanding, Zadarius Smith had a nice debut, and they have one of the best secondaries in football right now. Like, are they the Steel Curtain or the 85 Bears? No. Are they a damn good NFL defense? Yes.
Well, and how do you protect your defense that doesn't really need to be protected? You score 52 points.
Sure.
You score 47 points. You do score 52 again. Yeah. Sure. Would you rather have more depth? Yeah, but I think you could go around the NFL right now and look at 31 other teams, and they'd probably tell you the same thing. Sure, we'd like to add more talent. We've had a rash of injuries at a certain position, but that's the NFL. Sorry, you got to deal with it right now.
Phone calls. We've got Roy in Toledo. Roy, you're on 97.1.
Good Kneecaps Monday to y'all.
What's going on?
Yeah, that parallel, 1984 for me is how I'll look at this, because I not only was a senior in high school, I played baseball. So Lou Whitaker and I had a kinship. He just didn't know it yet. I think it's a logistical nightmare for both the defensive and offensive coordinators for the opposing teams from here on out, including the Super Bowl, because they're so stacked in so many different positions. And you touched on that with 4 of the same players scoring in the same game so many times, setting a history record, not since the Super Bowl era, forever and ever record. Right. So I think you can't really, as a defensive coordinator, Spagnuolo got beat. Everybody who's the gurus have gotten beat. I don't think we need to add anybody. We added who we needed to. Zadarius is he's gonna go tenfold. One, he wants that chip. Two, he wants that chip. So that's only going to bring more people for next season. But defensive and offensive coordinators don't know what to do because so many people can be coming from the defensive side to get home or sit back because our secondary is just balling out. Props to Branch. I'm just ecstatic about him. And then on the other side, who's going to score? Anybody and everybody.
Yep.
So I don't think we need to add anybody. And whoever that last guy was that confused me as well. We'll deal with next year.
Yeah.
Right now, it's pedal to the metal. Just keep going the way we are. And Dan Campbell, he is just – I want him to run for some sort of office when he gets out of the NFL just to make the NFL – in the NFL. So that way he can make the NFL still interesting when he's no longer coaching because that dude has just got everybody just ecstatic. And I'm in Toledo, Ohio. So mind you, it's not just Michigan that's going crazy. Every Lions fan throughout this whole country is just like, keep going. And 52 points, 47 points.
And the bandwagon's only going to get any bigger because of what Tom talked about. The idea that this team's going to have some primetime games, the Thanksgiving game, the Thursday night Packer game, the Bills game. Like, you keep winning, you keep doing it this way. They're fun, they're tough, they're creative. They had another one of those lateral plays where they threw it
to J-Mo.
Yeah, and then, exactly. St. Brown to J-Mo. They're such a fun team to watch right now. And clearly, we recognize it locally. Like, we're eating this up. And you're right. You see more Lions flags, jerseys, car decals. They have taken over the city. And I think they're going to take over the country.
I truly believe there's only one way to beat them. And you have to run the football. It really is a carbon copy of the Giants in 2007 against the Patriots. You have to run the ball. You have to keep the offense off the field. You have to limit possessions. You have to play a clean game turnover-wise, get it to the fourth quarter, and then make a play.
Yeah.
And they made – I honestly, think about that. I'm saying that it's going to take something like a David Tyree catch to beat them. They're just so deep and it's methodical. Like, I sometimes sit back and like, is this real? Seriously. It's happened so fast that they've gone from just being a good team to – very good team last year to this. And I thought there was potential for this. I really did. That's why I picked them to win it. It's even better than I thought the highest ceiling could have been.
Andrew in Brownstown, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wanted to ask, I haven't heard a whole lot of talk about Zadarius Smith this morning. I thought he did a great job, got his first sack with the Lions. What are your thoughts?
I thought he played well. He did everything they asked him to do. He was good against the run. He applied pressure. He did get his first sack, albeit it was late.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I thought he definitely filled the need.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just curious. Do you have any other stats on kind of how he played?
I mean, I could pull up his box score.
How many rushes he had?
Yeah, the sack late, of course, is going to be the headliner because that's what everybody's fixated on. I don't have the PFF pressures. I'm sure more of that will come out this week with some of that. But, John, I thought even the sack, they bumped him inside, got him a one-on-one against a guard, and you see, I mean, he is a guy who will flourish when they put him in positions one-on-one. So I think that was a good out-of-the-box first game for the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, and he's going to continue to get better as he gets more familiar with how Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader play. How the different guys that he's going to be teamed up with up front. But I thought he did a nice job of setting the edge. The stat line doesn't really, for defensive lineman, edge, you want to be able to see quarterback hits. He had one, the half sack. He had one total tackle. It doesn't really
pop.
Well, the stat line doesn't pop.
The box score is what I'm saying.
Right, yeah, the box. But when you look at his impact and what he was able to do in turning runs back to the backside. Other guys are making plays. I mean, Jack Campbell, another 9 total tackle day.
And he's got to step up. Obviously, Alex Anzalone, for people who missed the news, out 6 to 8 weeks, the broken forearm. Okay, we've already pushed this back. Coming up next, Dan Campbell. We're going to play what he said to the team in the locker room post-game. And we've made this a tradition on Mondays, Victory Mondays.
So many people have.
Adam Schefter shares it every single week. We play it for you guys. TJ Lang at 9:02. Dan Campbell in the locker room next, 97.1.
Yep. Hey, cap off NFL Week 11. tonight with Monday Night Football with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's matchup, and that's the Texans at the Cowboys. Put together an SGP. You can pick from ones that are already built for you in the app. You can place your own. Check this one out. CJ Stroud over passing yards. Joe Mixon, anytime touchdown. Nico Collins, he's back, over receiving yards. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/chance to make every moment more this season. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another interception for Kirby Joseph. Lions roll 52-6. Listen, I think the expectation was Detroit would win. To do it that way?
In dramatic fashion?
Dramatic, yeah. One of the great offensive days in league history. They had over 600 yards of offense, and they called the dogs off in the fourth quarter. John, they could have scored 8 straight touchdown drives or maybe even 9 straight touchdown drives if they weren't up by so many points that the coach called off the dogs.
I mean, it was from start to finish.
Yeah.
Like there was nothing that Jacksonville did in any phase to stop or slow down the Lions. They just couldn't.
No, and we've done this every week. Victory Mondays, we check in that Lions locker room, play the entire thing. I mean, Dan Campbell's electric, and this locker room is loving every second of it. Here you go. Jared Goff is Mr. Perfect at the end there. Never gets old.
No. And when it becomes a Monday tradition, not just for us to play it, but for those in the national media to post it on a regular basis, that's when you know it's something that it's not just resonating here, it's resonating everywhere.
They're going to be that team. We have fallen in love with them locally. There's no more Kansas City's undefeated. They're the best team. Now that they're being judged on an equal footing with the Detroit Lions, both 9-1 teams, the Lions' margin of victory this season is plus 159. That's 15, round up 16 points per game. The Lions are outscoring their opponents. John, the team with the second best differential, 50 points lower. Detroit is in a class of their own. And now that they're being compared with Kansas City, they're winning that comparison. The Super Bowl favorites are the Detroit Lions for the first time all season. Won't be the last time.
No, they're hitting it out of the park.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, boys, nearly 200 Michigan employers have been named Michigan top workplaces for 2024. So any organization that has 50 or more employees in the state was eligible to participate in this program that basically identifies top places to work through a workplace culture survey. They say more than 2 million employees at least 8,000 organizations were surveyed in the past year. And in the end, 198 companies were named Michigan top workplaces. So obviously, I can't go through and read you 200 workplaces. You can check out the list, but I'll give you a couple to note, right? So the top large Michigan workplace that has 500 or more employees was Platt Moran. A middle-sized Michigan workplace that has like 150 to 499 employees was Century 21, Curran, and Oberski. And then a small workplace was City to Share Real Estate. So you can check them out, see if your workplace is on there, and hopefully it is, right?
Right.
Because you want to be working at one of these places for sure. LaMelo Ball was fined $100,000 after using an anti-gay slur or term during a post-game interview following his team's win over the Bucks on Saturday. The coach, Charles Lee, did say that Ball is very apologetic for making what the NBA calls an offensive and derogatory comment. He also did note that Ball understands what is to be expected of him. He says he expects him to grow from this situation. The league did penalize him on Sunday before the Hornets played in Cleveland. The maximum fine allowed by the league was $100,000. More than a dozen brands are recalling bags of organic carrots that were sold in 19 states, including right here in Michigan, due to a deadly E. coli outbreak. This outbreak has already killed at least one person, left nearly 40 others sick, many hospitalized. So check your refrigerators. They say these carrots are no longer being sold in stores, but they're sold at stores you probably shop in. Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Kroger. The list goes on and on and on. You can check out the list of the brands sold. They do say if you have some symptoms, they normally start about 3 to 4 days after you consume this contaminated food. Severe cramping, diarrhea, vomiting. If so, call your doctor immediately, right? There's a cruise company that's offering Americans a special trip for those who want to escape Trump's second term in the White House. Now, they said they created this cruise before they knew who won the election, right? This was just for anybody who might want to escape for 4 years, or you can actually do it for less than 4 years. It's a Florida-based cruise company called Villa V Residences, and it recently announced the launch of this program. And you'll visit 140 countries, all while avoiding the U.S. But you can also do a 1-year cruise, a 2-year cruise, a 3-year cruise, or a 4-year cruise, which I've never been on a cruise. I don't really want to go on a cruise, so 4 years on a cruise ship sounds excruciating to me, but you never know. It's also quite expensive. A single occupancy cabin for the full 4 years starts at $256,000.
Okay.
Double occupancy, because you got to go with somebody else,
right.
right? $320,000 for the trip. All your food, your drinks is included, Wi-Fi, medical visits, seeing the world, I guess.
Either way, the headline's ridiculous. If you don't like who won, you don't disappear for 4 years on a cruise ship. Come on, people. And if you have that kind of money, I don't really know how you're going to be slumming it for the next 4 years anyway.
Yeah, 4 years of vacation.
Yeah, right. You are not in touch with the rest of the population if that is an option for you. That's Heather with the news. We got TJ Lang getting settled in studio. 9 o'clock hours next. It's 97.1. He's TJ Lang, and he's in studio with us for the next hour, wrapping up a Lions victory Monday. 8 straight, 9-1, betting favorite to win the Super Bowl. 600 yards of offense with kneel downs, as Dan Campbell pointed out. This team called off the dogs, TJ, and still had one of the great offensive days in league history. Where do you want to start?
You know what? I think just the overall response from the offense. I mean, I talked to a lot of those guys throughout the week and yesterday before the game, and they said, man, it was not a fun week. Sitting in those meetings and having to rehash that Houston game, especially the first half of that Houston game. And, you're like, all right, point taken. We got it, man. Like, we're good. You know what I mean? Because coaches, you really hammer home the point when you have a performance like that. And I think those guys couldn't wait to get back on the field. Jared Goff couldn't wait to get back on the field.
Clearly.
That offensive line couldn't wait to get back on the field. And just that offensive dominance, getting back to their form, doing what they were supposed to do against a bad team. And all the crazy stats we've heard today, I mean, the records that they're setting, I think one that even yesterday during the game that I was like, man, this is a sign of an ass kicking. They had one negative play on offense. And it was, I think, the little jet sweep that Josh Hines-Allen made a great play on one-on-one tackle. But you have one negative play on offense, and how many plays did they?
76.
76, but that is incredible. Yeah. That is so hard to do. Just a sack or a -1 yard run or -3 yard. You know what I mean? Like that's a stat to me that let me know that they just dominated. And I'm not going to say anything new that you guys probably already haven't said. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible what they're doing. And it's an incredible way to bounce back, especially if you're that offense. And the defense, look, I know there's a negative there with losing Anzalone for a while, but they don't flinch, man. They don't flinch. They're violent. They're fast. They're physical. How many hits did we see yesterday that's like, oh, my goodness. Like, they're setting a tone on these guys, right? Just an overall ass-kicking from the entire team. I love the way they responded after what was a rough game, as Coach put it, and a tough way to win last week in Houston.
Well, when you look at what they had to go through all week, and I love the fact that the coaches just didn't gloss over it. Oh, it was a win, and TJ, you know this. Sometimes you're a part of teams where the little things get glossed over because you did win, and you don't address them, and then eventually they bite you in the backside and they cost you a game. The fact that they didn't gloss over any of those things, and the result is what we saw, a team that was highly motivated because they didn't want to live through another week like that.
Yeah. And you're right. And I think that's a sign of good coaching. And, I had that in I'm sure you had coaches like that. Mike McCarthy was like that in Green Bay. We'd win games. We'd be up 42-14 and final score would be 45-31. And we'd come in feeling happy on Monday and the coach would be pissed off. Like, we shouldn't have let him score. We should have buried that team. We should have won by 40. It's like, whoa, dude. Hey, we all thought we had a good. But that's a sign of like always finding ways to improve, right? And that's one thing that Dan Campbell always harps on. And even you can kind of get it when you guys talk to him Tuesday. Yeah. And when I talk to him, after the games, it's rarely does he make it about the other team. Rarely does he say, we've got to do this against this team. We got to stop that guy. We got to stop this guy. We have to be able to do like it's more about what they have to do themselves. And I think they understand that with the way they're playing, the talent that they have, the way that these guys are coached, it doesn't really matter who you're playing. Like if we go out there and we take care of our business, there's not a team that's going to compete with us right now with the way we're playing. And I really think they believe that, and I think they should believe that because I think that's ultimately how it is. Yeah.
TJ, you played on a Super Bowl winner. You also played on a 15-1 team. Like when you look at this Lions team, do you see Super Bowl? Do you see 15-1? I know those are two different teams for you, but what do you see in comparison?
Yeah, well, I don't want to compare my teams because the year we won the Super Bowl, we were 10-6. I think we were the 6th seed. We snuck in. Young team that just kind of got hot at the end of the year. And then the year we were 15-1, rolling teams. We ended up getting crushed in the division. So I don't want to compare that to this year and say, man, they're going to be 15-1. I think the way I would compare it is this team knows. I think they're starting to really figure out how good they are. You know what I mean? And I think that they've known, like, hey, we're good. But there's always in the back of your mind, any given Sunday, like these guys get paid too, right? But when you put together such a streak of how they're playing, and it's not just this year, it's going back last year, it's going back to the second half of 2022. When you do things the right way, I think that just solidifies the the belief and the validation you have that now you are in that conversation of those teams, right? And I know that we talk about Super Bowl and we talk about the future and, hey, what's going to happen in December, January, February, possibly with this team. Those guys in the locker room don't think about that. You know what I mean? And even you got a glimpse of it yesterday with Kirby talking, Jared Goff, hey, guys, let's enjoy this one. Hey, we should. Let's celebrate. It's on to the Colts. You know what I mean? Like, that's all you can afford to think about. If you start thinking about, oh, man, we really got a chance, and, oh, man, look at all these other teams are losing games, and, oh, they look beatable, right? You're putting your focus in somewhere that it's not going to be beneficial to you. So,
TJ, let me ask you were on the 15-1, like you said, though. Why didn't it happen? What happened? Was it the hunger? Because you won the previous year?
No, and there were some things that happened late in that year that I think really distracted our team.
It was Aaron, wasn't it?
No. I'm not saying that, but it was a rough week, I think, leading up to that playoff game. And I think that people, I mean, this is probably well documented, but we had a couple people close to our team, family members that had passed away, and we had a lot of people going through some adversity. And I think that was part of a distraction. And that was our offensive coordinator, Joe Philbin, had lost a son that week. You know what I mean? So It's like that. I'm not blaming that, but I'm saying there was a lot going on that week leading up to that game.
How fragile this can be, right?
Yeah, and I think that, and I don't remember going into that game, get back to a positive point here, but I don't remember going into that game thinking, oh man, as long as we just roll out here, we're going to, smoke these guys. It honestly turned into a game where, kind of like we saw the first half of Houston, where every single bounce went the other team's way. You know what I mean? And it just got away from us against the Giants, and the Giants were the team that year that ended up getting super hot, and that was, I think, the second time that they ended up knocking off the Patriots to win the Super Bowl. So we ran into a team that was, and honestly, I think with that team, we didn't really run into too many adversity moments, right, where we had to fight our way out of things. Like, we were rolling teams. That's why I think what was good for this Lions team last week, going into that Houston game, figuring out, okay, man, if we play bad foot, like, we can lose to anybody, and trying to find a way to fight back, which they did last week. I think that was so beneficial. And even if they would have lost that game last week in Houston, I still think that would have been beneficial to this football team. Just realizing, okay, hey, we got to remind ourselves once in a while that we can't just roll out here. We can't just strap the helmets up, lace the shoes, and go beat anybody. We gotta play football, and we got to play our brand of football. So I think that's, and it's going to happen more, I think, throughout the season. You're going to get tested a little bit. But those moments, I think, are what really start to galvanize a team when you talk about going into the December games and into January and gearing up for playoff football.
We'll take phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. A lot of ground to cover with TJ for the next hour here. Alex Anzalone, the injury, 6 to 8 weeks. How significant?
Yeah, bummer. Yeah, I mean, look, he's your leader. I mean, those guys rave about him. I think he's one of the straws that stirs that drink, right? And coaches love him, and the leadership that he plays with and the physicality that he plays with. I think that anytime you lose a guy like that, sure, it's going to hurt. Now, do I think they're in a better position rather than what they were when they lost Hutchinson? Yes, I do. I think their linebacker group is playing pretty good football. Jack Campbell has really taken that year 2 step. His sophomore year, I think you can tell things are starting to slow down for him. I think he is primed to take over that green dot role and lead that defense. And Malcolm Rodriguez is a guy who kind of, been a little bit forgotten, odd man out. Gotten a lot of playing time this year when Derek Barnes went out, and he's playing really good football too. So I think that they're better acclimated to adjust to this one than they were, 6-7 weeks ago when Hutch went out.
And here's the other thing about losing a leader like Alex Anzalone to that injury. Hutch isn't able to be on the sidelines right now. He could be in meetings. He can be around. He's going to be spending most of his time rehabbing, but Alex Anzalone with the forearm, like, he can be on the sidelines. Like, he can actually defend himself and get out of the way. So I expect him to still provide some of that leadership on game days, whereas you don't get a chance to see Hutch other than when they show him in the box.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no doubt. And that goes a long way, right? Being a part of, and I know that, I did coach, I don't know if that's injury that requires surgery or if it just requires a cast to heal. But obviously, if there is a surgical it's something that has to be done, he's probably going to need a couple days to recover from that. But you're right. Yeah, if you just throw a cast on, being in the meeting rooms and helping those guys out, right? And
the guy could be a huge help.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. You look at when you see Zadarius Smith, and even that Houston game when he wasn't playing, how interactive he was with the guys on the sideline and trying to give the leadership and give them tips and give them keys, and that's just that veteran presence that you bring. So you're right. I think with Alex, the leadership, they're not going to miss any of that, at least through the week, and hopefully still have some of that on game day with him being on the sideline helping out a lot of those young guys.
Well, John, you remember when we were at camp and we would talk to linebackers in the room, linebacking coaches. They felt like they had 4 starters. Now, you don't play 4 linebackers.
Right.
You really are playing 2 and sometimes 3, but they really liked that they had 4 guys. You lose Barnes, Anzalone could be back for the playoffs. It does. Malcolm Rodriguez was that 4th guy.
Yep.
And you're going to have to step up.
And Barnes could, I think,
could be back by the playoffs.
Could be back late in the season.
And,
right?
but now you've got some role guys that have, at moments, played well, done things that they've needed to do in Neiman and Nowaski.
Yeah, Neiman's a veteran guy. And even yesterday comes in, and I think the first play after Anzalone went out,
makes a play.
He's in one-on-one coverage. They test him. Okay, great. I'll go make the tackle, right? So they've got guys that can fill that role.
And Aaron Glenn's done a really good job. I mean, you lose Aiden Hutchinson, reformatting the defense and still looking really good. They can lean on their secondary. The secondary's really good right now.
Yeah. And they play tough, man.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like
they come up
3
and run
times,
support.
3 times back-to-back with Branch, I think, on the first hit, and then Kirby the play later. A couple series later, Amik Robertson comes up, blows up a screenplay. Like they play fast, they play physical, they're feisty. Those guys are so competitive back there. Yeah, and then Kirby getting another interception. I mean, what a hell of a play, man. But you're right. I mean, that was the biggest question mark, I think, in the offseason when Brad Holmes was going through all his receipts at the end of last year. I think all of us are sitting there saying, okay, man, like, yeah, we got to fix that secondary now. And he's gone out and he's done it. Those guys are playing awesome.
No quarterback has thrown 2 touchdowns in a game against the Lions, and I think they still have the number 1 passer rater defense in the sport.
I think they've allowed 7 passing touchdowns in 10 games.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, phone calls. What stood out to you? It could be a stat, it could be a play, it could be a performance. Lions continue to win. We've brought up Super Bowl. Now the betting favorites. Anybody doubt what we're watching right now? It's 97.1.
Hey, it's getting cold, and if you haven't had your furnace checked or if you need service today, do what I did and call the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and same-day service. Plus, there's that 5-year warranty, so you know that you're covered. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even offer generators. They're going to take up to $500 off if you tell them I sent you off of that fast installation. Like I mentioned, they also offer same-day service. If you want more information, you can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
All right, we're going to get phone calls in the mix. We got TJ Lang, Lions win, 8 in a row, Victory Monday. Let's start with Ryan in Rochester Hills. Ryan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, so I think one of the big things obviously was Goff, his performance, like deservedly so, get talked about. But I think the run game for both teams really seemed to like set the tone. I mean, PJ and John, you guys know better than I do. I'm not a professional football player, but that was just demoralizing to see. Like, they could not stop Gibbs and Montgomery, and Etienne, like, you see him throwing his hands up and just, like, couldn't do anything. Like, I think that really seemed to set the tone more than really, it seems like it's not talked about a lot, but, yeah, I don't know. That seems like that was a big thing for that game.
Well, yeah, if you want to rip a team's heart out, you just keep pounding the ball, and you they know you're running, and they can't stop you. Here's the other thing is Jacksonville at times was in position to make tackles on David Montgomery, yet he either ran through tackles or made guys missed and would end up picking up first downs or would end up picking up 8-9 yards. And same thing with Gibbs on Gibbs' touchdown. Like he could have been tackled in the backfield, yet decided I'll just take a step back and I'll race you to the pylon and you can't catch me.
Yeah. Yeah. That was what they said on the broadcast. I think they were just saying, like, we'll square up and I'm going to run right past you. So, yeah, I mean, that seemed to be something that I saw, and I was just like, man, they just can't get stopped. And I don't know, my kids they love the Lions now because Sonic and Knuckles. So that was cool to see that. See those guys so prominent.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it, 21-0? Each had already found the end zone. Like, I mean, you look up.
It felt
and
like they were going to alternate. And so it was Montgomery, then it was Gibbs, then it was Montgomery. And then Gibbs had that one long pass catch on the fourth drive. And you could see Montgomery on the sidelines. They actually showed him on the broadcast. And he was kind of like, "Are you all right?"
Yeah.
And I think
I can come in.
Gibbs at that point was like, "No, it's my chance.
This is my time."
Yeah, you need a break?
Yeah. I'm happy to come in.
On a day like that where you're moving people, where everything feels like it's coming easy. Let's get
then they throw it to Amon-Ra St. Brown for the touchdown.
Yeah. And he had a day.
Yeah, they all did.
Yeah, 11 catches.
Yeah, they couldn't cover him.
No. It was everything. You're right, John, you said it was like
it was a 4 or 5 yard out. I mean, that's just as good as a 5 yard run on first down, and then all of a sudden, hey, it's 3rd and 2, and you go for 22 to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
A lot of it was so simple too. The out routes, just crossing routes. Yeah, guys just It really looked like Jacksonville was playing with 9 guys on defense for a large part of that game. They just had no answer for anything.
Let's get to Duran. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
All right, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Good morning.
Morning. So I was on hold for a while. A couple quick points. One, I just want to say first, if you ever want to get a little bit of extra feel good, watch other fans' reaction videos to the Lions when other like Minnesota Viking fans and Packer fans.
I've seen these. I know what you're talking about. Yep.
It's so great. It's so great. But Costa, you're my guy, bro. I like that you ask the hard-hitting questions, but I got just one thing for you, man.
Yeah.
I need you to, every time something bad happens with, just don't freak out, man. It started with Hutch, and you're like, oh my God, we're gonna never pretty much get another sack or pressure again. We need to make a trade right now. We made it happen. Second, the Green Bay game. Oh my God, Goff outside. He's a pumpkin. He can't throw outside. He's gonna be terrible. Come on, Costa, bro. Then now with the taking people out early, we get it. I want to save some time tomorrow. Go watch the post-game interview with TJ and Dan Campbell. He answered why he didn't take people out right away. It's a hard decision. You don't go in thinking you're going to blow somebody out.
Right, you're right.
And just like, all right, we're going to take this guy out. I just want you to be a little more calmer, Costa. I understand.
I get riled up sometimes. I wear my emotions on my sleeve. Duran, thank you for politely checking me here because not everybody was quite as nice on the ticket text earlier today. But just to reset what I said, Dan Campbell eventually pulled Jared Goff and has done that a couple times this year. It's not soft to pull your starting quarterback when you're up a bunch of touchdowns, okay? My question was, why when they were up 36 points was that not enough? You've got like a quarter and a couple minutes. You're up 36 points. To me, that felt unnecessary to put Goff out there. You can't bench everybody. But why is your starting quarterback on a season where you are chasing the Super Bowl playing up 36 points? You're going to pull him eventually. So you can't tell me, well, he needs to finish the game. Why is he in at that point? That was the question.
Was that part of the overreact, Jim?
No, that's a separate part of your Monday presentation.
That's called 6 to 10 every day.
Yeah. Okay. That was just a reaction.
TJ, John, you both played. Like, clearly I'm missing something here.
Yeah, and coach is right. I mean, you don't go into games thinking, okay, guys, hey, let's get to the fourth quarter and then
here's our target number.
As players, you might. I think you start to know, especially as the game starts going on. All right, guys, couple more drives. Let's finish this thing off. Get some water. But I don't really have a definitive answer for why coaches want to wait so long, other than you feel like you're in a rhythm. You feel like your quarterback's playing really well. You want to maybe maximize the snaps for the positive plays and the momentum and keep stacking success going into the next week. I don't know if that's enough for people to say, oh, it's not worth it to risk an injury, but you can't ever think that way. And Jared came in at the end of the third quarter. He finished the drive, which ended up taking a couple more minutes, I think, in the fourth quarter, and then they were done. You kind of knew at that point, okay, guys, go finish the drive. Let's end on a high note and get the hell out of here. But you can't think in the back of your mind that we gotta save him because he's going to get hurt. You can't think that way. And,
they do at some point. They do think that because that's why they pull him, right? Why else would you pull him? Like at some point, the coach does consider that he could get injured by playing in a meaningless fourth quarter. My question is just when.
I don't think it's that. I think it's more of
get some other guys some reps.
You've done your job today. Great job. It's kind of dangling the carrot in front of your face, saying, "Go give me a couple more plays and let's give the other guys some meaningful reps." I mean, Hendon Hooker still could use every rep possible, and I thought. He was 3 for 4, and even the one that was dropped, I think,
was a good ball.
It was a good ball. Allen Robinson jumped when he probably didn't have to and left his feet.
Maybe some alligator arms.
I think he just jumped when he didn't have to, and he left his feet, and you took a big shot. But I think that's more of what goes into it. And look, a lot of these guys, too, with contracts these days, playing time incentives, right? Statistical incentives. Penei Sewell is a guy that we look at, and we're like, man, 58 still. These guys think about their snap streaks that they have going on. Hey, man, I've never missed a snap, right? I'm not going to break that now. Coach, you're not taking me out of the game. So you think about a lot of those things as well.
Well, and John, you brought up the debate here is you can't pull your entire offensive line.
Well,
so who are you going to rest? And you said, incorrectly, Frank's dealing with a pec. Hey, let's get Frank out of the game. And then Decker was dealing with the shoulder.
Right.
Now to me, Sewell's the better player and the guy I don't want to lose.
No one's going to argue that.
But your point was...
Yeah. Zeitler is older as well. Now, Graham was still in there, but he's also been a guy that has a track record of being reliable. And I think you bring up a great point. It's hard to think about incentives at this time of the year, but there are certain incentives that guys have in their contract that are, certain percentage of offensive plays. Yep. And if you get to the end of the year, would you rather be pulled in a game like this where things are going really well versus sit against Minnesota for 3 quarters.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're in a position where, hey, I'm literally only like 0.5% away from making my snap streak, but the playoffs are on the line. The bye week is there, and coaches are more apt to remove you earlier in that game than they are in this one.
And statistically too. I mean, if Amon-Ra's got a bonus, for touchdowns or yards, if Jared Goff says, "Hey, coach, all right, get me out of the game." You know what I mean? Is he going to get that with Hendon Hooker? Probably. You know what I mean? So there's all the. I think that there's thoughts that go into that as well.
And these are considerations that absolutely do happen. The biggest consideration is a healthy roster who has to play 13 straight games. When can I give guys a breather? I got to get to the finish line. The Super Bowl's the biggest incentive, more than your personal incentive.
But players don't want to come out though.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Players don't want to come out, especially when you're playing a game like that and you're rolling and you got a chance to.
Everything is working.
You don't want to come out of that game. You just don't.
Okay. Ticket Texter says we're dancing around the real answer. Goff is an MVP candidate. Says he's erased the 5 interception game with that performance. TJ, want to get your response to that coming up next because the market has shifted. Jared Goff fell off the map from the MVP betting last week. He's back in the thick of it. We'll get your thoughts on Goff, the MVP, and, of course, more of your phone calls on the Lions. It's 97.1.
Hey, you want to watch all these great sporting events in the fall? We got more coming up in the winter, spring, all summer long. It's all year long. Why not watch it at a viewing experience that is absolutely built for sports fans and that's located at Circa Resort and Casino at Stadium Swim? You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's America's favorite place to watch every single great sporting event and moment. So you got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports, and it's all poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
who? Brock Wright. That's Dan Miller, Lomas Brown. TJ, you were up there too. Having a good time?
I had to remind Lomas to give him the who.
Oh, yeah.
It's a staple of a Brock Wright touchdown.
Yes.
The double up on the Brock Wright. Lomas was celebrating. I was like, dude, come on. We need the who.
Get in there.
Get the who.
Jared Goff threw 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions, perfect passer rating. You going to be all right, John?
Yeah. No, I'm good.
TJ, did he make up for the 5 picks in terms of the MVP conversation?
Yeah, I think so. And look, the picks, we, harped on it all week. I mean, none of those were bad decisions. Bad ball placement maybe on the one to J-Mo, but even J-Mo kind of took credit for blame that it said, I was supposed to keep that a little more inside. But, yeah, you look at those 5 picks last week, 2 of them were tipped. One was on a Hail Mary that, okay, whatever.
Punt.
The one to J-Mo, which we talked about, was probably the right decision. You had the coverage there that dictated the ball should go there. And then the one to Laporta, coverage dictated that's where the ball needs to go, right? Just we're on the same page. So I don't think that you look at that and say, oh, man, Jared Goff's just, he's back to, 3 years ago making terrible decisions, forcing the ball where it needs to be. Of course, the statistics are going to hurt a little bit.
Well, but that's what the MVP is. It's a perception award, really.
100%.
So it hurt the perception. They go, wow, the Lions won a game where you threw 5 picks. How valuable are you?
Yeah.
Well, then he comes back the very next week, and he's perfect.
Is he the most valuable player on the best team in football right now?
Because he plays quarterback? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the case that, like, Sewell or Branch or...
no doubt.
Like,
but
this is a really good team.
Does this thing go if Jared Goff's not your quarterback?
Right.
Right now, Jared Goff's third in the MVP race on the FanDuel, the betting markets.
Behind Josh Allen and probably still Lamar,
And
even
Lamar.
though he had a bad game
Lamar had a bad game. Josh Allen didn't. Josh Allen doesn't have a run game, at least not in that spot. His receivers are all banged up. Is he not more valuable to his team than Goff is to the Lions?
Yeah, I think you can make that argument. And Josh Allen's probably, if I haven't looked at the odds, but probably the
front runner.
Yeah, the front runner.
You would think after last night, and because. And I said this last week, especially after Dan was on, and he said, Jared Goff is doing what we asked him to do. He's putting the ball where we asked him to put it. Now, it resulted in 5 interceptions for a number of different reasons, but there was a lot of drama involved in throwing 5 interceptions. Now that you're a week removed, and yesterday's game obviously played a large part in dampening down the drama of 5 interceptions, but you get 4 weeks down the road and you put another couple of performances. I don't expect 4 touchdowns and a perfect passer rating every week. That's happened twice. It's never happened in NFL history before for a quarterback in the same season. But if he's able to put together more performances, you're going to look back on that 5 interceptions and say that was a one-off.
Yeah. That was a blip.
It's a blip. Yeah. Everybody's allowed a bad game, just like Lamar yesterday. Yeah. Is it a lot of bad game?
He always struggles against the Steelers, too. And it feels like it'll be a blip for him.
Yeah, in the Houston game, bad game statistically, but you don't look at it and say Jared Goff he made a bunch of dumb throws in that game. You know what I mean? So that's what... But unfortunately, a lot of media members that vote on those awards, they don't watch games. They just read the stat lines, right?
Or they see red zone highlights.
They see the highlights, right? They don't see the full picture. So, but good. And also, I know we're still a couple weeks away, but seeing Josh Allen and Jared Goff go head to head here in about a month.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Think about this
stretch.
We're
going to get an up close view on.
Because we know how it went last time. We know how it went last time when it was, Thanksgiving Day.
2 years ago, on Thanksgiving Day, where Josh Allen had the ball last and made the big play.
Yeah.
I still remember.
20 seconds left, I think, wasn't it?
When that game ended, Taylor Decker came out and said, we're not the same old Lions. And to say it after a loss was saying something. I don't know if everybody fully understood at the time, but he saw where this was going.
Yeah.
And they rounded out 22 very well. 23 was great. I can't wait to see those 2 teams play December 15th. Think about the stretch coming up for Lions fans. This week's a road game against the Colts.
Don't overlook that one.
Well, you could travel to it. It's close.
Yeah.
Sure. But then think about the 3 straight home games they'll get. Thanksgiving Day, a division opponent. Primetime Thursday night against the Green Bay Packers. And then Buffalo.
Yeah.
In a big-time 4 o'clock America's Game of the Week spot. That's a huge stretch for home games for Lions fans.
And it's a huge opportunity for this team to continue to distance themselves from everybody else. Right?
Yeah, no, it is. Because they're only up a game right now on the Eagles. Only up a game right now on
Vikings,
Minnesota.
yeah.
Let's get to Ross and Macomb. Ross, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, how you guys doing? I got one beef with the receivers. When you score a touchdown, can you just flip the ball to the referee instead of all the theatrics?
Well, you didn't like that J-Mo flipped into the end zone?
Well, the point is he can do anything he wants, but if he gets an injury because of he wants to show off, that hurts the team for a Super Bowl bid.
TJ, you don't want to touch that one?
I understand what you're saying, and I see where you're coming from. I don't have a problem with the celebration.
You know what, guys? We should hand it to him like Barry Sanders did, right, TJ? What do you think, TJ?
Respect the game.
You know?
Hand the ball to the referee.
It's
None of your flashy celebrations.
Cross the goal line, put some bubble wrap on, and go get some water.
Well, it's one thing, like what he obviously was doing the whole Calvin Johnson. And I get, honoring Calvin Johnson in that moment, but it did cost him 15 yards. I'm more concerned about that than I would be about him getting hurt celebrating.
The only thing that's going to get hurt is he's going to get fined, potentially. And if he's willing to pay the fine, then who cares?
This is why players...
For the grab?
Yeah, because he did grab the crotch.
The Marshawn Lynch?
Hold
yeah. If anybody doesn't know what that is.
It's why
please
players
describe.
Drop the ball before going into the end zone. They don't want to get hurt celebrating.
Right. Yeah. If you want to take a look, Marshawn Lynch.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, John.
I only have one beef with celebrations. If you score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Just go pat the offensive lineman on the head.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
You just give you, hey, great job, guys. Great protection, great blocking, appreciate it. And then go do whatever you want to do.
On a play like that.
That's all we need is just a little tap, right?
In his
just
defense, on a play like that,
you're right.
It's
There's
going to
probably
take
nobody
a little
around.
time. Well, it's going to take a little time for me to get down there.
That's
Go
a good
ahead with
point.
your celebration. When you're done, I'll take the pat on the head at that point.
Do you guys want to be included in more celebrations? Can you speak for all offensive linemen?
Oh,
no, we just want to celebrate.
We just want to celebrate. Yeah,
okay. You just want to pat on the back. That's it.
We've seen some
Nice job.
choreography with the Lions. I just didn't know if big guys want to get involved in that too.
Well, did we see it yesterday? I don't think so. The Houston game.
Where they're all in the end zone.
Yeah, they were doing something in the. I just can't remember. It slipped my mind, but. Yeah, you'd like to get maybe one a game, if it's a big one. Hey, boys, we're pulling this one out if we score.
Especially if you're scoring 7 touchdowns in a game. You have some room for that.
Good point. Yeah, but you don't have 7 celebrations. You don't have time during the week to get 7.
What's the install for celebrations? How much time do they spend on that?
Oh, way too much time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, way too much time. Yeah, if you're in the locker room, trust me, those conversations are ongoing throughout the entire week.
Or like a Saturday walkthrough, you're out there working, getting a sweat, and you look over and you see guys like doing a dance move. You're like, geez.
Right now?
Yeah, they're over there choreographing.
Well, Za'Darius busted out 4 celebrations in 10 seconds. Like he'd been waiting.
Yeah.
He probably knew that was his only sack he was going to get. He had to unload the clip, dude. He didn't get one until late in the game. He's like, I'm probably going to get pulled soon.
This is it.
I got to get them all out. Let's go.
All right, back to the phones we go. Greg in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Happy Monday, for sure. Just a couple quick comments, and I'll be out of your way. As far as reference to the Pistons team, Garrett Goff is Isaiah Thomas of the football field. Reference from the Pistons. He is the Isaiah Thomas. I mean, he has the ability to pick people apart. Secondly, I do agree that I felt that Garrett Goff should have been pulled much earlier than they did, only for the simple fact I need to see what Hooker can do and what he can't do, and whatever it is that he can't do, we have plenty of time to fix it. And I guess I'm looking at Hooker also as I look at all these other rookie quarterbacks coming out and playing and doing exceptionally well. I really want to see what Hooker can do and what he can't do, and every opportunity to prove what he can do. And thirdly and lastly, I really didn't like the J-Mo celebration. I don't think he needs that type of attention. If you watch J-Mo when he goes into the end zone, he always leaps and dives. I mean, always. I just need him to go into the end zone clean. Those are my comments.
Well, thanks, Greg.
Appreciate the phone call.
Yeah.
As much flack that J-Mo has taken, this is not an area that I feel like we should be putting any on his plate.
Let the young man have a good time.
Is this the new Applebee's? I mean, people have now given up that Applebee's commercials with Dan Campbell is hurting the team because he's taking
spending too much time in the offseason.
Yeah. Is this the new Applebee's?
Is this how I sounded earlier when I was bringing up the injury risk? Like, really, dude? Today, this is what we're doing? I get it now.
It kind of felt like you were about 65 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
That old guy used to work.
I was going to say, did you have someone in mind when you said that? Let's get to Ron in Everett. Ron, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, let me get
Turn on your radio, bud.
Ron, I'm going to put you on hold, and we're going to get your radio turned down, all right? See if we can do this together. I believe in us. Ron, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I'm going down to the game. Companies let me take a couple customers down to the game this coming Sunday. And listen, longtime fan, but I've always been a Packers fan most of my life. So to watch the Lions for the rest of my family doing what they're doing, I kind of stand at awe, how they're doing. So kind of shocked.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these deals where what they're doing, like we have no reference for this. We have no reference for what the Lions are doing right now.
Feels like you kind of skipped a couple steps, Like early in the Dan Campbell, okay, by year 4, let's get to the playoffs, or let's just win the division, right? Like last year, they're like, crush all that. We're going right to the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
And then this year, you follow it up with a lot of people think, hey, are they going to have that down year, right? Are they going to get full of themselves? A lot of people getting paid, a lot of people doing commercials, a lot of this, a lot of that. Now, I still know there's 7 games left in the season, but what we've seen, you're right. There's really no precedent on this quick of a turnaround, and for people to understand just how bad this was, just 3 short years ago, right? That's what makes it incredible.
Exactly. And here's the thing. I don't want them to look too far ahead. They got an Indianapolis Colts team that's not too shabby, and then, like you said, they got the Bears, the Packers, and then they got the big test, in my opinion, against the Bills, where they will stand up against the rest of the league to a certain extent.
Enjoy the game, Ron. I'm sure Lions fans are gonna show up again. It's a short trip.
Yeah. And to your point, I know we're quick, but I think I was talking to you last week about, hey, don't overlook that Colts team, man. Like they're feisty. That's a tough place to play sometimes. You get to Indianapolis. They got some young talent. Their defense, they can make you pay. But that's one thing I don't worry about with Dan Campbell. I think he's squashed all those concerns about is he going to get the team ready, right? How do you come off a big win like this and make sure the guys, you get the same effort throughout the week? That's something that, frankly, I have zero concern with on a week-to-week basis.
No, I mean, the track record speaks for itself. When you talk about, they're a team in what was the last time that they lost back-to-back games was back in 22. They have not lost back-to-back games, yet they've been able to win in dramatic fashion and respond and win again. Like, he gets them ready.
Yeah, that's the key, man. Like, it's why you take a team that you thought, John, could win 14 games before the season, and you thought you set the bar really high. And it feels like they're exceeding all of our expectations. No, I'm not using this to gratuitously point out that I have them at 15-2. I'm serious. Like, they may exceed my 15-2. Like, John, people set the bar at the Super Bowl, and it feels like they've played better than people even anticipated at this point in the season. Like, think about how ridiculous that is. We set the bar as high as we could, and they're still going higher than that.
I know.
This football team is so much fun. We're going to keep talking about them. It's 97-1.
Hey, I decided to go with Ideal You for a number of different reasons. What motivated me was I just didn't feel good. I knew I was too fat. I had too much excess body weight, and it wasn't gonna go well for me, and it wanted to be around for my family. So I contacted Ideal You. They assigned me a weight loss coach, and in the span of 40 days, I lost 50 pounds. And since that moment, I'm down 70 pounds, so I've been able to keep it off, and it's all attributed to the weight loss coach, the support that I was given with Ideal You. If you want to change your life as well, go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. You could be 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. They've helped thousands of people. I'm one of them. They can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
Okay, I don't know what Carson Anderson have planned. I'd imagine it's 4 hours of Lions, but I was just saying to those guys, there's so many stats from this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
That I almost feel like we can get too stat heavy. But you said you've seen something from Dave Burkett.
Oh, yeah. Dave does a great job covering the team. Always has. And I'm so happy for all of the beat writers because it's been a really tough stretch of always, tough articles, tough questions. Now they're finally getting a chance to do something that's fun. And here's the one from Dave Burkett I just saw. It came out 10 minutes ago. The Lions need to average 38.7 points per game over the final 7 games to go down as the highest scoring team in NFL history. Well, that seems like a lot, right?
Yeah,
38.7. In the 6 games since the bye, they happen to be averaging 38.7 points per game.
So it's in play.
It's in play. It's in play.
Now, is that a points per game stat, or is that total points scored throughout a season? Because there used to be 16 games.
Right.
I'd imagine this must be a points per game.
Points per game. Okay.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot, but
do you realize?
Yeah, but they've been doing it for 6 games.
I guess. Yeah, I guess doable. Yeah.
So when I first read the first line, I was looking. They need to average 38.7 points per game for 7 games to go down as the highest scoring team in NFL history. I thought, okay, well that one's out of reach.
Yeah.
And then he throws in the gem of, they've been doing this since the bye week.
Yeah.
So I was looking this up because we had in the overreactions this week that the Lions are the best team since the 07 Patriots. The 07 Patriots had a point differential of plus 315 for the season. They scored 36.8 points per game. That's what you're referencing here. The Lions are plus 159 margin right now. They could do it.
Yeah.
They could
7
do
games,
it.
Yeah.
The Rams in 99, greatest show on turf, were plus 284.
It seems like it's a little bit more within
attainable.
reach.
But we're talking about rarefied air. We're talking about some of the greatest teams of all time.
Yeah. And I'd have to go back and look at all of the teams that have, won not just Super Bowls, but other great teams that maybe came up short in Super Bowls to say that they're, the best since 07. I think there's a lot of things that they're doing where you'd initially say, yeah, sure. Jared Goff and his numbers, his stats, his completion percentage, the 2 games now that he has had this year, it's never been done in NFL history, where he's thrown for 4 touchdowns and had a perfect passer rating. That's never happened before.
Yeah. The stat that I thought was the most ridiculous is they did something that's never been done in NFL history, not Super Bowl era, but history. St. Brown, David Montgomery, and Jahmyr Gibbs all scored a touchdown in the same game. They've done that in 8 games. That's the most in NFL history for any trio. History. Mind you, they're in the case of Jahmyr Gibbs, just his 2nd season in the league together, and they're all scheduled to play together for another 3 seasons under contract. Think about that. Yeah. History. There's never been a trio this productive at getting in the end zone together in the same game in history.
Yeah. I knew the stat about Gibbs and Montgomery scoring in the same game. I think yesterday was the 9th time in 22 games they played together.
Okay.
Yeah.
And their Lions are 9-0.
If only Amon-Ra St. Brown could have scored that night.
But I didn't realize if that was at 9 now and they're at 8.
Think about it.
That's 1 game behind.
You said 22 games they've done this? It's
and
ridiculous.
undefeated, obviously, in those games.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, they got some playmakers, man.
Is this team better than the Packer teams that you played on?
It's hard to compare. We were such a quarterback-driven offense.
Yeah.
Right? I think that Jared Goff certainly is a valuable piece to this offense, but the teams we used to play, we knew we were throwing the ball 45 times a game. And that's when Aaron Rodgers was in his prime.
Yep.
I think the one year he had 46 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. It was just a different feel to it, right? Different style of offense. We knew we were pass and attack, play action attack. So it's hard to compare.
Which team had the better offensive line?
Why are you throwing me?
I know.
I don't know.
I would really like to jump in and save you, but
I don't know. We had some good groups for a little while there.
Answers that you can't answer.
No, I've been having fun with you today because it does. You were on some really good teams, and it is awesome that the Lions are in. They're tracking to be one of the greatest teams of all time. So
I would say this: we were also built differently.
Yes,
I would say that this Lions offensive line is better run blockers, no doubt. With what they can do and the versatility that they have, they can turn into a power team, a zone team, a pin and pull, get Penei Sewell out on the end. You know what I mean? They have a lot more versatility, I think, in the run game. And And we were built different. Obviously, having to pass the ball with Aaron
Yeah,
Rodgers,
you had
something
pass
like that,
blocking tackles.
we were, I think, probably one of the top pass blocking offensive lines.
This is an offense I would have loved to play in as a player.
No doubt. Oh, hell yeah.
Especially as a tackle, when you get a chance to, one, come off the ball. And they shared this stat during the broadcast. I think it was last year, they ran the ball 43% of their snaps. This year, they're running the ball 51% of their snaps.
Yeah.
And if you can get that type of ratio where you're going to run the ball more than you are passing the ball.
And it's a lot of play action passes too,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. So even the passes are quote unquote run blocking for the offensive line, which is amazing.
And
I would love to have played in this offense.
And I never had certainly a tandem of running backs like they have now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the best running back I ever blocked for was Eddie Lacy. Was really good when he first got into the league. His rookie year, second year, he was a kind of a David Montgomery type where he's not going to be brought down by the first couple guys. That makes it fun to block for because you're like, man, if I just block my guy for a couple, steps, he's going to burn right by him. So I know those guys.
I had Stephen Davis for a couple of years, and that was so much fun to have a back.
You cover a guy up, man. They can go.
Clinton Portis too.
I had Stephen Davis for the first couple of years. Yeah,
that's an embargo on the morning show.
Yeah.
You can't talk about him, Gator.
Yeah.
But you had
okay for the next 4 hours. It's Stafford or Goff. Doug's ignoring us.
I am sorry.
Doug, how was your weekend off?
I enjoyed it. I actually went to.
Did you go to the Maryland Rutgers game?
I did not.
Okay. I was going to say. I think I heard that on Friday. I was like, oh boy.
Yeah.
If we were going to go, we decided
we were going to go to Tulane Navy because we could just go up the road to that. But we decided we ended up at the Air and Space Museum, which was awesome in D.C. and hung out in Arlington, Virginia. Nice. Watched a lot of football. Got some quality time in with the boy. Who's now a professional, which is weird. That's so weird.
Did you stay in a hotel though? You didn't stay in his.
No. We decided
his
he's got two
living?
roommates, and so that would have
it would have been awkward.
Cramping style, man.
Yeah. Weird. He was okay with it. We were like,
let's go for a hike.
Yeah, it's just mom.
Yeah. Let's go watch the sun come up by the Washington Monument. No.
Here we go. Hey, Ray, we're gonna walk to Delaware.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a good weekend. I got a question though about the Ohio Turnpike. Do they think they've mastered the rest area? Like they got the perfect design, so they're all exactly the same.
Yeah, but the problem is that they're so far spaced out. Because if you get off at a regular exit, then you got to pay the toll. Then you got to get another ticket when you come back on, and you got to wait like 45, 50 miles.
Yeah, they got to upgrade.
If you miss one, you're like, no, I'll make the next one.
Yeah, they got to
upgrade
because like Pennsylvania, they just charge your license plate. We're gonna get a bill in the mail.
No. I mean, it's progress everywhere, but
I know they've mastered sending you a speeding ticket from those stupid cameras.
Yeah,
found that out the hard way a couple years ago. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, look, you got to keep. I feel like if I'm speeding a little bit, you got to catch me to give me a ticket. You can't get me off a damn camera.
You got to earn it.
Come on, right? Put some work in.
Yeah,
you got
taking shortcuts.
Come on, what are we doing?
Shortcuts.
Exactly. Put some work in.
What's next? Robot umpires?
Catch me.
Carson Anderson, what's the plan next?
Reviews?
We'll obviously talk about our football team here in Detroit. Champ at 10:35.
All right, it's next 97.1.
Well, happy Victory Monday, everybody. Doug Karsch, that is Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you had a great weekend. The Lions did help. They did help with the weekend with a dominant victory yesterday over Jacksonville, 52-6, and it could have been worse. We all know it could have been worse. But hey, man, this is such a weird occurrence for us. Everything is so strange, so it's bizarre world, but we love it. Scott the Gator Anderson, you were there. How'd you enjoy it?
I was there, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, although about halfway through that game, it felt like the crowd was just doing – they weren't cheering, they were just applauding.
Mm-hmm.
It became an audience, not a crowd, which is fine. I mean, we get it. Hey, oh, look at this, another 80-yard drive or a 70-yard drive or 93 – they had 93 and 94-yard drives, 2 drives over 90 yards. They were literally the embodiment of what is labeled unstoppable. They could not be stopped. They had, I think up until maybe the last drive, maybe it was the second to last drive, I don't think they had a negative play. They had incomplete passes, but I don't think anything went for a loss. Goff wasn't sacked, and I don't think the running backs were stopped behind the line of scrimmage up until maybe the second to last drive. It was just awesome destruction once again, and it's funny because, last week I think Ben Johnson had talked about how the offense can grow so much more. You got the feeling that the team wasn't thrilled with their effort against Houston, nor should they have been. They still were able to win the game. That part they're happy with, but they know that it was not a very good showing in the last couple of weeks. Even the game against the Packers and the Quagmire, not very good. That they wanted to show what they could do. The game against the Titans where they scored all the points, but all the drives were like 40 yards. And they're like, it's like a dog that's trapped in a house that just wants to run and you can't run. And then you finally let it run loose. And that's what happened yesterday. Boy, did they run loose. And every way possible, they just dominated. And the offense is going to lead the day, right? 52 points. 600 and something yards. It's incredible. Over 30 first downs. But the defense, man.
Defense was great.
I get it. It's a backup quarterback working for them. And it doesn't matter. It's still the NFL. Get out there, do something. And the defense held them to 6 points. No touchdowns. The defense has not given up a touchdown in 6 straight quarters. And they've been dominant in doing so without having really a huge pass rush. Now, yesterday, they had some pressure, and they did finally get a sack at the end. But understand what happened in that game. Mac Jones, I think, threw less than 5 passes beyond 10 yards. Everything he threw was short. Everything. So it was quick. You weren't going to get the quarterback. It just wasn't going to happen. And credit that to, if that's what their game plan was, okay, if the point is to not get sacked, then you did a great job. But if your point is to try to score points, that's not the way to do it. You're not going to nickel and dime the Lions and end up on top, and the Lions defense was ready for it.
It's funny because the whole backup quarterback thing, I mean, the Lions, it was in their DNA to lose games to backup quarterbacks for so many years. And so I'm not going to discredit them for pounding a backup quarterback. And as far as, it's just Jacksonville. How many touchdowns did Minnesota score against that Jacksonville defense the week prior? How many times they get in the end zone? There'd be none. They kicked 4 field goals. Lions had the football with the starters 7 times, scored 7 touchdowns. And I don't care what measurement, you want to talk about. That's offensive perfection.
They still had Trayvon Walker and Josh Allen on the ends. Still had those guys. Right? Alua, I think, was still in the game. And, they have some good players, but it didn't matter. Jared Goff wasn't really pressured. And the few times that he was, all of a sudden his mobility shows up. Where he sidesteps it, and because the way that they were coming after him, it opened up the entire side, and he's like, okay, I'll just take off and go. And he ran with a purpose and ended up with over 20 yards rushing in the game, a couple of first downs. At one point, it's 4th and 1, and I'm up in the press box sitting next to Stoney, and I'm looking at the way the defense is lined up. I'm like, they should just run it with Goff. And sure enough, that's what he did. Okay, I'll call my own number. Because they were spaced out so much on the defensive line, it just made all the sense in the world. I'll take it, and I'll just lean forward, get the first round. Next set of 4 downs. Here we go. It felt like they weren't even tested. It was like I don't even want to say scrimmage, because scrimmage makes it sound like there was actually competition out there.
It was a non-conference cupcake is what it felt like. It felt like it was like one of those, hey, we're bringing in a directional school.
For those that ever played football at any level, what this was your number one offense going against a demo D.
And quite frankly, that doesn't happen that much in the NFL.
Does not.
In spite of the fact that on paper, this looked like a Lions win. It's a depleted Jacksonville team that is obviously struggling. You still typically don't win by 46 points. You still typically don't put up 470 yards. You still typically don't have 38 first downs. You don't still typically have to punt. Whatever it was.
Sold it short.
Yeah, whatever it was. You still typically don't play games and have to punt at some point. Like, that was a dominant performance. The render of the game, as you said, that it became an audience with a polite applause. I mean, it was going through the motions. Okay, this one's over. Who's next? Oh, it's Indy. Lions are 7.5 or 8 point favorite for that. This is just, it's crazy how good they are. I still pinch myself.
38 first downs.
Yep.
Let that marinate for a little
franchise
bit.
record.
38. They were 6 of 10 on third down, but they were 3 of 3 on fourth down. The only thing that stopped them was taking a knee at the end of the game. Absolutely unbelievable. They ran 76 plays in the game for 646 total yards. They gave up 170 total yards on defense. That is just dominance abound. I mean, absolutely incredible what they were able to do. I mean, the superlative is going to run out of them in the first 5 minutes of the show. It feels like, because it's just everybody on the offense did their job. Hey, let's run it with Montgomery. Okay, let's run it with Gibbs. Okay, hey, let's throw it to either of the running backs. Okay, hey, how about Brock Wright? We don't really have a Sam Laporta option out there. Brock Wright's in the end zone, touchdown. And St. Brown and Jamison Williams were just electric in the game, and Goff was perfect. He had time to throw. When he had to move, he moved and bought himself more time that allowed the receivers just to get that extra step, and he was hitting them in stride. I mean, 24 out of 29 is amazing, but we've become accustomed to it. The 412 yards and 4 touchdowns, not so much, but the 24-29, yeah.
But after throwing the 5 picks last week, and we documented how those 5 picks were some of just the price of doing business. It wasn't an authentic 5-pick game, but to bounce back the next week and do the perfect quarterback rating thing against a defense that didn't give up a touchdown to Minnesota. Like, I got it. Yeah, Jacksonville's not good. It was still a perfect quarterback rating. It was still 7 for 7.
Dan Miller had the stat last night on Sportsworks that through 10 games this season, Jared Goff has 5 games where he's completed 80% of his passes or more. In his previous 117 starts, he had 5 games total of doing the 80% thing.
There's a lot.
He's just unbelievable.
There's a lot of that going on, and we will get to what exactly it is. A little bit later on, phone calls, feedback, Champ and Chump, get your votes in. It's Monday here at Karsch and Anderson, and there's a lot to unpack from a great Lions win over Jacksonville, 52-6. We ask you here after 10 games, they're 9-1. What do you like most about this team? What do you like most about these 10 games? And we're all brimming with confidence right now. What is it that has you most fired up about the developments with this season and what's happened after 10 games? Because there's certain things that have gone as expected, although it feels like so much has gone even better than expected. But what is it that makes you like this team's chances more with each passing week? 248-539-9797. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. And that's why Michigan Auto has the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with trucks as well. Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident verdict of any law firm in Michigan of $34 million. The truck settlement, largest ever, $14.3 million. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. That's Dan Campbell following the Lions' dominant victory over Jacksonville Jaguars, 9-1, best start since 1954. The Detroit Lions set all kinds of offensive records, and the defense dominates a depleted Jacksonville offense. And even if they are depleted, this kind of stuff just doesn't happen that much in the National Football League. And the Lions put another 50-burger up offensively. And there's all kinds of like Jared Goff is the first quarterback with a perfect rating and 400 yards in multiple games ever. 24 of 29, 412 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. He gets the 158.3 or whatever that QB rating, which is funny. The QBR thing, the QB rating thing, it cracks me up because a perfect score is 158.3, and a perfect score can be accomplished without completing every pass.
Correct.
But I mean, it is what it is.
Strange.
Yeah. It's another way of saying, damn, he was good.
Well, he was very good. Yeah. I guess that's the way you look at it. Is really impressive. And I mean, there's the only downer of yesterday's game is the Anzalone injury.
Yep.
Breaks his arm with, I guess it was contact with the carrier before he hits the ground. It looks like he kind of breaks his forearm and he's out 6 to 8 weeks. And that's a bummer. But if there's a position group you feel like can absorb the injury, I think it might be the linebackers, and yet you don't want to lose your leader on defense, which is exactly what he is after they lost their leader on defense with Aiden Hutchinson out. So this might hurt.
First Derek Barnes, now this.
Yeah.
Yep, it feels like they're deep. But we will get to all that coming up. Let's get to your phone calls. Tom, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Tom.
Guys, how's it going today?
What's up?
Hey, I'm calling for Champ and Chump.
Let's hear it.
My champ is Ben Johnson for calling out the team and then calling a great game to make sure that they dominated.
When did he call out the team?
A little bit last week.
What did he say? I didn't see it.
He called out the team after last week's game. He called out the offense and said, we have to do better.
Okay. All right, and who's your chump?
My chump is Rex Ryan for picking against the Lions and taking the points.
Oh, good for Rex.
It's funny because
it's not the first time he's had a foot in his mouth.
And Rex, I was like, dude, do you not know who you're picking against right now?
What's funny about that is early last week he called them the best team in the NFL. Now, maybe he expected a letdown or something. Thought the game would be close, but
he said, I love the Lions, but and then he picked against them. And I just laughed. But I got a special shout out for Zadarius Smith. Welcome to the Lions. He got a sack his first game. I love it.
Well, half a sack, but yeah, it was. He was happy about it. He when they announced him to the crowd, he announced the defense first, and Stoney and I were both talking. Like, I wonder if they're going to announce him as a starter or not. And we both agreed, well, they should, just to see what kind of pop he gets. It was deafening. The crowd was insane for Zadarius Smith before he took his first snap with the Lions. And it was great to see him finish the game the way that he did. Nice celebration with he and Rodrigo doing the whole golf swing thing and the dance. He's going to help out that defensive line with a pass rush without question. He's going to help him out. But it's by no means is it Aiden Hutchinson.
The Rasheed Wallace gesture, wearing his jersey, where this comparison has been made by everybody. Midseason, Piston team acquires Rasheed Wallace. I know some people think there's a resemblance there, but whatever the case is, to then have the sort of finger on the pulse of Detroit sports culture. It's not just Lions culture. Yeah. It's Detroit sports culture.
Which is everything we've heard about this guy, right? Everybody said how great of a teammate he is, how awesome he is, how much he loves the game and this and that. And I read some stuff over the weekend about what Myles Garrett had to say about losing Zadarius Smith. And he's like, man, I haven't seen a smile this big on a guy ever. He's so happy, and he's just a happy guy. And he was happy for him to go to a winning team like he's doing.
Let's go to Jeff. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, morning. What you guys asked is, what do I like when I see the Lions more?
Yep.
And I'll tell you what I like is they look like they know what they're doing. the results are impressive, right? Winning is great. But I tell you, I almost get more pleasure of looking at a competent Lions team. You're so used to the quarterback fumbling around and getting sacked or nope, do score. That's what pleases me the most.
It's amazing. It's like surgical. It's precision, and it's our football team. It is such a I don't know, man. I feel like I was watching Jacksonville yesterday, feeling sorry for them and thinking how many times we've been on that side of a game like this.
It's a confidence or a calmness that you've never seen in the Lions before, right?
Yep.
It's amazing. The scoring drives for the Lions yesterday, 70, 93, 64, 84, 80, 83, 96, and then they went 23 yards for a 54-yard field goal for the last scoring drive. Unbelievable.
And you had little doubt on any of them either.
None. I mean, yeah, they get to a fourth down situation, you know they're going to pick it up.
Right. And so that's what I love the most about these new Lions. They're impressive.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. What do you like most 10 games in? What development gets you the most excited, gives you the most confidence? Jonathan, you're next. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, thank you for taking my call, guys. First time calling. Love the show. So there's no finger pointing. There's no drama on this team. Can I draw a comparison to my other team for baseball, the Washington Nationals? This team reminds me of the 2019 Washington Nationals when we won the World Series.
Me too.
No finger pointing. When they get down, they're always making it's on to the next play. Just no drama. That's
Interesting.
What I kind of compare from my two teams.
So there is very little drama. They've had some minor stuff, but I mean, relative to the rest of the league, nobody's yelling at kickers. No, there's no talk about firing coaches. They're avoiding off the field nonsense.
Well, I mean, they've had suspensions. They've had fines.
Well, that's the stuff.
They've
minor stuff.
They've had the on-field fines. It is right. It is minor. I mean, but Brian Branch found out again over the weekend. Hey, here's another $10,000 fine you got.
Yeah.
Which is his fifth of the season already.
Do you guys agree with sorry to interrupt. Do you guys agree with the comparison with my other team, the 2019 Washington?
We weren't close enough to the
that.
Nationals
idea.
to, I guess, give you a firm opinion on that. But we'll trust you.
Yep.
Big Nat, we'll trust you.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, but they have had little of the nonsense. You're right. What they've had is adversity.
Oh, yeah, they've overcome.
And because of the little nonsense, which ends up being adversity, in some ways.
Well, the adversity
to play without JMO for games, that was tough. But playing without everybody on the defensive line for as long as they have,
they've overcome some injury stuff, which it's weird because like Anzalone gets hurt, and it sucks, and his loss will be felt. And yet, I feel like this team still finds ways to win games. Others step up. We'll get to our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are absolutely unbeatable, starting with the Equinox EV, only $154 a month. How about the Blazer EV? That's only $174 a month. The Chevy Blazer is only $367 a month. And all these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. There's no games and no gimmicks. Just great winning deals for the customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right, huge money. For your trade, it's awesome. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line because service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. There's no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. It's Jared Goff. The Lions ran for 196 yards in the game yesterday. And don't discount the 21 yards that Jared Goff had on the ground.
I loved his response in the post-game press conference when he said, yeah, how about that?
Last week I spoke about Vaki being the third guy being tails, the Sonic and Knuckles. I guess I was wrong. It's Jared Goff, clearly.
Jared Goff. Well, somebody asked him about that. Did you hear what he said? He said, I'm not enough.
Yeah, Brad Galley asked him.
I'm not familiar enough with the Sonic world to know who the third character would be.
You are the third character, Goff, all right? You don't have to be familiar. You're a Tails. He's that fast, Gator.
Well, I got to tell you.
Is he?
Well, Vaki got in the game, so maybe he's Tails now.
Is
Craig Reynolds had 21 yards.
Was it enough to call Jared Goff a dual threat quarterback?
248-539. No, but what was nice to see was he has the mobility at times when it's to his advantage. If the whole side of the field's open, take off and go.
If there's 15, 20 yards there, he can get you some of it.
You know the best thing about having a slow quarterback? He knows to go down right away.
Yeah,
like he was not chancing anything, right?
You don't got to tell him.
Nope. As soon as he saw a guy in his vicinity, slide.
Yeah, his dad who played Major League Baseball, maybe he gave him those little hints and tips.
Hey, Jared takes what's there.
Yeah, take what's there. Absolutely.
But you know what the truth is? The funny thing is he was talking about how clean the pocket was. He does a really good job at moving around in the pocket and keeping his head downfield. He really does a great job of that, which is such a skill set that is a one that's underrated, is feeling pressure but not giving up on the routes downfield.
Yeah, and it felt like the offensive line did a job where it's almost like you have your fingers, and you hold them out, and the offensive line just kind of spread a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, didn't allow people to get in the gaps and pressure from within. So he's able to set up very comfortably in the pocket, look at things, and make the right throw. And, hey, guess who's always open? Amon-Ra St. Brown is always open. Starting a new streak. Here's 11 more targets and 11 more completions to Amon-Ra. It was just amazing to watch last night.
248-539-9797. Let's get to our champ and chump. Gator, my champ of the weekend is Brad Holmes. This team, quite frankly, is loaded. There are players, good players, playing behind players. Like, we have depth and guys down the depth chart that can step in and be just fine. And the thing that probably is impressing me the most is how many guys come to Detroit and become the best version of themselves. It starts with the quarterback, Jared Goff, Carlton Davis, best version of himself, David Montgomery, best version of himself, Josh Reynolds was the best version of himself. These guys are finding identifiable talent that they don't have to outbid everybody for, and they seem like subtle moves. And the next thing you know, you've got a player helping the Lions win important football games. And it's why Brad Holmes is my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, take a dart and just throw it blindly at a board with names on it with the Lions, because that feels like what you could do with yesterday's game. I'll go with the obvious. Jared Goff was amazingly, almost perfect, 24-29, 412 yards, 4 touchdowns. His quarterback rating on the season is now second again behind Lamar Jackson with 112.1, past the halfway season mark. He's at 112.1. Not like his best rating in any single game was 112.1. That's for the season, it's 112.1. He has been phenomenal, and I'm not discounting the 21 yards rushing either. We can laugh a little bit and joke a little bit about it, but those were important yards to keep the sticks moving and get in better down and distance situations. Jared Goff, champ of the week.
My champ of the weekend is Netflix for the buffering. You've got 1 month to sort this out before the doubleheader on Netflix NFL games Christmas Day.
Yeah, that was maybe something we'll get into later on in the show. That was just horrific, absolutely horrific. But they say, well, we had like 280 million people. Yeah, well,
you weren't ready for it.
You weren't ready for it. My chump's going to be the Michigan State pass rush, lack thereof. It's now up to 6 games in a row where they have yet to sack the quarterback. On top of that, the defense just can't finish games off. They've been tied or had leads in the second half of each of the last 3 games, and they've lost all 3 of them. Maybe they didn't have a lead in the second half, I should say, against Indiana, but they were staked to a 10-0 lead in that game and then got outscored 47-0. But losing to Illinois, it hurts. That's Illinois is okay, but the problem is so is Michigan State, and it's not like Michigan State's a better team. but you got to get some wins here. And they finish the season against Purdue on Friday night, and then they'll have Rutgers the last game of the season. If they win both of those games, they become bowl eligible. These actually might be two teams that Michigan State is better than, but right now the defense is just they're just not getting the job done.
Get your championship votes in, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Alan's in St. Clair Shores, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Alan.
Hey, guys. Really enjoy the show.
Thank you.
And I told the screener that this is all Dan Campbell's fault. and certainly your line with Brad Holmes, I mean, he's provided ingredients that are just unbelievable, the backfield and so on. But, this all started 30 games ago when, excuse me. So I think the stat was, they're 22-6. I mean, this team, so Dan Campbell created and it was silly, bite the kneecaps, but like dripping water, this guy continues with his focus, his aggressiveness, his will to win. I think if you would have asked him at the beginning of the season what the Lions record was going to be, he would have said 17-0. Yesterday was a mic drop for him. 600 yards. I mean, the whole thing. If he doesn't win Coach of the Year, now that Andy Reid lost the game, we're blessed. This guy, again, there's much talent. Holmes did a great job, but the chef put the ingredients together every week, and Campbell's the man.
Yeah, Alan, I think they're 31. I think they're 31-9, including the playoffs in their last 40 games. Let that sink in. They won eight out of the last 10 games in the 9-8 season when they didn't make the playoffs. 12-5 last year, win 2 playoff games, lose 1, and 9-1 to start this season. It's been incredible.
Thank you for the phone call, Alan. 248-539-9797. I mean, the guy is, you go back to the beginning, and it's amazing to go back and think about that opening press conference and how some people interpreted it. And one caller, I'll never forget, some of you stand out. One guy called and said, "There's nobody like this. No, you can't find a coach that said and did things like this and had success in the NFL." And we were like, "Oh God, what is he? Is he more like Ditka? Ditka had success." We were trying to figure out a bombastic guy that, comes across as a bit of a football Neanderthal, which sounds like an insult, but they a real hardcore football guy that's talking about biting kneecaps. And I was like, God, I'm struggling coming up with a comparison. And yet he is, and now you got people trying to mimic it, reading stuff out of Arizona, trying to compare Jonathan Gannon to Dan Campbell. And some of the reasons why Antonio Pierce got the job in Vegas might have been because of Dan Campbell. Jacksonville, listening to Jacksonville stuff last week, getting ready, and they're like, we need to build this the Detroit way. And you're just like, now others are trying to find the next Dan Campbell.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. And maybe Campbell is, I think he's unique, is what it comes down to. He may have some parts of him that are like other coaches in total, in the aggregate there, but overall, he's his own guy, and other people are going to try to emulate him. In a way, he's got some Pete Carroll to him because I think he's a player's coach. Players love to play for him, but without the shadiness.
Right.
I think Dan Campbell's as honest as it comes, and I think players love that honesty. When players end up getting waived or traded, I think they're bummed. They're really bummed right now because they love playing for him and playing with this team.
I think you nailed it, Doug. 3-4 years ago, it was kind of a joke in the league. His pressers, what he did, what he said, right? And you fast forward now, other teams, other organizations are looking for the next Dan Campbell. And he may be just a one of one, but they want that authentic, they want that passion, that culture changer. But I think people don't realize is he's really football smart too, and really football savvy.
Oh, yeah.
And you combine the two, and look what you can get, right? You change the culture, and you set the players up for success. You get them better, and you have a dominant team.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Phil. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hello.
Phil!
Yeah. What I like about this Lions team is their attitude. They don't have big mouths. They don't talk down to an opponent. They respect every opponent that they have, but they know that they're good. I mean, you hear a lot of the players saying, "Yeah, we know we're good," and they leave it at that. They respect their opponent. I think that came from a lot of this team was put together, and they had that losing streak at the beginning. They were losers at the beginning, and then that last half of the season, they picked it up and won 8 out of 9 games or something like that. So they know both sides of the coin. They know how easy everything turns in this league. So I really respect that, the respect they have for their opponents, but they know they're going to win. And that's a deadly combination in your mind.
So it's interesting because Jared Goff said after the game, he talked about how it's a nameless, faceless opponent. We have to play to our standard. And, you know, they obviously did, and the opponent wasn't anywhere close to being able to handle it. And they played to their standard.
Absolutely. The thing that always comes to mind when I see this current Lions team, this winning team, is Belichick. Just do your jobs. He would tell every player, just do your job. It'll be all right. And they're doing it. And it's amazing to watch. And that comes from Campbell's attitude. He doesn't talk down about an opponent or another team. He just says, this game, we do our job, we win. And that's a great attitude.
You know what's cool is that a lot of coaches say it. It's hard to go out and actually then be it.
It is hard. But the other thing Dan Campbell has said, at least when it regards to Jared Goff, and I think it probably says these things to other players too, is don't try to do too much.
Yeah.
And I think that is also a reason why this team has been successful. They're not stretching. They're not. Nobody's trying to, okay, I've got this guy beat, but now I got to go over here and do. No. Just do what you're supposed to do, and we'll be fine. And they've been better than fine.
Hey, cap off the NFL week with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. So, Monday night matchup, Houston and Dallas. What would I do to get that $150 in bonus bets? I'd go find a player prop like C.J. Stroud and do something like over 100 yards passing. You can get an alternate spread. The odds will be terrible. Your $5 won't pay much, but you'll get the $150 in bonus bets. And you can do with that whatever you want. There's your workaround. There's your way to get those $150 in bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Kirby Joseph after the game. You might have recognized the voice of Jeff Rieger. In the meantime, look, is
Kirby Joseph any good?
He's incredible.
7 picks.
So what did we say? It was Lem Barney in 68, 67 that had double-digit interceptions, and nobody's done it since?
Something like that.
Yeah. For the Lions. He's got a shot. The other thing is, and we will talk about guys playing deep into that game. Okay? I know that there's some angst, some fan angst, some concern about people not getting taken out of the game earlier. We'll get to that coming up. 248, that at 11:05. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell addressed it. We'll give our 2 cents on it. In the meantime, back to your phone calls. Wes, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Wes.
Hey there. How you doing?
We're good, thank you.
So the thing that I'm most excited about is that I'm a truck driver, and I'm all over the place. You know, I'm all over the United States, Midwest, up and down the East Coast. And when I wear my Lions gear, people come up to me and say, "Hey, you're a Lions fan, and you guys got a heck of a team. Think you guys are doing great." I was on a cruise 2 weeks ago when they were playing the Packers. And I was standing outside one of the bars watching the game with Minnesota Vikings fans, and they're like, "Man, you guys are good."
Yeah.
So that's it's so refreshing to be able to say, "Oh, not have to kind of hide my Lions gear," and So yeah, it's really a fun time this year.
There's no question, and I think right now, as for now, we feel like people are like getting behind and kind of enjoying the Lions' resurgence, or I guess unprecedented, not really resurgence. I guess the unprecedented heights that they are at right now. I wonder how long it'll last before people get sick. I mean, this team has to go win a Super Bowl. Let's be clear on this. All of this that we're talking about it's fun to talk about, but the ultimate goal is still out there, and they have yet to achieve it.
That's for sure. Yeah. Yep. Hopefully these injuries that are piling up are hopefully that doesn't come back and bite us in the butt. But they're looking good so far.
Yep. No, I hear you. I mean, the Anzalone thing, I'm not freaking out just because they just keep on trucking, and their depth matters most now.
It matters a lot, and when they you think about this game, I mean, it might be looking it's not too far ahead. It's the next game on the schedule, but Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson had a nice game yesterday. Colts come back and defeat the Jets at the last minute. That was pretty great. But that's a guy who can definitely take off and go, and without having a veteran Anzalone in the linebacking core, it's you're really going to lean on Jack Campbell, Malcolm Rodriguez, and others to make sure they know what they're doing.
Dave is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Dave.
Hi there, gentlemen. What a great way to get through a busy Monday work day.
Yep.
Just a quick point before I get to Champ and Chump. One thing that I really enjoy about this team, among several things outside of the obvious, the wins, is that they're overcoming adversity. Lions teams in decades past would not be able to overcome the adversity, and they're showing time and time again that they can, and hopefully that remains to be seen how much further we can go.
Yeah, there's plenty of adversity as far as the injuries are concerned. I mean, we've lopped off some pretty important defensive players, and look, that is a depleted Jacksonville offense. They're short on weapons on the outside. Brian Thomas Jr. is doing all he can. Obviously, Mac Jones appears to have some limitations at quarterback, but the bottom line is they went out and I don't get mad at teams for doing what they're supposed to do, which is dominate.
Right. And as for champ of the weekend, Jared Goff, I have to agree with Gator on that. It's debatable how much we could say the interceptions last week were his fault, but he came back and he shut up the critics. Perfect passer rating, we know that, and we know we've already talked about the 21 yards rushing for all those people who say that he's not mobile enough.
Well,
and the chump of the week, it's actually a 2-month chump. I've been waiting for this one. You had a texter after the Tampa loss in week 2 that said that the Lions would be 3-7 at this point in November, and he was going to text you back to say, "I told you so." So, Bud, if you're out there listening, text back, be a man, say, "Hey, I effed up."
Look at you, Dave, keeping receipts for us.
Nice.
I love it.
Calling him Bud. I like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Bud.
I have a suspicion, Dave, we will not hear from that guy today.
Probably not.
Probably not.
But you called him out. I like it.
All right.
Thank
Have a
you.
great-
Boy, he remembers a text from 2 months ago.
Write it down.
Yeah. Somebody said 3 and 7, huh? I don't even remember that. You'd think that one would stand out.
Oh, it's just so laughable probably at the time.
It was forgettable. 248-539-9797. Sean in West Bloomfield, you're next. Hi, Sean.
Hey, my champ is Chris Spielman. Unsung, not a lot of credit behind the scenes. But if you go back to early 2021, I truly believe he had enough. He rolled up his sleeves and helped this Ford family. And he hired Dan Campbell first. And I believe he was the most influential. Sat through the interviews. Dan Campbell first, Brad Holmes second. 2 outside-the-box hires with all the usual suspect types available. And they didn't do it. They hired these 2 guys. Look at what they've done in 3.5 years. It's unbelievable. This thing seems so solid. It seems so sustainable. I can't imagine what can dent this thing right now. I just can't imagine it. I mean, Chris Spielman deserves this town's praise and gratitude for what he did here.
Well, he's part of it. And, everybody's got a big part of it, and Spielman's, I think, is one of them, although Chris will never want to take the credit for it, and he's very vague about what his role really is, other than he's just there to advise Sheila, but he's advised her very well. And I was talking with an old beat reporter yesterday after the game, and he had mentioned to me that he saw Martha Ford after the game. And Mrs. Ford is, I think she's 96, and she's there at the game. And I said to him, I go, she deserves a lot of credit that she doesn't get. She doesn't get any credit for this. And he said, you're right. He goes, but she was quick to fire where her husband was not, and quick for change. She wanted change, and then she made the decision to turn things over to Sheila. And then everything else got going after that. I think that they both deserve a ton of credit, and Spielman comes in there, and Campbell and Holmes, that everybody together there without question.
I mean, Gator, I think it's a great point on Martha, but I just think that who in the world hires Dan Campbell first and Brad Holmes second? Those were crazy hires, if you really think about it.
It seemed backwards, yeah. It seemed backwards to hire the coach before the GM, but really, and maybe this was the brilliance of Chris Spielman, Sean, was that they wanted like minds. They wanted guys that love football and love the game, and it was absolutely was backwards, but it worked because they got guys that think alike.
But they're totally different than the status quo type hires you make. They weren't even the hot names at the time. It was Robert Saleh and let's go get the Seahawks GM. That was the talk.
Yep.
Instead, they hired these 2 guys. The town didn't know what to make of the hires. They were ready to jump ship again immediately on the new regime.
I remember Dan Campbell in his press conference is like, I wasn't sure they had the right Campbell.
My chump is every other GM we've had for the 51 years I've been alive. That's my chump.
Sean, thanks. 248-539-9797. Greg's in Dearborn and next. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, those are all really good champs you guys are saying, but I got to go with Dan Campbell. He's like Ditka, but not a Ditka, if you know what I mean. He's personable. He's like, everyone loves him. And then, even Adam Schefter posted his game. I think he said, another Monday and another, week, Dan Campbell speech at the end of the game. He's out there and he was doing like the Oprah. He was like, everyone gets a game ball, right? Yep. But I know, Doug, you saw that, that game ball on defense, it went to, right?
It went to Kirby Joseph, right?
No, one of them was to Jack Campbell.
Oh, I did see, yes. You're right. Yes, he did.
And he's going to have to step up with Anzalone going down, which sucks. But hey, we're here, and this is good. But yeah, I think everything really goes back to just Dan Campbell, just how he treats everyone. He's genuine. Jared Goff was talking about how he pushes all the right buttons, knows when to push, when to pull, and things like that. So, but yeah. And then I don't even want to chump him, but I think I've had it. I mean, my hero, Stevie Y. He just, this team doesn't do anything well. The solution at goaltending, it's not it. I think he found Vasilevsky just by luck. Maybe I don't know. I'm really down on the Wings right now.
I understand it's tough, especially with now the Pistons like having won 7 of 11, and Just feels like the Red Wings. I'm going to give them some time here. Give them some time here. But, yeah, it's not going outstanding.
No. They got a game tonight at San Jose, and losing the first 2 games in California doesn't look good, particularly because you lost to Anaheim with a 2-goal lead and then turn that into a loss. Losing to the Kings are a good team, but you got San Jose. San Jose's not very good. They need to get back to the winning ways.
All right. Did you want the starters out of the game earlier? Dan Campbell addresses that at 11:05. You'll hear what he said. 97.1. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Lions 52-6 over Jacksonville. 9-1 start to this season. What do you like most? What development here this season do you like most? And Gator, I got to tell you, for me, it's the secondary. This secondary, we'll start with this. They're making plays. I mean, Kirby Joseph with the 7 picks. I'm pretty sure there's 2 Brian Branches on the field at every given time because he's everywhere. They're punishing people. Like, they are punishing people. You think about there were some vicious hits. Branch lit up Ingram. You had Amik Robertson come up from the secondary and submarine a guy on a vicious hit. Kirby Joseph had a huge hit and an interception. This secondary, we had hopes that they would be improved. They're really good. They're really good back there. Terrion Arnold is getting better, and Carlton Davis has been a heck of an addition. They've got to be thinking about, can they keep him? Are they going to try and keep him? It's been amazing to watch the turnaround in a year. That was the one position group that they went full-scale rehaul. Yeah, I would I'll narrow it a little bit more. I'll say this, it's the safeties. I think you can make a case with just about anywhere on the field with this team why you would like what you like, because they've been so good. And then after a game like yesterday, where just domination from start to finish, you're not wrong. But for the season, it is the secondary. It's seeing the growth of these guys. You know, Kirby Joseph, we knew at Illinois that he was a bit of a ball hawk. He was a guy that had a lot of turnovers. But we didn't know if he was going to be that guy that could stay healthy, support the run defense and all that, and he has. He's comfortable back there. He knows what he can do. You know, that tackle he made yesterday where he just shot through and made the tackle on it was 3rd and short, forcing Jacksonville into a punting situation, was brilliant. And Brian Branch, as we've talked about him for a few weeks now, where we think he's the best safety in the National Football League, and it's hard to argue that. He is a leader. He's developing into a leader on defense. He knows exactly where he's supposed to be. He's athletic enough where he can be a slot corner, we played a little bit of that last year, and he's just developed into this great safety. And this is really nice to see. And they developed the safeties, right? Mm-hmm. And Melon Fonu still hasn't played because of the injury, and he's coming back soon. I mean, he's practicing again, so they're going to get him back, which is nice. And then they've got, another safety, the other Joseph on his team, who's also pretty good and gotten an opportunity to play. He doesn't look terribly out of place, but the starting safeties are the best safeties in football, and that to me is very exciting because everyone complements each other in the offense. The defensive side of the ball was a big question coming into this season, specifically the secondary, to your point, but I'll narrow it to the safeties. Okay, we were going to play the Dan Campbell sound for you. We got some technical difficulties behind the glass. We got him. Oh, never mind. All right, we are ready to go. So, I get that people want starters out of the game. They don't want to see guys get hit. And they don't want to see guys take unnecessary shots with a team up, 40-something points. Why is Penei Sewell still in there? Why is Jared Goff still in there? Why? Well, Penei Sewell was in there because they had to make a decision. Because the NFL has what I think is actually a bit of a ridiculous rule, and that you have 48 guys in uniform on game day. Because of that, there were 3 extra offensive linemen, 2 interior offensive linemen, and 1 tackle. So when they wanted to get the backups in, they had decisions to make. So the 2 interior offensive linemen went in for Frank Ragnow and Kevin Zeitler. Graham Glasgow stayed in the game. Taylor Decker came out for Dan Skipper, and they left Penei Sewell in. And there's, people going, well, you can't afford to lose Penei Sewell. No, you can't. Decker's coming off an injury as well. So because the NFL only allows you to have 48 in uniform on game day, the way that game, which is, I don't. Just stupid. I can guarantee it's a money-saving thing about players, accruing games towards their pension or something. I don't know. It's probably the collective bargaining agreement. But because of that, it's only 3 extra offensive linemen. They had to sit. They only had 1 extra tackle, so it was going to be Sewell or Decker, and Decker's coming off an injury. And so they get him out of that game. As far as Jared Goff is concerned, is he in there an extra drive or 2? Remember last year when the Detroit Lions played a meaningless game against the Minnesota Vikings at the end of the regular season? Dan Campbell had the offensive line and Jared Goff out there for 100% of the plays. If you like Dan Campbell, okay, And it's okay not to love everything that he does. It's okay to disagree with some of the stuff of what he does. But if he's going to play those guys an entire game when it doesn't matter, don't be surprised if they're playing longer than you're comfortable with when you're up and they're running out the clock. It's just part of who Dan Campbell is.
Yeah, 49-6 was the score when they took the guys out. So Hendon Hooker comes in, has a drive where they get the field goal, and then they take the knees at the last one. It felt like that they could have been taken out a lot earlier than that, but Dan Campbell had his reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess when you hear the reasons, you can either agree or disagree with it, but it's Dan Campbell, and it's hard to question his decision-making and what he has done. But you can. And I didn't love it that they stayed in there as long as it did, and when I heard his explanation, I didn't love the explanation either.
Well, here's his explanation. This is after the game. He brought it up twice. Once he was asked about it, or he might have just brought it up.
He was asked by Mitch Albom, and then he answered it, and then went to another question, and then midway through that other question, when he was answering that, he goes, "I want to go back," and he points back over.
All right, so here's his first answer when asked about taking guys out of the game. You know, we're in such a unique position here where we just want to freeze it. We want to freeze everything. It's okay. This is who we want our football team to be when the games matter more. And we don't want anything to derail that. And if something's going to derail it, it feels like injuries are the most likely thing right now. There are some opponents out there. I mean, they got to play Buffalo still. They're going to be playing later in the year at San Francisco, and it's a San Francisco team that might be fighting for their playoff lives. Kansas City, if they are fortunate enough to make it to the Super Bowl, and I mean that. I mean, there's a lot of teams that go into the postseason that look really, really strong and don't get to the Super Bowl. There's still work to be done. But if you are to if injuries derail it, that's unpredictable. It's bad luck. If gearing back, if putting your foot on the brake and others catching up to you for any reason derails it, that's worse, in my opinion. So I understand Dan Campbell. I think part of what makes them who they are includes guys playing deep into games. And I think if you start taking away some of that, you might take away more than we realize. And I don't know that I want him to change too much.
I don't think I want him to change because it's been successful, but I mean, I can disagree with his reasoning on it. And, you know, I don't know if are we going to play the second part where he came back?
We are, yeah.
Okay.
So
I don't want to steal the thunder what he has to say there because that's really kind of what I want to respond to. But it feels like to me, this was going to be the obvious question asked at the press conference after the game.
Yep.
This was an obvious one. And it was asked way late in the press conference, and his answer was so meandering, if you will. It was as if he was ill-prepared to answer the question, or it was the way he really wants to respond to it, he didn't do. Which I don't know, maybe I'm reading into it, but it because he's such a student of the game and he doesn't want to embarrass anybody, and maybe he's got real respect for Doug Peterson and all that, and he doesn't want to make it look like, okay, we're clowning on him because we're going to take our guys out, but really you're clowning on him and keeping the guys in. I'm not sure what it was, but it was just interesting that it took him a long time to answer the question, and when it's all said and done, he ended up with this.
Well, we'll get to the second part of it coming up in a minute here, and more of your phone calls and feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, I know we just made it through the weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. First, if you haven't checked out their happy hour, you're in for a treat Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6. They put you in control with their $5 You Call It's and their awesome $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. For just $5, you can enjoy your preferred drink of choice like Tito's, Captain Morgan, Jack Daniels, and more. And for $2 more, you call out their favorites like Patron Silver, Grey Goose, and Maker's Mark. Even better, they got great food to pair it with. The $5 fried pickles or Billionaire's Bacon, or $7 for their smoked chicken quesadillas or loaded fries. And if you night owls are out there, these deals we mentioned, they run from 10 to close. So you know what that means. Second half of Monday and Thursday football games, you can take advantage of those, and it's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. They simply do it better than anyone else. What are you waiting for? Plus, you got the state of Texas matchup tonight, Texas and Houston. Of course, there's football coming up later in the week and on the weekend. Great place to watch it all. It's Twin Peaks. Find location nearest you, twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, we mentioned the second. It was more from Dan Campbell about when to get guys out of the game. And look, I don't think this is a federal case. Some people are uncomfortable with it. The football team's playing so damn well. But I do know it's something we wanted to address. Here is the second portion when Dan Campbell later circled back to the question of why starters are in the game so late. All right, so there's where he came back to it.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of things in his explanation in the first part of it too. It's he wants to make sure he doesn't stop good momentum, right? Well, they scored 7 straight touchdowns. At any point in time, you could have done it after 42, and I think everybody would have been okay. You could have done it after 35, frankly, but it was still early in the second half when he did that. So when he scored 42. And your 6th straight drive with a touchdown, I feel like if you want to take guys out there, no one's going to complain about it. And you still have your momentum, good momentum, because you finished on a high note, which is what he wants to do. If the message is that you don't want to send the message of being fearful of injuries, I mean, that's just a matter of how you address the team. And he addressed the team however he does, and he's amazing at it. That's why it's hard to question it. But for me, it would have been easy to do. Okay, you guys deserve a break. Let's get these other guys a chance to play. It's kind of like in college when you get up big and you bring in the other guys. It's because you want to see what give these young guys experience, right?
Yeah.
But in the pros, it's a different game because you're trying to finish the game. And I guess inherently the message is we don't want the starters to get hurt. But I mean, everybody knows it.
Yeah, I guess I just don't have as much of an issue with it because I don't
have a huge issue. Yeah. But I would disagree with a little bit with it.
I'm at a point here with him is the way he runs this team. They've taken on this identity, and I think if he changes what he thinks he should be doing, I don't want them to lose their identity in any way. I don't want it to impact, their approach towards the game of football in any way. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the people. Chris is next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys, love the show.
Thank you.
So my champ is definitely Dan Campbell because he's crazy. He's crazy like a fox because people criticize him for doing things that aren't logical, like going for it on 4th down. But I think there's more to it than logic because, like Phil Jackson, they called him the Zen master, had the team like meditating and visualizing, and they were talking about manifesting that turnover during the TV interview. And all of a sudden, when you succeed on going for it on 4th down and things that don't make any sense seemingly, now you've got the team believing that they can do impossible things, like when somebody goes to one of those self-help gurus and they walk across the hot coals and they go, wow, I can't believe I just did that. And now you've got the whole team believing they can do seemingly impossible things, and they're all playing like superheroes. So for me, it's Dan Campbell. I take him over Belichick. I take him over anybody. I've never had so much fun watching the Lions. And the cool thing is that he's doing it, and I bet you they don't even have to sit on meditation cushions in a lotus position.
That is a good thing.
Chris, it's interesting because I don't know that I really too much disagree with anything you're saying. But the one thing I will say is that when you said you take him over this guy, you take him over that guy, those guys did finish the job. Campbell has yet to do it. It feels... it feels like it's look, I don't want to count our chickens, right? There's a lot of football to be played. Seasons are long, and they're on one of these win streaks. It feels like they're never going to lose again. But things can change in a hurry, and I want this football team. God, we need them to finish the deal so bad.
Yeah, it's almost like a magic spell, and I just hope the spell is never broken.
No, I hear you. I hear it, Chris. Thank you for the phone call. Joanne is in Detroit, and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Joanne.
Hey, how's my favorite gentleman doing?
Oh, we're doing great, Joanne. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Listen, what I like about this team is they're no longer who we were. And I don't have to go to Walmart to get Depends because I'm no longer sweating and wetting at the same time.
There you go.
Chris, listen to this. I thought I was watching an Oprah rerun. You get a touchdown. You get a touchdown. And I said, goodness, act like you've been there. But I realized we haven't been there before.
No. No, we have not. And but they did hand out touchdowns like crazy yesterday.
Yes, they did. I thought I was in a candy store yesterday. They were handing out so many touchdowns.
I forget
How
who it
you
was.
guys been doing?
We've been doing great. You know,
Yes.
watching this team put you in a good mood every week. And I forget who it was that
Yeah.
tweeted it out earlier today, but the trio of St. Brown, Montgomery, and Gibbs have scored a touchdown in the same game. They've done it 8 times in their career.
Yes, I didn't realize that.
They've only played together for 2 seasons, and it's already that's tied the NFL record for the most times it's happened. It's unbelievable.
But and I hope Campbell keeps them, together, because it could be easily, getting a big head and think you're indispensable when you're not. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he seems to have his finger on the pulse of his football team, and they seem to be all about business, and business gets finished in the Super Bowl. And so let's hope that nothing changes that.
Right. And I hope to be talking to you guys again.
Well,
All right,
we hope
thanks,
so too,
Joanne.
Joanne. It's always good to hear from you. She's classic. Thomas is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Thomas. Thomas.
Yeah. Oh, can you moving on the other side? All right.
Yeah, put it over there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, is that where it belongs?
Oh.
Okay, Thomas.
Thomas.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you've been on the air for about 20 seconds.
Oh, no, I couldn't hear in the building that I was in. Yeah, I remember when they first started talking about him. Remember when he was in Miami and he took over for Joe Philbin? And they went on, I forget how many games they won in a row, but they almost made the playoffs that year. And I remember him getting passed up for a couple of coaching opportunities, and then he went to New Orleans with Sean Payton. I think that helped him out more coaching-wise. And once he got the job, I mean, you go through your bumps and bruises when you go through, your first coaching job or whatever job you go through, period, in life. And from what I've seen, and by him being a former player too, your players are going to trust you because you've been through the process of what they've been through. And that's the energy that we're getting out of this team. And you look at the coaching staff that he got. You got Aaron Glenn. You got Randall L., the offensive line coaches. They're doing a hell of a job, and they're really working these players better than the regimes that we had before. Because that what was the Jim Caldwell? Those teams were soft. And I don't want to say like soft in that way because they're football players. And me playing basketball, I get it and I understand it. But at the same time, he's getting everything he's got out of these players right now, and they're trusting him and they're trusting the process of what they're keeping the line of where they're going, and it's looking good right now. And I'm a Lions fan, win or lose, because we've had some jacked up teams over the years, and it's good to see. It's good to see right now.
I'm glad you brought up the Miami thing. It would be fascinating to go back and watch a Miami game with Dan Campbell as the head coach and see, what his approach was, what he was saying afterwards. I think it'd be really, really interesting.
I mean, the one thing we do remember is that players talk about liking playing for him back then. He was a player's coach back then. And the knock on Dan Campbell and his resume was just an interim. He doesn't have enough experience. It was only interim.
Yeah.
Well, clearly was a great choice.
248-539-9797. Hey, Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. By the way, what is it you like most about this team right now? What is the development this year through 10 games that makes you more confident than you were going into the year? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Look, cold weather can really wreak havoc on the garage doors. The springs, the rollers, any of the moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops and things are starting to get really, really cold out there. This is why I recommend Precision Garage Door Service. They're awesome. It's a great local company. They do same-day service, so your garage is back to new in no time. I've worked with Daryl's crew, and they're all amazing. Plus, they have garage doors in stock at their warehouses, and they can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. You just need some maintenance on the garage doors. They can come out and help you with that, too. The service is absolutely amazing. You can go on their webpage, and you can set up an appointment for a time that works for your schedule. You're not just beholden to what they have in some kind of 8-hour window. Work with your schedule. Just give them a call at Precision today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Dan Miller on the call.
Easy, Dan.
Yeah, he was. J-Mo was gone. Kind of. 248-539-9797.
J-Mo's he's gonna get a call from the league for that one. By the way,
for what?
The way he jumped in the end zone.
Oh,
well, yeah,
no.
killing someone. He'll get a call from somebody else if he did do that.
Grabbing his package while he's
the old
backflipping.
Marshawn Lynch
Yeah.
celebration. I mean, good thing it didn't matter. Of course, they were killing him, but he could have got a penalty for that too. Really,
I'm surprised he didn't. And then he immediately threw the ball up in the crowd.
but he's definitely going to get a call from the league for the celebration.
248-539-9797.
He's going to end up playing this year for free.
Hope not. Let's go to Mario. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Mario.
Hey, good morning, boys.
What's up?
I'm out here in Phoenix on my hike, and I listened to you guys in the morning. And
great.
We had a couple calls. Reminiscing, and there's been. I'll never forget. It was a few years ago. I don't even like to mention the dudes' names. The previous regime, the clowns that were running the Lions. I was watching either Stephen A. or somebody else on ESPN, and they were talking about, it was the trade deadline, and they were talking about how the Lions had absolutely nobody to trade, and we didn't have above average talent at all. And I can remember you guys talking about it, and the ticket, you guys were all talking about it, and I just, man, this sucks. This really sucks that we don't have, I mean, all we had was Matthew Stafford. And, dude, I'm 52 years old. I've been a Lions fan my whole life, grew up in Michigan. And, I mean, it kind of brings a tear to your eye when you're hiking out here, fellas, when it's 60 degrees and you're hiking and you're remembering back in the days when our teams were just absolutely horrible. So it goes along with my champ. It has to be Brad Holmes. I mean, we're talking about the superstars that we have on our team. I mean, on both sides of the ball. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. So it was just a few years ago we were talking about we didn't have anyone to trade, and no one wanted to come to Detroit to where we are today. So that a big high five is Brad Holmes for me for champ, most definitely.
No disagreement here. That was my champ, and it's the drafting. It's players that come to Detroit turn into the best version of themselves. Goff, Montgomery, Carlton Davis, others. I mean, Josh Reynolds came in, and we're getting guys off the street. It's one thing when you have a draft pick and you're on the clock and it's up to you to be brilliant, but you're not going up against every other GM in that moment. You're selecting from the available players, and your brilliance does shine through when you know what you're doing. But when there's a player that's available to the entire league, and you identify that player, bring that player in, and then he's a complete and total stud for you, everybody had their crack at him. And some people, didn't have the need or the priority, but you were going up against other organizations, and you're going to get guys like Carlton Davis, who they traded for, David Montgomery, who they signed as a free agent, and Goff, who they traded for. I mean, Josh Reynolds was on the street. Tim Patrick's making plays for them. They brought in DJ Reader.
Don't forget Jake Bates.
Crazy.
Jake Bates. Is Jake Bates? Is he the best kicker in the league?
It's a league of really good kickers right now, but he's among them. Certainly, he's in that discussion. I think he's only missed one extra point this year, and otherwise he's made all his field goals to this point. He's been fantastic. But yeah, anybody could have had Jake Bates.
Yeah, I mean, guys, before I go, my chump are the Chicago Bears. I mean, come on, man.
Locked field
Seriously, you can't. I mean, absolute joke. They got, and there's a little bit, not really a lot of empathy, but what they're going through. But come on. We had an opportunity there to get a game up in the Packers, and they blow it. So those are that's my championship.
Fair enough. Yeah, Chicago's finding ways to lose football games.
They might find a way to lose their head coach here, too.
Kyle's in Flat Rock, and he is next. Hello, Kyle.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
No, I just wanted to say there's so many different things contributing to this team being the way they are. It's really hard to say it's just one thing, but seeing the turnaround the last few years, I'm only 20. I haven't really experienced too much other than the Calvin Johnson era. But I think it's just the camaraderie and the adversity of these people coming together to just a common goal and making things happen. And Dan Campbell is the perfect guy to get them rallied together and make things happen.
Seems like it. Kyle, I don't disagree. Campbell's obviously one hell of a leader, and to get the team to keep playing and to keep playing and to keep playing and playing deep into games. I mean, he comes out at halftime and he says the things all coaches say when they're blowing out. We got to keep the pedal down. It's a 0-0 game. Everybody says it, but our guy, when he says it, he goes and does it and gets his team to do it.
Yeah, that's about all I wanted to say, though, is it's just amazing watching it. I mean, I'm disconnected from playing football in any way, shape, or form, but you can't help but get fired up with this team and those locker room speeches. It's just something amazing to see.
You meaning you're starting to think about playing football again?
No, I was saying I'm just disconnected. I mean, that'd be nice, but definitely
just making sure.
Run through a wall for that. Man.
Just making sure. Chris is in Detroit and he's next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I want to give my champ and chomp. First off, my champ, Cade Cunningham, for getting another triple-double, putting the team on his back. And
he's got 4 in the month of November.
Slowly changing the culture of this team.
Yeah.
My chump is Doug Peterson, and I want to bring up just the fact that Dan Campbell said a few years ago we was going to be on the other side of some of these games, and he was right. And when he said it, I believed him, and I didn't have no reason to believe him, but I did believe him, and it's just really refreshing to watch.
You know, it's funny because we wanted to believe him. He was likable, but I think we were all a little bit scarred by previous regimes. That understandably there was this undercurrent of skepticism. And I think maybe even some of us still have that in terms of, God, they still got to win the Super Bowl. And we all know it. We all know it. We don't need to be reminded of it. I don't think the team needs to be reminded of it, that there's still work to be done here. They're playing really, really well right now. And with each passing week that they keep doing this, you just feel more and more confident that they can continue it into the postseason.
On the other hand, Doug Peterson looked like he ready to go home. Like he didn't want to be there. He's looking like some of those old Lions teams.
Yeah.
Well, after you get down 35-3 or 35-6 or whatever it was, and it goes 42 and then 49 and then 52. It's hard to want to still be out there. You've got your backup quarterback in there because your starter's hurt. You've got other players that are hurt right now, and you're just clearly outmatched, and you're hearing all the whispers around you. And he's probably not long for the head coaching job in Jacksonville.
It's really hard to get embarrassed in professional football. Like, that was embarrassing. And that's one of those games where, like, you're not surprised at all. The next day, the coach has been fired. And there was already talks about him, getting fired before this game, let alone that kind of showing. And whether it's the backup quarterback or not, you can't go out there and look like that on a Sunday. That's Alabama versus Mercer type thing. That doesn't happen in the NFL.
Is it more surprising he hasn't been fired yet?
Yes. I'm shocked. I'm waiting for, Schefter or Rappaport or somebody to tweet it out.
Those rumors all started before the game yesterday that they had to play well. They did not play well.
Breaking news.
248-539-9797. Paul's in Chesterfield, and he is next. Hi, Paul.
Well, good afternoon. Well, good morning still, gentlemen. It's 10.
What's up?
Okay, give me 20 minutes. Anyway, I wanted to make a point or ask you guys a question, actually a couple of things. But first, I know that the Lions have got two very important, they still got divisional games that they've got to play against Chicago and Green Bay, and then they have a game against Minnesota as well. And seeing that where these other teams are in the standings, and I know where Chicago is, and I know they lost yesterday, and that was just a joke. I agree with the guy that just called a little while ago. It was a complete and total joke. I can't believe that Eberflus even still has a job. But in saying all this, where do you think the Lions are going to fit in here? Okay, I mean, I know the main goal is to get to the Super Bowl, but you still have to beat the teams that you really need to beat, like Green Bay.
Yep.
Okay, like Chicago. I know where Chicago is right now, but they always seem to play tough, especially on Thanksgiving Day. And these games are important. And losing Anzalone did not help their cause yesterday, but I know that they have the next guy mentality, and that's great. And I appreciate the fact that they do that. I was at the game yesterday, and it was just awesome. But I'm still concerned about these divisional games. When it comes down to it, I know they've got to play Indianapolis first on the road, and all this stuff is going to come into play, by the end of the season, obviously, and where they're going to fit in. I would love to see them just run the table, which, I know they're going to probably lose a couple more games. That's my prediction anyway. But at the same time, I do believe that they are destined to go to the Super Bowl.
Paul, it's a very valid point because it feels like their lead in this division should be more. It feels like they should be running away with the division, and they're not. And it's not their fault. It's the best division in football. And we'll address it coming up. We're up against the break. We'll address it coming up straight ahead. Paul, thank you. 248-539-9797. Yeah, the division is not done. There's still heavy lifting to be done. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is in feast mode, so get ready to gobble up these deals. You're not going to believe this deal on a 2025 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah's offering a brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox for just $39 a month. $39 a month. That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox EV LT front-wheel drive, which is $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount, Costco member private offer, lease, and Chevy EV private offer in the household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights with a guarantee the lowest price, or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall. And say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive.
Almost 22 miles per hour on that.
He's so good.
He's great.
He is so good. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. All right, I want to address the previous call right before the break there. Was talking about the division, how he's still concerned about the division. Look, the Lions are the best team in the division right now, 10 games in. But in the standings, Minnesota's a game behind. And Minnesota is 1-1 in the division. Detroit's 2-0 in the division. If Minnesota beats Detroit in the season finale, if they're within a game, it'll go to the next tiebreaker, which will be division record, then conference record. If the division records are the same, if they both get to, say, 5-1, then, yeah, the conference record, the Lions have the advantage right now. They're 6-1, but Minnesota's 3-2. There's only one loss difference, and if Minnesota wins that game, then it'll hang another conference loss on the Lions. It's a long way from knowing what tiebreaker will matter most when we get to that point. The Lions just put up 7 touchdowns and 7 possessions against the same team that Minnesota didn't score 1 touchdown against the week prior. The Lions are the best team in the division as of right now. Minnesota's still within striking distance, and things change. They could get back to some of the form they showed earlier in the year. Lions could come back to the pack a little bit. I'm not expecting it. I'm not predicting it. But, yeah, this is the best division in football. You know, Green Bay's 7-3. And, you know, that both Detroit was able to go on the road and get a win in both those places. So it's clearly advantage Detroit. But those teams are close mathematically. And so that's one of the things that helps keep your attention if you're the Lions. You can't afford slip-ups in games like Indianapolis this weekend because it could cost you in the division.
Correct. You can't do that. And the rest of the season, it looks like the Vikings have 4 tough games left. Home against the Cardinals. Then the last 3 are really tough. At Seattle, home against Green Bay, and at Detroit. But between that, they've got the Bears a couple of times, and they've got the Falcons as well. And after the Falcons lose to Denver yesterday, it looks like, well, maybe the Falcons aren't all that good. So the Vikings have a really good roster of players, and they've got a less than mediocre quarterback. But that less than mediocre quarterback can look decent because of those weapons. They had enough to beat the Titans 23-13, but it's not. I don't worry about the Vikings as much. The team I would worry about more are the Packers. And yet the Packers, they've been on shaky ground. I mean, they almost lost to the Bears yesterday. If they didn't have a end of game blocked field goal, they would have lost. But they also played the Lions pretty tough. In that quagmire, it could be argued they outplayed the Lions in that game, but the result wasn't there. Certainly that's the way they feel about it. So I'm still not looking past Green Bay. I'm almost ready to look past Minnesota.
Interesting. So the thing about Green Bay is, well, they're 2 games back in the standings. Obviously, Detroit holds a tiebreaker, but Green Bay also has another in-division loss, and that can be really costly in the tiebreaker thing, and that they lost to Minnesota. So they've got an uphill climb, but, I'm sure they're looking at that game in Detroit and saying, all right, and Detroit will play Indy, Chicago, and Green Bay.
And Green Bay plays home against San Francisco, home against the Dolphins, and at Detroit. So I don't know what the Niners are. Who knows? And Bosa got hurt last night and don't know the extent of that injury, but when he left the game, things changed for San Francisco for the worst. But, the Dolphins, another kind of similar team. You don't know what the Dolphins really are. We know what the Lions are. But after the Lions, then they have to go to Seattle. Then they're home against the Saints. The Saints are playing better football now that they got Carr back. So they got a tough stretch of games.
248-539-9797. Detroit will have the extra rest going into that Green Bay game because they play the Thanksgiving Thursday before. Let's go to Nick in Westland. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. Happy Victory Monday.
Yes, you too.
I just wanted to do a quick champ and chump.
Yep.
I'll start with the chump. Chump, I'll go Doug Peterson. I mean, it's not even about just losing that game. I mean, Jags roster's terrible, especially with Mac Jones. They were probably always going to lose that game. But, I mean, really, second quarter on, that team looked like it gave up. Like, that Jags team looked like it wasn't even – it didn't look like they were trying to play for him at all.
No, we've had that look before. Like watching them play, I was very familiar with what they were going through.
They just couldn't stop the Lions, and that's demoralizing. When the Lions are coming up with 80-yard drives and 93-yard drives and 65-yard drives, you can't do anything about that. It is absolutely demoralizing. And then offensively, they did nothing other than throw the ball short. They had no running game. And then after a while, even the short passing game wasn't coming through for them. And next thing you know, it's 28-3, and they've got a decision to make. Are they going to kick a field goal, or are they going to try to get touchdowns? And they kicked the field goal. It was 28-6 at the half, and it wasn't even that close.
Yeah, no, and then my champ, I'm going to go with Kirby Joseph, who had his untied league-leading 7th interception. And honestly, I was kind of thinking about Kirby all week because, as you know, last week was deservedly a lot of praise for Brian Branch, and it almost started to feel like Kirby Joseph was almost being treated like, oh, he's the other safety who's also pretty good. But, like, it really started to feel like he was almost being talked about as, like, the other safety. And it's like, make no mistake about it, the Lions have the 2 best safeties in football right now. Right now, I would say they are both in line to be all pros, and I'm about to reference PFF. I know PFF is not the best or anything. I certainly don't take it as like a full end-all, be-all source, but would you guess that the number 1 rated safety at PFF right now is actually Kirby Joseph?
Wouldn't surprise me
anymore. Branch is number 2.
I was going to say I would have guessed it was Branch and not Joseph, but those are 2 best safeties in football.
Yeah, and it's funny. They're like neck and neck. I think after last week's game, Brian Branch was number 1, and now after this week's game, I think it's back to Kirby Joseph. But, like, point is, this is not a superhero sidekick thing. This is 2 superheroes.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that always gets remembered right now.
I like it. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Tom is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Hey, Tom.
Love your show, guys.
Thank you.
I just wanted to go real quick. I wanted to say something about Dan Campbell and not pulling the starters. Essentially, when you pull your starters, it's like taking a knee, and I just think it's not in his DNA, and it starts from the top. I remember in 1991 when the Lions played the Redskins in the opening game, they got blown out. Redskins were inside the Lions 10 with a minute to go, and they took a knee 4 straight times, and Spielman was livid. He was like, because I would rather they score the touchdown than sit there and take the knee. So I just don't think it's in their DNA, and it's something that they're probably not going to do even in the future.
You're probably right.
And quickly, Champ, whoever your caller was that compared Dan Campbell to Mike Ditka, I thought that was brilliant. I mean, they love him in Chicago, not just for his winning, but his attitude, and I think that's a perfect comparison for Dan Campbell. So I'd say that guy, that caller, whoever he was, my champ today. And the chump is whoever is on the Fox pregame show that puts Tom Brady in a hologram. I think that's embarrassing for Brady and for the whole cast. I don't know about you guys, but I think they need to stop.
I haven't seen it, but it sounds interesting. I guess I would take exception a little bit with the comparison to Ditka, in that Ditka looked like Ditka was a jerk on the sidelines.
Yeah,
and that's not Dan Campbell at all. Dan Campbell is. It seems like he is he's very level. He's not the most level-headed, but he seems very level-headed on the sideline. Doesn't get too emotional. He saves the emotion for after the game. So there's a little bit of a difference there, but the success has been similar, certainly.
Feedback. Hey, guys, Ian and Livonia here. I love their unstoppable offense. It is the stuff of nightmares for the opposition. I made a same-game parlay yesterday with J-Mo scoring an anytime touchdown, St. Brown an anytime touchdown, Gibbs an anytime touchdown, and Monty an anytime touchdown. The alternate line of minus 21.5 and Mac Jones to throw an interception. In what other world is that parlay a no-brainer like I was thinking of when placing it? Go Lions. We got to say, Kang, it's your point that yesterday was the day for?
Oh, yesterday was Merry Christmas to Parlay Line Slappy Guy. Parlay Line Slappy Guy made out finally yesterday. Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, the line slap who's, everything's great. Who's not going to score, right?
Yep.
And then also he loves the parlay because it's, quote unquote, a no-brainer according to that text.
Yeah.
And so, but it hit yesterday. If you thought Gibbs was going to score, Monty was going to score, J-Mo was going to score, ASB was going to score, Goff was going to throw this much, they're going to cover. It all happened yesterday. I hope you made up for any losses you had during the year because 20-1s, 30-1s, they were all coming in.
When I was riding in the shuttle bus back to the parking garage after the game, I heard this guy behind me was talking to his buddy about bets that they had made. And they were talking about the game, and he's like, I mean, man, you didn't have to do my man like that, but I'm glad you did. Talking about what the Lions did to Doug Peterson specifically. Like, but I'm glad you did because it just kept piling on the points and piling on the stats that allowed the guy behind me to – I heard his bet because he was holding out. He was getting greedy because he had other games going on that could pay him off like $5,000, but he could cash out at this point for like $1,800. I'm holding out. I'm like, all right, well, you do you.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Congratulations to the Hunters. Great start to deer season, apparently. According to the Free Press, Michigan Hunters shot more than 61,000 deer already. Seems like a lot.
So the deer were the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Hunters were the Lions this weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, it was fun talking to Hunters last week. I always enjoy that show. And you guys, hope everyone had a safe weekend, first and foremost. Safe weekend. But the Lions, Jacksonville did not have a safe weekend. They got smoked, absolutely smoked by our football team in a game that wasn't particularly competitive. And it was really, really, it was familiar because we've been Jacksonville. We know what it's like to be that team that's just can't do anything. And the Lions, it felt like every handoff was getting 8-9 yards. Every pass was complete. Defensively, nothing was working for Jacksonville. Incompletions all over the place. Lions making plays defensively. And look, that's, each week that passes is another week that we get closer to the postseason. And I keep saying things can change in a hurry. It's scary how long seasons are when you're playing like this right now. And you just want the playoffs to start now. And you still got basically 2 months to go. Hoping that this team can find a way to finish the deal. First and foremost, winning the division. Secondly, securing the 1 seed. And then taking care of business in the postseason. Like, if you get the 1 seed, now you get the bye. And now you get, like the guy that called earlier that said that, he's still scared of those divisions. Get it. But, they're going to play him at home. This home field advantage right now, the points scored against, I saw some ridiculous total that Detroit is outscoring opponents here in Detroit. But the truth is they're outscoring everybody everywhere. If you look at their point differential, it is at 159.
That's 15.9 points per game, Doug.
Yes, but in their 9 wins, because they've lost a game, right? So they've been able to overcome that, but their 9 wins are winning by even more because of their average margin of victory, what it would be. And like Minnesota is plus 74. The Packers are plus 37. The next best in football is the Buffalo Bills at plus 106. Boy, what a showdown game that's going to be. But to play those games at home, Minnesota and Green Bay at home. Then when you get to the postseason, whoever they draw at home would be huge. Right now is the biggest threat in the NFC, Philly. It's amazing. Seattle right now, beating San Francisco yesterday, has dropped San Francisco to last place in the NFC West. They lose all the tiebreakers to the Rams in Seattle. They're 5-5. They're a game and a half out of the playoffs. San Francisco was a major concern. They're obviously the team that eliminated us last year. Us being the Lions. Eliminated the Lions last year. And so, I don't know what's going on there, but are they a threat? It's just, at this point, it's all lining up nicely. Just keep the train on the tracks and keep doing what you're doing. Dan Campbell, you keep being you. Jared Goff bounces back from the, put in quote, 5 interceptions game because it didn't feel like an authentic 5 interceptions game, but he came back and had one of his best games ever. At this point, he's the only quarterback in NFL history to have 2 games with the perfect passer rating and have over 400 yards passing in that game. He is playing at an unbelievably high level. And look, I said it last Monday. This talk about his MVP chances are over, I thought was ridiculous. Yeah, it was a bad game. And I don't really care, but I know people do. All it takes is one big game and others to have a sketchy game. Lamar was not great yesterday.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't good. And now, Josh Allen has the game that he had last night. Everybody's talking about Josh Allen. Talk about whoever you want. It's halfway through the season. I don't really care. I just know our guy's great.
Yep.
And he's playing at an unbelievable level. The team as a whole is playing that way. This is truly, it's not an individual. It's the entire team. Everybody pulling their own weight. The offensive line doing their job in the run game and the pass game to make sure that they've got the open lanes to run through or that they're protecting the quarterback to give them time to throw so the receivers have time to get open. Receivers catch the football. They run fearlessly. This offense is the most well-oiled machine I've ever seen.
There was a play yesterday, David Montgomery's touchdown. I can't remember exactly, but it's a handoff to Montgomery. Penei Sewell buries one player, gets up, gets his hand on a second player who's trying to get to Montgomery. Montgomery gets stood up at the goal line. There's 2 Jags there. And Penei Sewell then plows into the pile and pushes everybody into the end zone. Penei Sewell on one play actually impacted 4 different Jacksonville Jaguar defenders in one play. He is such an incredible athlete. And for people like, why is he on the field at the end of the game? They only had 3 spare offensive linemen. Decker's coming off an injury. They're going to sit Decker there.
Think about all the pushing that takes place there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you're at the gym, you're doing seated presses.
Yeah.
How many reps? That's like 4 reps in 4 seconds, all of over 200 pounds. It's amazing.
Yep.
And yeah, when he finally made that push to Montgomery in the back, boy, did that catapult Montgomery in there.
Yes.
And he ends up standing up and walking halfway through the end zone. He finally emerges. It's amazing.
248-539-9797. All right, Mondays mean champ and chump here on the Carson Anderson program. People who should be singled out for having a great weekend and praised, and those that should be called out. My champ of the weekend is Brad Holmes. This team's just loaded. They got players playing behind players, so when guys get hurt, next thing you know, Malcolm Rodriguez is out there making plays for this defense. And the other thing that's impressive to me is how he goes out and finds guys. They come to Detroit and they turn into the best versions of themselves. Jared Goff, David Montgomery, Carlton Davis. They get here and they're even better. What they've created is remarkable. And, the Anzalone injury sucks. It really does, because that guy he's critical to this defense. And yet, I'm not panicked like I was over the Aiden Hutchinson injury, because guys just keep stepping up. Other players are making plays, and this is where depth matters the most, and the Lions have it. Now, I don't want guys to keep getting hurt. It'd be nice to have a few weeks with go unscathed.
Right. I mean, another guy that's been out, I don't think you mentioned Jalen Reeves-Maybin. Another one is guys who can step in and give you quality snaps, and Neiman and Nowaski are coming in and doing their job, and they're all going to be pressed for more duty here with the absence of Alex Anzalone. This could be a really big loss, which puts more impetus on the offense to keep scoring the way you're scoring.
Anyway, my champ is Brad Holmes. Gator, your champ is?
My champ was Jared Goff, and he could have gone anywhere you wanted to, but 412 yards on 24 of 29 passing, 4 touchdowns. His quarterback rating on the season is now over 112 for the season, and we're past the halfway mark. It's unbelievable.
My jump of the weekend is Netflix, the buffering issues with Tyson versus Paul. Netflix has 2 NFL games on Christmas Day. You've got a month to figure it out.
Yeah, they better figure it out, because that was ridiculous on Friday night. For me, it's Michigan State's defense. They've had they got off to a 10-0 start against Indiana, and then gave up 47 points without answering it. They unfortunately they lost to Michigan when they had a little bit of a lead in that game, and then you've got the game on Saturday against Illinois. You're going to the fourth quarter, and I forget if they were tied or if they led, but then Illinois just pulls away. 6 straight games now, Michigan State has not registered a quarterback sack. That's unbelievable, considering through the first 4 games of the year, I think they were averaging almost 4 sacks a game. And now, nothing.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, I know we just made it through the weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. First, if you haven't checked out their happy hour, you're in for a treat. Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6, they put you in control with the $5 You Call It and the awesome $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. For just $5, you can enjoy your preferred drink of choice like Tito's, Captain Morgan, Jack Daniels, and more. And for $2 more, call out your favorites like Patron Silver, Grey Goose, and Maker's Mark. Even better, they got delicious food choices to pair it with, like $5 fried pickles or Billionaire's bacon, or for $7, try their smoked chicken quesadillas or loaded fries. And for you late night owls, they run those deals that I just mentioned. Their late night happy hour from 10 to close. And you know what that means? It means during Monday and Thursday football games. Great deals for the second half of those games you can enjoy. And then there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, the best in the state. They simply do it better than anyone else. So what are you waiting for? They got a monster football matchup tonight in the state of Texas. It's Houston traveling to Dallas. Late night happy hour should kick off about the same time as the second half. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. More of your feedback coming in. Nick in Scranton says, Brian Branch gives me the most confidence when it comes to winning a Super Bowl. As long as he and the defense can stay healthy, I think we coast through the playoffs. Branch is an absolute animal when he's on the field. Gator, I
don't like hearing coasting through the playoffs. Nobody coasts through. It's think about last year. Nail biter against the Rams. Nail biter against Tampa. Until the end, and then you get the pull away. You're like, okay. And then you had a big lead where they were coasting through the first half against San Francisco, and then things went awry in the second half because of a handful of plays. But that being said, the defense gives you hope that they can continue to hold teams to 20 points or less because of the way that they've played. And it starts with the secondary, and the secondary starts with the two best safeties in the National Football League, which is incredible to say when 3 years ago, what did they have in terms of the safeties?
Yeah, Kansas City's a two-time Super Bowl champ, and they had one-score games 2 years ago in each of their playoff games in the Super Bowl. Last year, they had to go on the road a couple times, but they had that dogfight in Buffalo, close game in Baltimore. So, yeah, I don't believe in the theory of coasting through the playoffs. I love your confidence, but that seems like a bit much. Champ, the Lions offense, as Campbell said, all of them, they were unstoppable. Chump, Netflix, total opposite of the Lions this weekend. They were unprepared. Wow. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Andrew in Fayette, Ohio. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Andrew. Nope, we don't have Andrew. Phones are down. Everything's down.
Well, that's fun.
So you're getting just us. Andrew, we'll get to you, and Matt and Dee and Roger and all of you, plus your ticket text eventually. But we've had a complete and total meltdown here at the station, technically. So we'll just keep going. I mentioned the secondary. I mentioned the play of Penei Sewell, the incredible dominant play where he basically impacted four different guys. How about Zadarius Smith and his impact on this game and this team? Because I'm getting the sense that his personality is going to impact this team almost as much as his football. He has an infectious personality.
He's definitely an infectious personality, and he endears himself to the Lions fans right away and Detroit sports fans right away by coming to the stadium with the Rasheed Wallace jersey. Everybody loves to see that. He gets announced before the game when they do the introductions of the defense for the Lions, and he got the loudest pop of any of the Lions. Brian Branch got a loud pop. Mm-hmm. And then several players later, starting at defensive end, Zadarius Smith, and everybody went nuts. And to see he was out in the field first play and, didn't really make a huge impact in the game. Did get a couple pressures on, and then the last pass play of the game for Jacksonville, obviously it felt like the entire defense just swarmed and caved in on Mac Jones, and he and Jack Campbell combined for that sack. And it was great. He wants to be here. He's excited to be here, play for a winner. And I think Lions fans are excited to have him.
Let's go to Dave in Fayette, Ohio. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey,
What's
can you hear
up?
me?
Yep,
Yeah, go
gotcha.
ahead.
Hey, this is Andrew from Fayette, Ohio.
All right. Hi, Avery.
And, my champ is the dudes who brought the blanket to Ford Field back like 6 years ago that said sell the team. It had the picture of Martha on it. Y'all were talking about Martha Ford earlier. That made me think about this. And I posted it on Facebook, and I'm looking at it. And it's like she listened. Like she didn't sell the team, but they fired everybody. They hired Chris Spielman, and she turned the power over to Sheila. And my chump is definitely kickers not named Jake Bates. The Chargers kicker was terrible last night, and I don't even want to talk about the Bears.
Yeah, it's too bad the Bears got that kick block because we could use another loss hung on Green Bay.
They deserve the double doink. They get what they have coming.
They find ways to lose, don't they?
And how about Baltimore's kicker? He's coming on some hard times right now. Missed a couple of kicks in yesterday's game.
My calls always go out to our lost Lions fans. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Matt's in Hazel Park, and he's next here on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up? So I have a champ and chump, and then I have a question for you guys for the Lions Super Bowl because they will make it there. So champ is Josh Allen and the Bills for showing that Mahomes is not invincible. And then chumps are the Bears because there's no way they should not have been able to get that kick through. And then my question, it's kind of a funny question, but Mike and them do this sound drop on their show. And so when the Lions go to the Super Bowl, can we get a petition for Dan Miller during the Super Bowl when the Lions score to say touchdown black guy? Because it'll be the Super Bowl. Can we make that happen?
Well, you're going to ask the afternoon show.
Yeah.
I'm going to involved with that.
I imagine Dan Miller might pass on that, given that it would be out of context for the rest of the country and might not go over well.
Yeah. I'm sure it's something for them to contemplate.
Yeah. I'm just going to guess that Dan will probably pass.
Probably not.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. That's the play I was talking about, where four different Jaguar defenders were impacted by Penei Sewell. Buries one, deflects another, and pushes two into the end zone.
He just caves in defensive lines.
Yep.
Whatever he wants to do. When he's going to move from his position at right tackle and just start mowing down the line towards the center, you can't stop it. He's so good.
Yep.
Did you hear Montgomery's response in the locker room about that touchdown?
No, what'd he say?
So they, all the reporters in the media scrum ask him about it, and he's like, I was feeling really good about myself. I was moving this pile, and then I find out, it's Penei Sewell, and it was like, oh, it was all him, not me. And then they go, well, he gets the assist, right? He goes, no, not the assist. He got the whole thing. It wasn't me.
248-539-9797. D is in Detroit, and he's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, D. D, are you there?
Yo.
Hey.
Hey, man, what's going on, fella? Sorry about that, man. Work, but hey, 9-1, bro. 9-1. Hold on. Every time I see it on the TV screen, I'm like, man, Detroit 9-1. This quick, this fast, fellas, unreal.
Yep.
And the momentum is just gonna keep getting better and better. I just want to ask you a quick question. As a loanee, they say 6 to 8 weeks. I'm not really worried about it because I got so much faith in Rodrigo, fellas. I don't know if y'all noticed, but the guy put on a little bit of weight. He already was tenacious, hard hitter. He just been waiting patiently for his time. So when my boy Thor get back in, 8 weeks, so that's the end of the season, we get Barnes back, our linebacker rotation should be at full strength for this playoff run. You agree, DK?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's glad. I'm glad to see that he can be back this year. Let's start with that. We're talking about a football team that's so deep that you're right, Rodrigo. Now they can't keep suffering injuries, like that has to stop. But this is pretty. It's nice to have Rodrigo in reserve.
Hey, one more thing. You hit it, DK, on the nose. Za'Darius Smith, it's like he was born to be a lion. You know what I'm saying? That energy, that vision, that professionalism he has. So it's just going to spread throughout the locker room, bro. And I'm so damn glad we got him because I'm looking at the future. Him and Hutch next year because he's going to want to stay and we're going to want to keep him. So him and Hutch next year after we win the Super Bowl, nothing but love, fellas. Love the show, baby. Let's go.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Lions get a win over Jacksonville 52-6. 10 games in. What do you like most about this football team in this season? What development has you most encouraged? We'll get to more of your phone calls next. Champ and Chump Boats as well on this Monday, 97.1.
Hey, temperature's dropping. You want to make sure your furnace is operating at optimal levels here, so make sure you call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They know what they're doing. I've had them over at my house a number of times to fix any issues I've had, and they've been fantastic about it. I love it. And we've got Thanksgiving coming up here in about 10 days. You want to make sure your house is ready to go. And for fall, make sure you've got the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. That's what they can do. Plus, they can unclog a pesky drain just in time for that Thanksgiving dinner. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or water heater, boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
It's Carlton Davis after the Lions win. It was funny after the game. I think it was Lee McNeil. It was Lee McNeil or DJ Reader, one of the defensive linemen. Story that the Birch kid wrote talked about how opposing offenses don't know what's coming. They hear him making the wrong calls. They don't know what Aaron Glenn's throwing at them. They have talent, and schematically, they are presenting problems for opposing offenses. Of course, that wasn't a very good offense, and they'll have bigger challenges in weeks to come. But they went out and did what they should do. Absolutely dominated a Jacksonville team that's struggling right now. The Lions, every week, more and more, you're like, is this the best team in football? And now they're the Vegas favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Does that even seem real that you just said that? The Detroit Lions are the favorite to win the Super Bowl according to Las Vegas.
No, it doesn't seem real. But then again, I watch these football games. When they're playing a game like they played against the Texans, I'm watching the whole game going, well, they're not out of this. I think they can come back and win this game. And then they're playing games like they played yesterday, and I'm like, honestly, this is a little boring because I know they're going to win. And I know they're going to win big. Like, who's the next opponent? Start thinking about Indianapolis while we're in the beginning of the third quarter. It's completely unfamiliar. Kang, you pointed out, you went out, where'd you go? You went to like Meijer or something yesterday morning?
Before the game yesterday, I had to go pick up some things, run some errands and things like that. Stopped at Meijer, stopped at another place.
Dad stuff.
Yes. Yep. And the amount of Lions gear you see now out there, and especially on a Sunday, everyone knows it's game day. I feel like I'm in a different state. This isn't where I grew up, and complete strangers are saying go Lions to each other. And people that probably have never even watched the Lion game. I'm sorry, it's true, right? But when you're this good, people jump on the bandwagon. They have their Lions gear on, and everyone's just happy. It just seems so different, and I love it. Don't get me wrong, but it is a new thing. And every year, I think we get so used to like, hey, we're kind of part of the party, but we never really participated, right?
Yep.
This year, we're leading it. We're at the head of this thing.
It's weird. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the people. Michael in West Bloomfield, you're next. Hi, Michael.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What's up, Michael?
So what I like best about the Lions is their discipline. I don't even know the last time they had a false start. I have to think back many games. I know they didn't have one yesterday. I don't think they had one against the Texans. So just their ability to be so focused and just on top of the game. They're like the Rockettes. They move as one, and it's just so much fun. And I'd like to champ the Detroit Lions team and the whole organization for really putting this product on the field. They bring in the whole city together. And, Kang, to your point, we stopped at this little pizzeria on Library for lunch before the game, and there were only four people in there that did not have on Lion gear were the four construction workers that came in wearing their safety apparel. And everybody was just talking to each other and chatting each other up, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, everybody's all in for the Lions, and everybody's loving each other. So it's just fantastic. And my chump for the week is all those people that chastised the Lions for taking Jahmyr Gibbs with that first-round pick. What do you think now? Okay,
that isn't aged well.
Let's draft some more Alabamans. I hate the Tide, but man, do I love them as Lions.
I love what with Brad Holmes and his drafting. It really is just shut up and let me do what I'm going to do. Don't come at me with hard and fast rules. If Brad Holmes has taught us anything, it's you can't have hard and fast rules. You can't say things like, "Oh, don't draft an off-ball linebacker in the first round," or "You can't take a running back in the first round." Don't tell him what to do. You do what you need to do and find great players, exactly. And that's what he's done. He's found great players. And just a couple years later, the move to trade back and not take Jalen Carter at the time, but go ahead and take Jahmyr Gibbs looks brilliant.
It's brilliant. I mean, and if he doesn't have some resemblance to Barry Sanders, I don't know what kind of glasses you're
different
looking
players.
on.
But they have a similar a similar impact for sure. But they're definitely different players. They're both fun to watch.
Gibbs' jump step and his ability to accelerate is just unbelievable. And just a quick shout out to my man Justin that I met yesterday at the game. We had a ball, and it was just an amazing game.
So you sent me down the wormhole, Michael, about the last time the Lions had a false start. And it was in the Minnesota game. They had 3 false starts in the Minnesota game. Penei Sewell had one in the third quarter. David Montgomery had one, and I remember that one distinctly because the camera zoomed in on him, and we're talking about him as he false started. And early in that game, remember Owasika had a rough start. He had a couple holds and then a false start. That's the last time they had a false start. 3 of them in the Minnesota game. And bravo to you for comparing the Lions to the Rockettes. Lauren is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Lauren.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I was just calling. My favorite thing about the Lions right now is kind of like you guys were talking earlier, my faith that I have in them.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun to be watching the Sunday night game, and like you said, I still think they can win. I'm willing to stay up for this because they're not the same old Lions. They're not the Lions from a couple of years ago where it's like, how are you going to mess this up? How are you going to lose? It's the exact opposite, which is a really fun flip. And my kids are old enough now to start watching sports, and it's just funny to have them. They're like, yeah, of course the Lions are good because they don't really know any better.
Yeah, I know. I mean, even I got a 22-year-old who's like, Dad, finally we got a good football team. And I'm like, really, finally? In your 22 years, you've really suffered.
Right.
But the bottom line is it's great. It's great for the community. It's great for, the local businesses down there. It puts a pep in everybody's step. I mean, and you're right. We're watching them like this is a credible team. It's how are they going to win? No longer what's going to go wrong.
And like you guys also said, I've had so many random conversations. My hair is blue. I did it for my daughter's swim team, but I've kept it through the Lions, and hopefully I'll keep it through the Super Bowl. And I've just had fun, random conversations with strangers about Go Lions and when are they going to do that. And it's just, like I said, the faith, and everybody's it's just a fun, unifying thing when we haven't had a lot of unity in the world lately.
I feel like we should talk a little bit more about the blue hair. You went blue hair like intentionally for your daughter's swim team?
My daughter does swim, for the summer. It was just a temporary thing, but then I got a lot of people liked it, and I was like, you know what, I'll just keep it. It works really well for the Lions. So
okay, anybody go blue with you? And were you the only mom that went blue, or?
I was the only mom that went blue. I ended up with a pixie, and so I figured, well, it's short, might as well have fun with the color.
Okay, all right.
Have fun indeed.
Yeah, this is an interesting.
Why not?
I mean, you're that's quite a commitment you made to the team, but I guess it was for your daughter's team, and that's cool too. So well done. 248-539-9797. Brandon and Shelby on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good, Brandon. How are you?
So I'm seeing a rhythm. I'm doing good, by the way. But I'm seeing a rhythm in the colors, and it's the exact same thing I was going to say. Before, we all love the Lions, and we're like, oh, 1 o'clock comes. We're excited to watch your favorite show, even though it's like a real thing, you know. But we always thought something was going to happen. It was going to be like something was going to pull the rug out from under us. But now, come 1 o'clock, you're like, this is my favorite show, and something cool is going to happen, you know. And even when they do good, like even when they're up, I thought yesterday was going to be the day. I thought Sewell was going to throw that touchdown yesterday.
I kept waiting for it. I'm looking for trickery, chicanery. Oh, here comes an extra lineman reporting. What are they going to do? And it didn't happen.
Well, they did run the hook and ladder.
Yeah, but that wasn't with a lineman.
No, it wasn't.
And it's exciting too because like I've watched primetime forever. You know, Berman always has like the sounds, and it's crazy because when you watch the Lions do like the hook and ladder, you're waiting for the whoop. You know,
it's fun to watch Lions highlights right now because there's so many of them.
It's just exciting though because I mean, for people who have dealt with so much, like the whole pull the rug out from under us, it's not going to happen. Like they're just always coming out there giving 100%. You know.
I hope so. I'm not.
We haven't won the Super Bowl yet.
Seasons are
Yeah.
long.
These are
Seasons are long.
These are regular season games.
Things
I love
change.
it. Yeah, I mean, they just lost their starting linebacker for the rest of the regular season. It looks like with a broken arm. They've already without their best defensive player in Aiden Hutchinson, who's gone for the season and likely for the playoffs as well. They don't have Derek Barnes. They don't have Marcus Davenport. They've lost a lot of guys already to this
There's
defense.
probably going to be a play in the postseason that if they make it, they advance, and if they don't, they're out. Like
Yeah.
it's just the way it is. I can't.
It would be fantastic if you could bank on Barnes and Anzalone and Hutchinson all coming back to this team.
Mm-hmm.
And not just coming back, but coming back 100% healthy and ready to roll right when they get here. I mean, it's not likely. You know, there's going to be, if they do come back, there's going to be some adjustment, you would think.
Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jameer Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. And they got something amazing just for you. Introducing the Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Those Lions uniforms are hot. The black unis fire. So is this debit card. This isn't just any old card. It's designed for true Lions fans who live for every touchdown, every victory. With the Lions rocking their new sleek black uniforms, you can match their energy with this exclusive debit card available through UMCU. Ready to rep the pride? Becoming a UMCU member is quick and easy. I did it. Choose the Lions Black Debit Card or select from one of 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner in our community for over 70 years, and now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. Yep. What are you liking most about this Lions team right here, right now? 248-539-9797. Yeah, they're putting off Super Bowl vibes. We get it. They're now the favorite in Vegas, but a long way to go. And lots of work to be done. And look, I mean, it's probably actually a good thing for this team. The Minnesota and Green Bay are nipping at their heels, and this is the toughest division in football because they know they can't let their guard down. One upset at this point. Like, say the Lions go and lay an egg in Indianapolis. And the next thing you know, Minnesota's in a position where they're thinking they control their own destiny in the division, and they can take this to the last regular season game, and beating Detroit would get them, they win in the division. So, yeah, I think it's important that the Detroit Lions take care of business, and they cannot let their guard down because these teams behind them will make sure that they can make you pay. So it might be a good thing that they're right there.
Yeah, and even Dan Campbell admitted that they know about having number one seed, how much that matters, and so they're not going to take any game lightly because it's not just in their own division. It starts there, but they've got other teams to look out for.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Brian. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing today?
We're doing good. Brian. Thank you.
I'll try to be quick. I live out in Denver. Been out here about 12 years and love the show. Keeps me connected to home. So
that's awesome.
I appreciate that. My happy thing about the Lions would have to be the secondary. Always, been a disappointment for years. They're crushing it. The safeties are doing well. The corners are doing well. Of course, we'd probably like to see fewer PI penalties. But a couple other things just to ask you guys to comment on. One would be Jack Campbell. I don't focus on the linebacker play enough when I watch the games. I'd love to hear what you guys think about how he's coming along. Next would be, how expensive do you think those Super Bowl tickets are going to be when the time comes? My champ would be the Pistons. I'm a lifelong fan. They're winning games and have a chance at 500 tonight. And my chump would be Mahomes, because it's always good to see him lose. Can't wait to hear you guys' thoughts.
Okay, so there's a couple things. One of Jack Campbell's playing great. He's our leading tackler. He's a dominant player. He is he's everything that we hoped he would be, and I think Jack Campbell is the centerpiece of the defense for the next decade. And we are lucky to have him. Brilliant draft pick. As far as Patrick Mahomes, you know what's funny is late in that game, I don't know how many people caught this, but Kansas City completed a pass on 3rd and 13 for a 10-yard gain where they didn't review it, and it looked like the ball hit the ground.
Absolutely.
It was inside of 2 minutes ago, and I'm like, oh, my God, if Kansas City comes back and wins this game,
this is absolutely
the football world is going to freak out because the Chiefs got another call.
They've got plenty of time to go ahead. It's inside 2 minutes. The booth, and everybody's talking about it. The announcers are talking about it, and sure enough, they don't.
Yep.
Fortunately. Despite their efforts.
And now then right after that, they got a holding penalty, backed them up 10 yards. As far as, again, long way to go, but if the Lions are fortunate enough to stay healthy, to keep playing the way they're playing and get to the last game of the season, I mean, it's going to be tough for just an average fan. I hope you've been saving for years.
Yeah, no, this
is going to be, if they get there, it will be absurd.
I mean, you think about how many seats are actually available to the public in something like this?
Not even that many.
No.
So many are corporate seats.
Yeah, it just ends. It's I would imagine five figures.
Yeah.
I mean, start at 10,000 plus.
Yep.
I could see that.
Let's hope we have this problem of not being able to afford Super Bowl tickets, but it's not that I don't have faith or anything like that. It's just how
much do you think they'll win the Super Bowl by?
Oh boy.
Like, what do you like?
Stop.
What are we doing? 14, 16? Is it going to be scoregami? 52-9?
Stop it.
We're chesty, man.
Yeah, we are chesty. Let's go to Gasper. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gasper.
Hi. Yeah, what I think is special about the team is that they're playing so well as a team. Like, together, they got each other's back. I see it in every game. I saw it last week against the Texans. Again, saw it this week. And there's a rhythm, there's a smoothness. and they got each other's back, and I think that's the real key thing that makes them special. And nobody's getting cocky. No one's like thinking they are the star of the team. It's the whole team that's figured it out. And Dan Campbell, like him and Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, they all massage that, and then we'll just make sure that they're all in tune, looking out for each other, blocking, Gibbs and Montgomery, etc.
You hear him talk about it after the game, and I mean, I don't know if you can bottle this, if it's something that they're good, because look, I expect this team to compete for this year's Super Bowl, and I expect them to compete for future Super Bowls. Just compete, okay? And if you start thinking about it, can they, whatever they've got here, is it a accumulation of drafting the right guys? Is it something that is repeatable? I hope so, because it feels like a special group of players. And Dan Campbell won't let an opportunity pass without talking about how it's by design. It was intentional to bring you guys in because we thought you guys had the right physical skills, but also the right attitudes and work ethic and all that's helped bring us to where we are right now, which is in a very healthy position in the chase for the Super Bowl. So thank you, Gasper.
Chase, I like how you said it.
I mean, it's
better that than,
we got to think of the right way to put this, because as good
coasting
as it looks,
through the playoffs.
Yeah, that guy said they're going to coast through the playoffs. That was
like they're 10 games into the regular season. They look amazing. They're coming off the most dominant performance I've ever seen in a professional football game from an offensive standpoint, and almost from a defensive standpoint too. But I mean, we've seen better, but that was a great performance yesterday by the defense. But you have to understand, a long way to go.
Yep.
Long way to go. And it's not that long ago you could go back and say, well, the team didn't look good.
And I don't even want to tell people to tap the brakes. Lean into it. Just understand.
Enjoy it.
There's a long way to go. This is still a Super Bowl chase. 248-539-9797. Dre is in Detroit. Hi, Dre.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How you all doing?
We're doing good, thank you.
Outstanding. Hey, I'm reading into the tea leaves a little bit here. Lions last won a championship in 57, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I turned 57 today. I've been a fan for too long, man, and I'm more confident about this team than I've ever been with any Lions team in my life. Every week, I always look at them now as they can compete with anybody and beat anybody. Just the product that they have on both sides. The offense can put up points. The defense has been showing that they're very reliable this year. Last year we knew we could put up points, but we were always skeptical about that defense last year. But this year we got something totally different. Do you guys agree with that?
Well, yeah, and look, the way they've looked of late, you couple that with how they're probably going to look the next two games. There's something to be said for them when they play great competition, but when they play less than great competition, this is a team that hasn't let their guard down yet. They'll have the Colts and Bears, but then they've got the Packers and Bills coming into Ford Field, and then at the 49ers and the Vikings with a game in Chicago mixed in. There's some tough games to come here.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's like remember, I always called it the Holyfield effect. The Lions haven't showed that. When Evander Holyfield would go in, he was a heck of a boxer, and he would have that. But when he fought what you thought was lesser talent, he looked average. But the Lions haven't done that. When they played against teams that we know that they should lay, big numbers on, they have. They've done everything that we expected them to do. So I'm really confident in this team to be competitive throughout the season and throughout the playoffs. I'm not going to make any kind of bold prediction like the one guy did, but I do expect us to make it to the Super Bowl, And I was really, I follow Hutch on X, and to see him in that pool, on his leg in the pool in the water, I was like, oh, man, these guys are really, putting in work. So I'm really confident with the team. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Dre, first of all, happy birthday. You got what's the big plan? What's the big plan tonight?
I hung out already for the weekend. I took off bowling for tomorrow. The guys told me don't bowl because I won't be able to throw the ball after they pass so many drinks to me. So I got the sub bowling for me tomorrow. But I had a really great weekend. I got a wife and some friends.
I got a follow-up question for you, too. You said, I'm not going to make any bold predictions, but the Lions are going to the Super Bowl. Either A,
I guess
you
I did.
immediately went back on your word, or B, you don't think that's a bold prediction.
All right, well then I'm gonna make a bold prediction. The Lions are going to the Super Bowl. We're going to Indy this weekend, so I'm looking to light it up down there. Have a great time down there. So that's another thing, Gator, that I'm doing for my birthday is going to Indy to go see the Lions play
It's
down
a fun
there.
time.
It's a great time.
It's a good time.
Yeah, and hopefully you're staying down. Are you
Appreciate it,
staying
guys.
downtown?
You know what? We got an Airbnb in, I think it's 20 minutes outside of downtown Indianapolis.
Okay.
So, yep, but we already got a lot of things. You know, some of my coworkers live in Indy, so they already told me where I need to go and hang out.
Yeah,
and I get a chance to actually see them for the first time. I've worked with them for 2 years, but never seen them, so I get to see some of my coworkers.
Well,
for the first
enjoy.
time down in Indy.
Downtown Indy is great. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox from Chris in Allen Park. I just got back from Vegas Saturday night. The Lions buzz out there is strong. Everywhere I went, people were verbally recognizing my Lions gear. Even got validation from a whole craps table full of Viking fans.
Wow.
Chuck in Clinton Township. Guys, the thing I love most is this team's attitude. Doesn't matter what happens during the game. They don't get rattled when things aren't going their way, which is why they are on this run. From an unnamed texter, it's not just in Michigan that everyone is wearing Lions gear. Down here in Atlanta on Sundays, everywhere I go, I see more Lions gear than even the Falcons. You know, it was funny. We went to Arlington, Virginia this weekend to visit my son, who's got his first job post-college out there, and Arlington's a cool town. But my wife, wanted to spruce up his apartment a little bit, so we ended up in a Crate and Barrel. And they had this comfortable chair that I sat down on, and I kind of started to, it's like, maybe I might be nodding off here. And I opened up my eyes, and walking towards me was a dude in a Lions hat. And I'm like, am I dreaming? Did I actually fall asleep? Or is there a Lions guy here walking in Crate and Barrel in Arlington, Virginia? So I kind of got up and looked, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's definitely a Lions fan.
Did you say anything?
No, at that point, it would have been a little awkward.
You like Jack Campbell? Me too.
Hey, you don't believe in hard and fast rules when it comes to the draft, do you?
Brian Holmes is pretty great.
You excited about Zadarius Smith?
Am I?
Yep. Anyway.
You fell asleep, huh?
Yeah, I was kind of nodding off. It had been we had some late nights there.
Oh.
Yeah. Stopped in downtown Pittsburgh. Of course, we went to a bar there for dinner, and it was Redskins and Eagles.
Oh.
And there was plenty of Eagles fans in Pittsburgh.
Commanders.
Commanders, yes, sorry.
It's a throwback bar?
Yeah, it is. Must have been.
Hey, by the way, how did the wife put the female touch on your son's apartment?
So,
Crate and Bale or no?
A great question.
She cleaned it.
Yeah.
Right. It no longer smells like poop.
Right.
We
oh, you could smell it?
We basically ended up, when it was all said and done, just loading up his fridge because they didn't want to pull the trigger on anything. I'm like, get him something. Buy something. Now, I wasn't disappointed that it wasn't a Crate and Barrel because that pretty much is your entire paycheck. My God. Nice stuff. How much is this pot? $190.
Let's go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Dude, it's his first apartment. You hit up the Salvation Army.
Yeah,
I don't think he cares,
100%.
right? What are you doing?
You guys got any
Screams.
stuff you're not using? And then your wife's like, we could use new dishes. Let's give him our old stuff. Yes,
Exactly.
That's how it works.
Make sure the bathroom's clean. Buy him a candle.
That's
Call it
the
a day.
American dream, right? Set a
You know,
candle.
right? That's it, man.
Vanilla? No, it smells like stripper. Get something else. Classier. Cinnamon.
Class it up a notch.
Cinnamon the stripper? No, cinnamon, apple, cinnamon. You know what I'm saying.
It's funny because there's like nothing in the apartment. And because our house has been a house with 3 kids, I'm like, this is perfect. There's nothing here. And he's like, yeah, there's nothing here. And I'm like, yeah, it's perfect. But he wants. And then you got roommates, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to get you this piece of art because what if they don't like it?
Don't get art.
Well, he wanted something. He wanted something on the walls. He wanted something. We were like, we need to get something for our walls. And so I was like, we're in Crate and Barrel, and there's a wall hanging or some, But again, it's ridiculous.
He's got
I'm like,
roommates.
you could buy Max Crosby for the price of this wall hanging. But he's got roommates. And yeah, so you
Got a
don't know
poster
what,
of Max Crosby.
and one of the roommates said, all right, enough with the Michigan stuff, because my son wants to hang up the Michigan posters everywhere.
I agree.
Yeah. And and my son's got a lot of cool stuff, a lot of the newspapers framed, and got a national championship banner, and they didn't want any of that.
Where is the roommates from?
He's actually got one who's a U of M grad that he didn't know, and then the other's from Indiana.
Indiana grad or?
Yes, Indiana grad.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's from the Boston area.
Is he getting chesty?
We didn't get into that conversation.
Huh.
Bye week and all,
Bye week and all. I'd be if I were an Indiana grad, I'd be leading into this so
Dude,
hard.
I have to be honest. I did see more Indiana hats than I thought I'd ever see outside of Bloomington. People are rocking their Indiana gear. That is one very recent proud fan base.
You think the Alumni Association is hitting up Mark Cuban right now?
I think the Alumni Association, if they're smart, they're hitting up everybody.
Right, yeah, but let's go to the billionaire first.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark. Sorry, Mr. Cuban.
Boy, they got a big game this weekend.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one.
Yep.
And I saw online that some people were upset that game day is going to be there. Like, I'm sorry. You got an undefeated Indiana team traveling to the Horseshoe to take on Ohio State.
Why are they upset that game day is going to be there?
They wanted it elsewhere, but it's just stupid. I find it also intriguing. You got Army and Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Two great games. That'll be Saturday night.
248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. Justin, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. So obviously this Lions team got us all, excited. So I had to go and do some research last night. 336 points through 10 games. We have scored since 1980 less points than that in a 16-game season 25 times. If we multiply that our average this year through 17 games, that would give us the third highest point total in NFL history.
Wow.
This team is special.
Yep. No, they definitely look like it. Did you what do they need to do to break the most?
So that was I think it was the 2013 Broncos at 606. So I mean, we'd have to maybe get our average up to I think they averaged 37 over a 16-game season. So we'd have to probably average around 35 at 17.
Okay. Yep.
Well. So pretty cool.
Yeah, their offense is the third most yards per game in the NFL this season. And their points per game at 33.6 is number one in the league right now, ahead of the Ravens by a field goal. That's a lot when you do the aggregate for the season.
Absolutely. But, hey, appreciate you guys. Love listening to the show while I'm working. So awesome. First time calling in.
Thank you for the phone call. And good research.
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Yeah,
248-539-9797.
And the defense, by the way, through 10 games has given up 17.7 points per game. Only 4 teams have given up fewer. One of them are the Vikings, in fact. But that just speaks volumes at how well put together this team is. You talk about it's a passing league. You got to have the great offense in football right now. It's a balance. If you can do it, you're going to win. And this balance they have of top 3 offense, top 5 defense, that's amazing. And then special teams, what can you say about their special teams?
What did you say their points per game allowed was so far this year?
17.7.
Okay. So they're about 6 points better than they were a year ago. 5.5 points better than they were a year ago when they had a bottom third points per game allowed. But 5 points makes a huge difference.
They also in special teams, they lead the league in kickoff average, 34.9. And
is that where the balls? What is kickoff average?
That's where when they actually return kickoffs. They've returned 8 kickoffs for 279 yards.
So kickoff return.
Yes, kickoff returns. Gotcha. They lead the NFL, and in punt returns they are 4th in the NFL.
And their kicker hasn't missed a field goal.
And the kicker is.
And Jack Fox is a stud.
And Jack Fox is the best punter in football.
When he ever has to punt.
So it's all 3 aspects. It's amazing.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Kinetico Premier Softener with the Kinetico K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. This month, save 10% off on a Navien tankless water heater. CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, 855-339-4242. Carlton Davis after the game. Detroit, this community, it feels like, Gator, we're experiencing a community that's collectively figuring out how to process what looks like the best football team in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think maybe some of our inexperience is showing what it's like to look this good after 10 games because we never have known what it's like to have our football team look this good this deep into the season. And it sounds like there's a lot of counting of chickens going on, and that's fine. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't really impact reality. Rest assured, it doesn't sound like the team is acting that way, and that's the most important thing. But in the meantime, I think most people know, because I sit here and I say things can change. Things can get better. Things can get better, and so, they just seem to be getting better and better. And, yeah, they played a bad team yesterday, but they just went through a stretch of tough gauntlet of the schedule and went 4-0.
Well, they can't get better than they did last night or yesterday.
Offensively, certainly.
Except if you were to do that against a better opponent.
Yeah.
All due respect to Jacksonville, but Jacksonville is not Buffalo. They're not Philadelphia. They're not Washington. So it is hard to imagine seeing a Lions team be better than what you saw yesterday. That was the most impressive offensive performance I've ever seen.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
You think the Jags will be regulated to London now officially after that game? Like that's
Send
pretty
them
bad.
to London.
That's a pretty bad. Another thing, by the way, I know this is not a good team like you guys mentioned, the Jags, but it showed you, like, after what happened in last year's playoff game against the Niners, where they had the big lead at halftime, hey, we don't take our foot off the gas. I don't care who the opponent is. We bury them as soon as we get a chance. And that's got to make you feel somewhat confident. And if they ever get in that situation again, right, in the playoffs or whatever, and they're up at halftime, finish the game. And I think that's one of the reasons why Dan Campbell's like, I'm going to play my guys until I really, really don't have to. I personally had zero problem with the way he handled the starters. They finished the drive that they started in the end of the third quarter. They finished at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and then he pulled them. But to be able to finish opponent off, that's important, I think, in the long run.
248-539-9797. JT is next on 97.1. Hi, JT.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
We're great. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, so something I'm happy with the Lions is really just not hearing Terrion Arnold's name much anymore. I think he's been playing some great ball since some early troubles, and he's not getting the penalties. Guys aren't getting past him and beating him. So just not hearing his name for me is a positive.
He did commit a penalty yesterday, didn't he? He did, right? Pretty sure he did. But it was inconsequential in the outcome of the game, obviously.
I don't think it was on him. I could be
well, and a lot of that comes from just, early on there was a lot of chatter about, overrated or, should he be starting, things like that, and just not giving him a chance to settle into, playing NFL ball. But I think he's playing a lot better now, and, he's a great pick and going to be a great asset for us for a long time.
Certainly hope so.
Yeah, and the other thing, I was watching the game yesterday, and this was just something that kind of took me aback in a good way. Lions, maybe they're at the fourth touchdown, maybe the fifth, and the thought went through my head, kind of same old Lions, just another blowout. And I stopped myself and I thought, wow, how perception and times have changed. And I'm actually thinking in terms of same old Lions with a blowout, and we're on the delivery end of it, not the receiving end. So that was any of the ghosts I might have had or scar tissue from years past. I think that pretty much ended it for me. It was great.
JT, it's a good point, because there was a degree of, it wasn't traumatic yesterday. It wasn't that you got into the second half, and I'm just like, okay, they're just playing out the string here a little bit. And given they were still throwing the ball, they didn't take the foot off the gas from a play calling perspective. But I was already like, all right, who's next? Indianapolis. Okay, they're in a dogfight with the Jets right now. Who else is winning around? I was paying attention more to scores on other games because we could divert our attention, because the Lions game is a foregone conclusion. I'm not going to call it boring, but it wasn't the most thrilling time watching him just blow out another opponent. But
I'm down in Charlotte, North Carolina, so it wasn't local coverage. I just went to the bar, and they had all the games on. And at that point, I was watching the Packers and the Bears, as much as I was watching the Lions, just because, it was an exciting game, and it would have been great if they could have won that game.
It was amazing, being there live and seeing how the loud ovation of cheers in the first half for touchdown after touchdown after touchdown after touchdown shifted to polite applause. It's like the crowd wasn't standing up and cheering. It was more like, oh, great play.
Yep.
Gator, so how was it live in person? I saw this online trending a little bit. That how impressive was that wave they got going?
It was actually, I said to Stone, I go, that's a good wave.
Yeah, it looked very
really
impressive. Like, I was like, I know a lot of people that do wave is, done its thing, it's coming and gone, but I saw it yesterday online and it looked huge.
It was strong, all three levels, and I would guess it made maybe 6 passes, and they were all pretty strong. And when it stopped, it was the appropriate time to stop. But it was an impressive wave.
248-539-9797. Glenn is in Clinton Township and next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Glenn.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
We're good, Glenn.
Listen, I wanted to put champ and chump. I wanted to champ the whole Lions organization. They're doing awesome. This is something I'd never think I'd see where they're scoring 50 points in a game. It's like almost like Madden-like.
Yep.
And then I wanted to chump the coach for LSU. I don't know how he keeps getting jobs. Brian Kelly. I mean, he goes and he stinks up the place every place he goes. Also, I wanted to make a point that there's one of the tiebreakers is, I don't think you'll get to this, but tiebreakers as far as how many points you've scored per game too, isn't it? As far as the standings?
I don't know that points scored is a tiebreaker.
I feel like it used to be.
Yeah. I'll have to look it up. I'm not sure that it still is. I'm actually not sure it ever was, but
it'd be kind of funny if it was, and then
yeah, okay, it is. It appears to be the 9th tiebreaker, best net points in common games. So
it's a good thing we scored all those points.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's like saying it's a good thing if we call heads or tails. It's so far down the list, I can't imagine it'll matter, but it could.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say Brian Kelly stunk up the joint everywhere he's been. He's been pretty good everywhere he's been. 34-6 at Cincinnati. He had a winning record at Central Michigan the 3 years he was there. Obviously, Grand Valley was a stud. At Notre Dame, he was 92-39 at Notre Dame, including 5 straight years of 10 wins or more. And in 3 years at LSU, it's 26-11. Not a good year this year.
What are they right now?
They're 6-4 this year.
I think they'll move on from him.
I mean, I wouldn't. Number 1 recruit in the country allegedly is coming there. We'll see.
You think he'll still go if he's not the coach?
Probably not.
248-539-9797. Dave is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hello.
Hey, Dave.
Big time. First time, long time, gentlemen. So my wife worked for the Lions back in the Silverdome days, and, a lot of heartbreak back then. Oh, and last year's NFC game kind of reminded me of that. Yeah. While her and all her former coworkers are all in, absolutely. I'm still on the fence here. I've seen this movie, and I want to say I absolutely hope and pray that they make it all the way. And I think if they do, I think that the game against Houston is going to be their Colorado Avalanche moment. I think that the year that the Wings won the Cup and they beat Colorado late in the season, I think that was the turning point for them, and I think that the Houston game is going to be a turning point for the Lions.
When you say that you've seen this movie before, have we?
You look back at the Wayne Fontes years when they went to and they just got completely blown out in D.C. One game before the Super Bowl, and last year kind of reminded me of that, where you're there and everybody's on board and you get heartbroken.
I guess I don't know that we've seen this movie before.
No, but I look at the hype back then with Barry and Wayne and the people they had on that team, and everybody was, yeah, they had a great team, but they couldn't take it all the way. So.
No, they
like
unfortunately they suffered catastrophic injuries and circumstances at the end of that season.
Yeah, and you're kind of looking at with Anzalone now and Aiden, it's like, man, few more, and you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, look, injuries can derail anything. I don't know that we've seen this movie.
No, because that team, as good as they were with Barry Sanders, that team had no quarterback identity.
Well, and think about it. Think about this. Have the Lions ever at any point in time been the favorite to win the Super Bowl?
No.
Kang, have the Lions, have you seen any reporting on that? Have the Lions ever been the Vegas favorite to win the Super Bowl?
No, this is the first time in the history of the Detroit Lions organization they are the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Okay. So I'm not seeing
this movie has never been written before.
No, I think this is a brand new screenplay. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Amon-Ra St. Brown, there you go. Back to work. Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. Lions 7.5 or 8-point favorite, depending on who you pay attention to. They'll probably be a big favorite on Thanksgiving against the Bears, and then Green Bay comes to town. Then Buffalo comes to town. It's going to get really interesting. But I don't know, man. Their performances have been so consistent, and that, like, even bad teams typically don't lose 52-6. Not in the National Football League. So the Lions are doing some things here that are really, really encouraging going into this stretch drive. 9-1. 248-539-9797. George is in Bloomfield, and he's on 97.1. Hi, George.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going great.
I just want to ask a question with both of y'all. Okay, I'm very excited about the Lions and everything. And when you look at it overall, I think we all, like, this is incredible how they are. But getting your opinion, a bunch of my partners and us, and we all was talking yesterday, to be optimistic, and it's not the Lions' fault because you play the teams that are in front of you, but when you're looking at going towards the Super Bowl, it's kind of scary because the Lions' schedule, if you go back and, you're a true, football fan, you look at that schedule in the beginning of the season and you say, okay, I kind of saw it like maybe they'd be 7-3, a couple of games they should have won. But, I think they could have lost. But my question is to both of y'all, if you look at the remaining schedule and everything, I think December is going to tell us, are we Super Bowl bound or what? Because when you look at teams like the Chiefs, the Chargers, Cincinnati, why we haven't played – it's amazing. Why we haven't played Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Chargers, Philadelphia. Those teams are losing some good games that will get them ready for the playoffs. The Lions' schedule is just weak. It's the weakest schedule I've ever seen. Other than coming up, we got to play Buffalo and San Francisco. I can't see any other hard game. We didn't see Minnesota in.
Yeah, Minnesota was undefeated when they played them. Green Bay is 7-3. The Lions beat them. Arizona's a first-place team. Houston's a first-place team.
Seattle just beat your San Francisco 49ers.
That's what I'm saying. But if you're being optimistic, when you first looked at the schedule in the beginning of the season, nobody saw Minnesota playing like the way they was playing. They had Green Bay. Green
Who cares
Bay
what we thought they were going to be? Isn't it more important what they actually are?
That's true, but it's actually, don't you agree that we need to get to playing like some better teams to get us ready for the playoffs? Because when the playoffs come, we go to Indy. We should win that game. We knew they was going to win yesterday. If you look at the main schedule, the only two hard games they got to play is Buffalo
so
and
the
San
last
Francisco.
4 out of the 5 games they've got on the schedule, they're playing against Green Bay, against Buffalo, at San Francisco, and against Minnesota. That's 4 out of 5 to finish the season. Is that good enough for you?
That's it. That's good. That's
Okay,
what I'm
then.
saying. No, that's my opinion. No, I just want to hear from y'all. Do y'all feel like that the Lions, we need a couple more tougher games to get us ready for the playoffs? Because when the playoffs come,
I don't think. I'll tell you what, George. I don't think so. It's going to happen regardless because this is the way the schedule's set up. But I think going on the road to play at Houston and to survive 5 turnovers in the game and come back and win that game, I think that's impressive when you were down as much as you were in the first half. And to pitch a shutout defensively in the second half and offensively to come back and win it, I think that was important for this team. I think it was important for this team to go to Green Bay in a quagmire and be better than the Packers on the road. I think that goes a long way. So I guess I kind of reject the premise a little bit because they've already had some tough games. They've won these tough games, and they're going to have plenty of tough games going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted your opinion on that because, we're getting ready to get closer to almost playoff time. And, like the Chiefs lost yesterday, we all know they're going to improve because some of these schedules are just,
So I've seen this before. Thank you, George. I've seen this before. when you're really good,
Seen this movie before?
Well, people will psychologically basically dismiss the wins because those teams must not be any good because the Lions handled them. Like I'm trying to find a data point that would either support him or disagree with him in terms of the records of your opponents. And I can't find it anywhere. But to suddenly dismiss, he cited, when are they going to play a team like Cincinnati? Cincinnati's 4-7. They beat the Vikings, who are 8-2. They beat the Packers, who are 7-3. He mentioned the Chargers. Chargers are 7-3. Packers are 7-3. Lions beat a 7-3 team in their place. They beat an 8-2 team in their place.
What's Houston right now?
They're 6-4.
Yeah,
they're a first place team.
There you go.
Arizona's 6-4 and a first place team.
Seattle.
Seattle's 5-5. Rams are 5-5.
But Seattle just beat San Francisco, who thinks is a good team.
My gut tells me that the Lions' opponents' winning percentage actually might be pretty good.
Now, to his point, have they played a team with the caliber of Buffalo? You can make an argument with Minnesota. I don't think Minnesota's as good as Buffalo by a long shot. Would I feel better if the Lions had beaten Philadelphia this year at this point? I guess a little bit. I don't really care, though. Like I said before, I think they have some games where they've been battle tested. The end of the season is going to tell you a lot more about if you're even chestier about this team if they go through, Green Bay, Buffalo, San Francisco, and Minnesota.
The Lions, by the way, they don't have to beat every team in the league. You just beat whoever's on your schedule, right?
Yeah.
And secondly, they play in the toughest division in the NFL, so they're going to be battle tested. The thing is, they've proven throughout the years is they can beat anybody, though. So, but I go to back to the fact that you don't have to beat everybody. But whoever they lined up in front of the Lions, guess what? They're 9-1.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find the data that would support what their record is, their opponent's winning percentage. I found something here. I don't know if this is accurate. That says that so far they've played the 11th toughest schedule in the NFL, and that their opponents are 5 games over 500. So it's not like they've played an easy schedule. 248-539-9797. Q is in Detroit, and he's next. Hi, Q.
How you guys doing today?
What's
Thanks
up,
for
Q?
having me on.
Sure.
So that last caller, I don't want to be disrespectful or anything like that, but when you look at the Lions, the last 2.5 seasons, we are 30-8, 29-8. So, we played some teams and we lined up really good against all of those teams. So I just want to say, man, this team is so good. I never even seen another team in the NFL like this team. Throw 5 interceptions and still win the game. This team is built different. And we got to credit Campbell and Brad Holmes for what they have done, because they built a juggernaut. I believe this team can line up against anybody and beat anybody. And we're going to see them play the Bills. We will see them play the Packers again. They got the 49ers. So we still got some teams that we have to show that we can really go out there and beat. But when you see them play teams like the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Tennessee Titans, and they score the way they do, or the Dallas Cowboys, and dominate those teams, that lets you know this team is a great team. They don't even give those teams a chance to think that they can win the game. So I just love watching this team, man. They make life better. Waking up on Sundays, they feel good. Waking up on Mondays, they play on Monday. I just love watching this team. Thursdays, Thanks for having me, guys.
Days that end in Y. It's fun.
He likes watching them on days. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, kept off the NFL week, right? Well, a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. So what I would do if I were you, if you wanted to get this $150 in bonus bets, go to a alternate prop bet. I think C.J. Stroud, you can bet over 125 passing yards. And if he goes over that, you won't get a lot of money in your $5 bet, but you will get the $150 in bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So I've got the cumulative record of the teams that played Detroit and all the rest of their games, not including the game they lost to Detroit, because I think that's impacting that record, as the Lions, their opponents are +2. They're not +5. I don't know how that compares to the rest of the league. It's actually not easy to find what your opponent's record is. But still, you know, if our guy that just called and said he thinks they have played a weak schedule, I would say that they're still in the toughest division in football and they have a chance to prove themselves. Like I felt like I needed to see that 4-game stretch before I was totally sold. And I saw that 4-game stretch. I'm like, wow, because they went 4-0, winning the three toughest games on the road. But anyway, yeah, they'll have a chance. They'll have a chance to prove it to that dude. In the meantime, so Saturday, You know, we were in the D.C. area, and we did the Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C., which is being renovated, so it wasn't fully operational, but it was free, and it was cool. We still killed a couple hours there.
They didn't have the Falcon?
The Millennium Falcon?
Yeah.
No. They had a little model of it over in the corner. I did see that.
Really?
In the space part, yeah. They had a awesome like replica of the Star Trek Enterprise. Yeah.
Death Star?
USS. They did not have a Death Star. But I really found some of the commercial airline stuff they had really, really cool. But I ended up at a sports bar. And you know how bars like become the hubs for certain fan bases?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a Saturday afternoon. I'm sitting there with my wife, my son. We're sitting at the bar, and there's 4 games on. One of them was Michigan State, Illinois. But one fan base gathered to watch their game there. Very random. I'll give you a guess as to who it was.
All right. Say this again.
So I'm in a bar, and it's the hub for a certain fan base to watch their team play.
Well, the obvious would think like Virginia Tech, but because it's obvious, I'm going to say that's not it.
That is correct. It is not it. I'll give you a hint. It's an SEC school. Their fans had showed up for this game. They were hooting and hollering and making noise.
Tennessee?
It was not Tennessee. It was in the afternoon. The Tennessee game was at night.
South Carolina.
Correct. Well done.
Go Cox.
There's a whole bunch of South Carolina fans there for their game against Missouri. There were some fireworks and people were going nuts. And it just cracks me up. I'm like, okay, so I think it was Connolly's, maybe was the name of the place. Apparently where South Carolina fans go to watch games. 248-539-9797.
Did you have any wings there?
Did not have any wings.
I wonder what kind of bar fare they had there.
So it was weird. It was a really nice bar. It had a great TV setup, and they had some good beer specials, but the only food they served was pizza. That was it. Just pizza. And I was like, huh.
Did you have any?
Nope. Didn't feel like pizza. None of us did. So
still stung because of what happened in Indiana, right? Bad pizza.
Yeah, well, that was in Indiana. We had average pizza and then some bad food experience outside. The worst chicken fingers I've ever had was in Bloomington, Indiana. It was like a barbecue place. I was all excited, and they were awful.
What was wrong with them, man?
We weren't even sure they were chicken. Like, everybody was like, these are terrible.
A squirrel?
Yeah. It was like this deep-fried sponge. It was awful, and it was a barbecue.
Seafood? You had seafood?
I mean, I don't want to, like, out the place, but just be leery of Bloomington, Indiana chicken fingers.
Man, it feels like if you just put enough barbecue sauce on a chicken finger, you get by.
You would think, right? You would think.
This had to be like
to get like a little sinew in there. You say it gets chewy. You're like, oh.
Well, he said sponge. I mean, what kind
he
of?
Did say sponge.
Terrible. Yeah, it was terrible.
The breading too much. All this?
No, it was like at one point I'm like, what did they deep fry here? But we did not eat those chicken fingers. That was a waste of money. But.
So you questioned whether it was even protein, which you had.
Yes.
You're thinking.
I'm not
aisle
sure.
6 at Target.
It was
something from Libman.
Yeah, it could have. It could have been tofu. Like it was.
Yeah, tofu is the same way.
All right, let's go to Al. You're next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
What's up, Al?
Hey, I'm just so disappointed with our Lions fans. I think we're still shell-shocked from the past. That last caller that you had that said that we need to play better teams, we are the better team. I feel right now from the inception of when Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes took over the Lions organization, we should have known from the beginning how that team was progressively getting better. In the first year, we went toe-to-toe with San Francisco in their house, and as football fans, we should see that progression. And that's why we don't go and spend 3 first-round picks to try to get an edge rusher that could possibly get hurt and damage what they're building, because they tell you every time they're built a certain way and everyone can't play for that team. So I look at it as we don't have to get up for the good teams. The good teams, which we are now, have to get up for us.
Well, there's truth in what you're saying, and it's easy to look at some of these teams and go, they're not that good. My man was dismissive of the 8-2 Vikings, and in part because the Lions went into their place and won. And I don't know that it means you're not very good.
I also don't get it twisted either. That caller I don't think is representative of
I think
Lions
that's
fans.
I think I don't think you should be disappointed in Lions fandom. I think
and even that guy he wants to he's looking forward to seeing how the Lions do against better competition.
Well, I feel that we are the better competition.
Yeah.
You know,
well, they're the standard.
If you look at our team and how it's built, the pieces that we've lost, we really haven't missed a beat. And Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell has said we built on depth. We want depth on our team. So I look at it as we are a good team. We are the best team. That's what I feel. And that teams now have to get up for us. We don't have to get up for them. They have to get up for us. You got to give your best shot to knock us down.
I think you're more right than wrong. By the way, according to Tankathon, the remaining strength of schedule, okay, this is the winning percentage of their opponents moving forward. Lions will play the remaining strength of schedule. Their opponents have a 583 win percentage. That is the 5th toughest remaining strength of schedule in the NFL. So if you have questions about him, they will answer those questions over the next 7 games. Chris is in Flint, and he is next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. Sorry if it's a little loud. I'm in here in the shop working, building some trucks. So
good for you.
All right. So I kind of think of this team as the greatest show on turf 2.0. That's the team that they remind me of, but I think they're better. That whole team was, we got to win so we can play inside and have home field through the playoffs because they didn't know what they would do in the weather. Well, we've already seen what Green Bay did, and, he handled the weather. Goff looked great. The team looked great. So I'm not really worried about that. But I do think that this team's going to just keep rolling, and they're going to get that home field. And, you know where the Super Bowl is this year. And I just kind of think that this team's got it all. I know why a lot of these fans are calling in feeling confident. They should be. But when the people are calling in saying, better teams, you can only play who's on your schedule. We know that. And to the guy, and Gator, I know you kind of stuck up for him. To the guy that said that about Brian Kelly wherever he goes, he kind of stinks. I don't know if that's like a former player of his at Grand Valley that never got to play, or a butthurt Michigan fan that's not getting Underwood and stuff. But as a Notre Dame fan, and only being 39 years old, he's getting me the best years of my fandom as a Notre Dame fan. So I won't say a bad word about Brian Kelly except the way he left.
Don't a lot of Notre Dame fans have bad feelings towards him?
We do. But that's the only thing is how he, left in the middle of the night type thing. But other than that, he's given me my best years of fandom. I love Ty Willingham and stuff like that, and now I love Coach Free. But when Brian Kelly was there, I mean, Gator, you rattled it off. Winning record, 10 wins, 5 times. Took us to the national championship.
We don't have to sing the praise of Brian Kelly too much longer. Yeah. But, I just
enough.
Just all I wanted to do was defend him a little bit. That's it.
Yeah, you did a fine job. We didn't need more.
No.
Yeah. Here's Mike Valeni. He's in studio.
What's going on, buddy?
How are we doing?
I'm good. I'm just bummed out you weren't at Navy. I was looking for the surrender car.
Air and Space Museum won out over Navy and Tulane.
Okay.
But
respect.
I did get time in front of a TV. I was just telling Gator, the bar we went at turned out to be a South Carolina bar. So there were a bunch of Gamecock fans there for South Carolina, Missouri.
You have a good time overall?
Oh, had a great time.
Good. Chaotic Saturday, too. Lots of ranked teams losing.
You know what's funny?
You hate to see it.
Is that wasn't like this great schedule.
No.
It was a good game at night, but it's still even a bad weekend of college football or not great weekend of college football.
It's better than most NFL weekends that don't reside in Detroit.
It was,
the amount of bad teams in the NFL right now.
There is.
Good grief.
There is, well, compared to Detroit, I mean,
what?
I'm not complaining about our team.
No, I'm saying outside of here, when you really look at like most NFL football, you're like, oh boy.
I thought that San Francisco, or the Kansas City Buffalo game was a fun watch.
Those are two good teams.
That was high level. Yeah. That was really, really good stuff.
I guess I would probably tend to agree. I think there's like a handful of really good NFL teams.
And then there's Well,
and then
the
there's
rest.
you don't know, and
Then there's Cleveland, New Orleans.
well, that's on the whole. Well, but New Orleans now that they got their quarterback back, are they a better football team? But how good is New Orleans? They're not that good.
Not very.
In comparison to the top 5 teams in the league.
What do you got planned coming up next?
I mean, it's hard because the Lions are awesome.
Yep.
So it's okay. Well, what part of it? I think I've got something. I haven't heard anybody say it today, so I'm going to bring it to the biggest takeaway I have. It's not about the Jags or the game. It's you have something that I don't think anyone is talking about, and it's valuable, and it's fun, and it's violent, and it's like, okay, that's different. So I want to just lead with that and go, all right, do you guys see what I see about your team? I've already said they're winning the Super Bowl. There's really not much else for me to say. Can we just get to the parade?
Let's hope
please?
you're right.
They're winning it. You're good. Have we organized the station's trip for New Orleans?
Oh,
I've got some great suggestions for where
I
we
know
can
you
go.
do. I know you do. And I
It's
don't want
happening.
to put the cart in front of the horse, but
It's
I hope
already-
we're RVing again. Let's just say that.
Well, I'll meet you down there. I'll let you know how that goes. All right. So, yeah, we'll do that
Have a
next.
great
and
show.
Whatever happens after that. who the hell
Stay
knows?
safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Following their blowout victory over the Jags at 9-1, the Lions now sit atop the NFC North, the NFC, and following Kansas City's loss to Buffalo, tied atop the NFL with the best record in football. Everything working in favor for the Lions yesterday, with the exception of Alex Anzalone suffering an in-game injury of a broken forearm. Surgeon and sports medicine specialist David Chow, however, sharing a positive update. Lions' next challenge will be the Colts on Sunday. Meanwhile, a double-duty day today for Detroit sports. Pistons look to improve to 500 with their 8th win on the season, 3rd win in a row as they host the Bulls at LCA. Pre-game at 6:35 with a 7:10 tip-off. Meanwhile, the Red Wings look to avoid the California sweep. They were bested by Anaheim and LA over the weekend. Late-night hockey in San Jose tonight. Detroit currently 1 point out of last place in the Atlantic Division and Eastern Conference. 10:15 pregame, 10:30 puck drop. Both Pistons and Red Wings will air here on the Tickets. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Excellent remix, David. First of all, I'd like to advocate that we leave the studio and do the show outside today. Anybody just want to set up the fire and we'll just sit in some Adirondack chairs, stare at the sky, and the Lions just scored again. Can we do that?
Let's do that, man. I'll set up the fire.
Golly.
Give me 15 minutes. I'll be back.
It's gorgeous outside. It emulates our football season.
It is.
I mean, yesterday was hilarious. You and I mean, we'll joke around about stuff. We're not going to bat 1,000, but twice this year we've basically said, all right, we got ourselves a BOGO.
Groupon. Now you see what Groupon means.
At 14-3, the Jacksonville Jaguars hit the transfer portal. They opted out. Now, I'm not being insulting to you. You still have to play. But I imagined all the times I would make fun of the man to my left over the last 15 years. Rico, what's going on, man? You want to watch a game this weekend? No, I'm in San Antonio at a 7-on-7 tournament. That's what it had to look like. You were running 7-on-7 out there.
Actually, you're right. That's what it looks.
That is.
Yeah, I'm at a AAU tournament. I'm at 7-on-7 because, yes, it got to the point. Mike, we did the pregame show. I did it with Costa, and I remember telling people, if you have plans for today around 3:30, 4 o'clock, go ahead and make them. Go ahead and tell your wife you're going wherever, set up dinner plans, because you aren't going to miss anything. You could have left sooner than that. I mean, that was utter domination. Now, it was that Kirby Joseph was like, look, if you're not ready to play us, that's not on us.
No.
And they came in there and they did something that I think great teams do. You never play down to your level of competition. You make them rise to your level. And you're right. The Jags were like, guys, seriously. I mean, when Campbell, challenged the one, like, really, you can't even let us have this catch. No, you get nothing. You can go now.
And look, we can, if there's a negative, obviously, Anzalone's injury. Well, Jack Campbell, you've had a nice season sharing time. Well, now it's all every rep will go to Jack Campbell at every turn. Good. But overall, you look at it, it's just not. That's not NFL football. You don't beat people 52-6. I mean, you can go throughout time. Rico's had some great teams. I've had some great teams. David's Steelers. You don't put up 52. This team's done it twice. You don't beat people by outgaining them by not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but nearly 500 yards. Like, guys, I can't force you to get aboard. And if you're still nervous or scared or have PTSD, that's a you thing. You're winning the Super Bowl. And why run from it? I'm not. I haven't since summer. I'm not going to do it now. I believe in my heart we're going to be in New Orleans for the Super Bowl, and we're going to win the damn thing. Namely because big game, little Lamar. David, you beautiful bastard. Oh, man. Hope Lamar's head is warm in that stupid head warmer he was wearing. So listen, back to the point. As I get the Lamar slander off my chest.
You good now?
I'm so good. So I'm so tired of him being anointed, but in the biggest games, he can't win them. Lamar. So Here's what I wanted to offer. What is your favorite thing about this team? But I wanted to offer something new, okay? Just something that jumped out at me watching the game. And in fairness, guys, outside of J-Mo grabbing his bratwurst, there's not a whole lot to take out of that game. But I wanted to offer this. Can we say the Rico Beard game, which we'll get to later, can we say the Lions have the most physical, angry, violent secondary in recent NFL memory? In almost a 5-minute span, you saw Kirby Joseph run through ATN's legs and bury him in a way you don't see defensive players do, much less DBs. You saw Brian Branch send a guy into another dimension like it was Quantum Leap. And then you had Amik Robertson, who's basically 4 feet tall, murder a man. All 3 hits were like Nick Bolton Chiefs.
Kills people.
And Carlton Davis, very good against the run, wants to come up and support, get physical, even wearing his mitten. That is something that I don't think we identify enough is the mindset of the team. It's one thing if the D-line does it or the linebackers, but for the secondary, which are always viewed as the softest guys on the defense, right? The divas, you don't have any of that. You have killers. I don't know. Did it jump? Did that jump to you?
Mike,
amidst
did.
the 7-on-7?
No, that was 7-on-7 football. I mean, the J-Mo touchdown, that's what it looks like, seriously.
What, grabbing your junk?
No, when you just catch the ball and nobody touches you, and that's 7-on-7.
J-Mo looked like Kenny Saturday night when Georgia stormed back.
Yeah, dear J-Mo. Here's yet another. Yeah, you're gonna be a little light in the pocket for that one, pulling your Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, it's gonna be 6 figures.
But I agree with you. But I was there a long time ago, and the reason being is because the Lions are kind of getting a reputation around the league. They're dirty. The defense, they're dirty. They hit people. They injure people. They hit too hard. That tells me you have an elite, hard-hitting defense. Because when people have to give you that label, okay, guys, you hurt my quarterback, or you hurt this player, or you knocked this player out.
Too bad.
But when you go and look at the play, like, well, that was a football play. It was not a cheap shot. You know, looking what Brian Branch hit, that was a football play. Like, wow, you don't see it.
They were all football plays.
Right, because the game has been watered down so much that everything's a 15-yard penalty. But no, they're not cheap shots, but yes, they punish you. And the great defenses have that reputation of being punishers. I'm not going across the middle. You are not going to send me on a route one-on-one with that guy out, that headhunter. No, not going there. Change the play.
I don't know. It jumped out to me as something that was my takeaway from yesterday because, candidly, guys, I'm not being disrespectful. It's the ultimate compliment I can pay you. The game's over at 14-3 because you physically saw. You saw it if you know what you're watching. The Jaguars quit. And I don't put that term out there lightly. I don't disrespect the guys who play these sports. You don't ever want to use the Q word. But there are certain times in an NFL or like an NBA game when a team goes out and loses by 60, they quit. It is so far outside the margins, beyond the pale. Hockey, you see a team lose 10-1 or something, or baseball 24-3. Yeah, they quit. They had their third baseman pitching. Yesterday in the NFL, I watched the Jags at 14-3 go, warm the bus. And what you don't allow for is any of that. Like Dan Campbell challenging calls, going for it on fourth down. Why do we have the starters in up 36 in the fourth quarter? No, I'm not saying it's classless. It's fun. It's unnecessary.
It's only fun until you lose somebody, and then you have to answer that question.
But I'm making the point.
Yeah.
What Kirby said is their mentality. If you are not careful, we're going to kick your ass.
That's not our job. You better come in here ready because we are.
Oh, the Lions will roll to town, and they will impregnate your girl. They will just come to town, take her to dinner while you're at work, and you know what happens next. The Lions are a menace.
They are.
In all the right ways.
And the other thing about the defense that I think that they are a part of that Lions hangover. is that the defense beats up on the opposing offense so badly that the next
lose
game,
twice?
they're not ready because they're still in pain for what the Lions did. Now, well, that's not fair because I think we know the Jags will lose their next game. But when you look at it, everybody that they played lost. Dallas had a bye week, still lost when they came off the bye week. So at first it was a coincidence, but now I'm believing, that hangover thing is real. The Lions beat you so badly.
Did you savor the athletic display all day by Jared Goff? Mobile golf season, people. Hope you enjoyed that 9-yard scamper. They should put that to Rocky music. Every week he's getting a first down using them twigs.
When they said he had 18 yards all year and he had 20 in the first half.
That's right.
I said, what are we doing here?
David, 2 words, speed training. Jared Goff is now an improviser. He's extending plays with his feet. Come on, get aboard the movement. Anytime I send you my little graphic with Jared Goff with flames from his feet like a cartoon, come on.
I laughed.
I was just like, this is great. Mobile Goff doing it again.
Oh,
little
man.
scamper, couple first downs each week. He slots in somewhere just underneath maybe Justin Herbert and Lamar for mobility.
Yeah. And on a side note, if you're smart, man, the Lions can make you money. The anytime touchdowns, just bet them all.
You could have bet any player who you can name or who has a jersey at the team score and it cashed yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, there are 2 ways to play this. Your takeaways, you do whatever you like. My takeaway is your secondary that doesn't get enough shine, and Brad Holmes deserves credit here. They went from a bad secondary to a good secondary. They went from a weak secondary to a physical secondary. And a lot of that is the archetype of the player you're looking for. We talked about Robertson coming from the Raiders, that he can't play the outside. He's not much physically. He's like 4 feet tall, but he'll hit you. He's like a little pit bull. He's perfect for the slot. Brian Branch is a destroyer. I will never understand how he fell out of the first round. I don't get it. We didn't get it draft night. Like, if they had taken him 12th overall, we all would have been like, okay.
Oh, dude, if they had swapped him and Campbell, I think everybody would have been like, oh, see, yeah, that makes more sense.
But he's a destroyer. Kirby Joseph has turned into a mean, mean man. So when you start looking at it, you go, you know what? Other teams don't have this.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, other teams barely have a secondary that can cover the pass. But what Rico said is right. You turn on the film, your receivers better be on a swivel. Mm-hmm. And your running back, they support in run D. You don't see that. I promise you. Let a loser like me that watches every game every week tell you this. You do not see corners and run support.
If you're a wide receiver, you better go to the DK Metcalf weightlifting class because you can't come in here and look like the Eagles wide receivers and think you're going to survive in this game.
No, but it's truly a special time. It really is, Rico. These are games you don't see. I don't think fans know how to categorize it because there is no reference point. There's been no time this team has ever been like this. But, yeah, here's your reminder. This ain't normal.
Yeah. I took away something. I'll give that to you later.
Oh, man. Amazing.
Yes,
No. Let's
absolutely.
just keep it moving.
Yes.
Rico, be curious. Okay. All right. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, then. Everybody, calm down.
Hey, are you looking to save on your internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity has the Black Friday sale, their best deal of the year. It's here. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone with Xfinity. Plus, you can also get a fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home the new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should we say a gig deal? Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of a free 5G phone with unlimited data plus unlimited plus line, plus get a 300 megabit Xfinity internet and an unlimited mobile line together for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday to sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data, including your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Companies offering BOGO deals, complete nonsense. You want a real deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and they'll beat any price. So bundle that new high-efficiency AC and furnace. Save up to $2,000, fast installation. Visit mastercraftheating.com. There's your highlights from the Jaguar game. David, Kenny, I want to talk to you guys briefly and then get to the people. We are sitting here in a dream state where this team turns games you're supposed to win into 7-on-7 Elite 11 camps. Just what is your biggest takeaway as we sit here on November 18th with this team? And then, look, if we're talking about a couple different points I brought up, I think you got the most physical secondary in the sport. They emulate the team. The Anzalone injury, I'm not going to, what am I going to say? I think he'll be back this year. It just won't be for a while. And frankly, it's a great dress rehearsal where Jack Campbell's had a nice second year. Well, now everything's going to fall on you. Here it is, kid. Enjoy. I don't know. I don't need the starters in there in the fourth quarter, and I don't need J-Mo grabbing his ball bag. But, what am I going to do? Scream and yell like a boomer? No. I mean, it is what it is. I don't need such things. But, David, what's your takeaway? And we can get some ticket text, get Kenny involved, too.
My takeaway is that this team is the bend but don't break defense, and I love it. They'll let you get the stuff in the middle of the 20s. When you get to that red zone, you're not scoring. You get field goals, and that's it. That's all you get, and I love that. I know some people don't like that. Oh, I want to stop them. I don't want them to get them many yards. Doesn't matter, because if you're not scoring, that's all that matters to me, and that's what I love about this defense. Offensively, it doesn't matter who you put back there. They're just going for it. That J-Mo touchdown yesterday, that I don't want to get too nerdy, but that play design, outstanding by Ben Johnson. Outstanding. And I love everything that offense is doing.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like just an open audition tape for the offensive and defensive coordinators. Like, hey, guys, this is what they can do. Is your team – I mean, seriously, the only thing missing is Dan Campbell out there like an 800 number type thing. Is your offense missing something? Well, I have what you need. It's called Ben Johnson. But wait, there's more. Hi, Kenny.
Hello, Rico. No, my biggest takeaway from this is depth. I mean, how many times have we said, oh, if so and so gets injured, if this guy gets injured, we're going to be outside of Jared Goff getting injured. Like Anzalone's out, I'm not worried. Hutch is out, I'm still not worried. I mean, would it be great to have those guys? Of course it would be. But there used to be a factor of Lion fan in me that whenever somebody would go down with an injury, I'd be like, well, I don't know what the hell we're going to do. I can't see us winning another game.
You're right. They got a ton of – to me, there's only two guys that I would seriously say, oh, boy. Oh, okay. One's a quarterback and one's on the O-line. I'll leave them nameless.
100%. Yes. No J-Mo, no problem. No Hutch, no problem. Anzalone's out. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if St. Brown's on that level, I think that they could manage without him. It would be difficult because that's Jared's security blanket, but they still would find a way to get it done.
But it feels like those injuries would be so much more crippling in past years. That's why my biggest takeaway from this week and from this whole season in general is I'm not worried. I'm not worried. If you go down with an injury, just like you said, if it's one of those two guys, if it's Goff or if it's Penei, then yeah, that's a real problem. Outside of that, we can probably piecemeal our way to wins.
Yeah. It's because you're a Super Bowl team. That you've just described what Super Bowl teams are. You have to have some depth. You have to have the ability to sustain the injuries that are baked into the NFL. And again, Anzalone's not out for the year, so he'll be back. But overall, it's amazing. It really is.
And I know it's the Jags, but 52-6 and no Laporta. Did you miss him? No.
No, because we had the Bob Zylstra experience. Right. I was so happy to see my guy back.
He could have been at the apple orchard. Hey, aren't you Sam Laporta? Don't you have a game right now? Don't worry about it.
I opted out.
It took the family.
David, ticket text. What do people have to say here on this glorious Monday?
I went to see Red 1 during the game, and I had no problem missing the game. This was the first time I ever had so much confidence in the team that I didn't feel the need to watch. My favorite thing about this team is that at its core, the Lions are a physical team that suck the will out of their opponents. It's 100% their identity that is Alex in Detroit. Goff is probably back in the MVP race.
No.
The media wrote him off a bad one game. Gary in Detroit.
No, Gary, you're making things up. He had 62 passing yards against the Titans. You're done. He had a 5-interception game 2 weeks later. You're done. The big bad media didn't do anything wrong. It's hard to win an NFL MVP as a Detroit Lion. It's hard to do it when you have 2 weeks where you were bad. Including, look, it's not his fault he had 62 passing yards. You beat a team 52-21 or whatever it was. But you're competing in a league where week to week somebody's showing out. And you go, well, here's Goff's 2 bad games, and you watch what Josh Allen did yesterday with nobody healthy on his team, including that seminal moment with 30 seconds to go where he went transformer mode. So, look, it's stop blaming other people. Who cares if he wins the MVP, if he wins the Super Bowl? Who cares?
I think Lions fans want it all.
Well, you can't
They
have
want
it.
the Super Bowl. They want the MVP. They want the Defensive Player of the Year. They want it all. Because they never had it. So they're greedy. I can't blame them because you've never experienced it.
Okay, David.
Me and my girl were watching the game. That branch hit on Ingram happened, and we both audibly gasped. Thought he died on the field right there. That was a hit.
I thought the Kirby Joseph one's the most impressive of them because you don't see safeties come up and just end a running back. It's normally, hey, rugby pile, and we're all going to stand here and push around. Kirby Joseph ran through ATN's thighs and assassinated. Like, that's old school.
Yeah, that's that branch thing. That I was just like, Ed Reed, is that you?
Nehemiah Warwick. He put him down. Kenny will have to Google that hit. That was a 05 or 06 classic right there. Pull up Nehemiah Warwick against Wisconsin, Kenny, if you want to see the cleanest. That was the worst personal foul in history. We got called for a personal foul because the receiver died on the field. Not really, but kind of.
No. You will literally see a soul leave a body.
It's an
temporarily.
angel. You see a little halo rise up and go, whoop, see ya.
Right. It was one of those out-of-body experiences like, wait, oh, no. I'm going to go back down. But yes, for 10 seconds.
Such a good hit.
Gone.
Oh, well. All right, David, go ahead.
Favorite thing about this team is hands down the buy-in by the whole locker room. You can tell everyone down to the janitor is 200% in.
The janitor?
Mm-hmm.
You think the janitor's bought in? He ain't making no money. What is he, on a profit share with the players?
Yeah.
Yeah, every week they put in something. Hearing Mike break it down the way that made me realize the Lions are winning the Super Bowl. I got a warm and fuzzy down in my deep, dark, cold heart.
That's right. And the only thing that'll warm it up is New Orleans in the dead of winter. We'll see you there. It's happening. His team's dead. What are they going to do? And if the Eagles got to come here, what are they going to do? Who else is there?
No, you're right.
Atlanta? Here. Got sexed up by Bo Nix yesterday.
I'll see Detroit in New Orleans.
Like hell you will.
Kicking 6 field goals?
You fraud. You fraud. I can't wait to bet against you your first playoff.
6 field goals is not going to get you there.
No, in fact, it's not. I actually hope we see Steelers, Chargers, and I'm going to be the big Jim Harbaugh fan on that day. That a baby. Tacky up.
Well, we could beat John. We could beat Jim. I've been waiting all day to hear Mike talk about mobile golf, and he didn't disappoint. Vanilla Vic.
Man, you can tell the speed training's working. He's been running those hills in the offseason.
This defensive backfield is a meaner, tougher version of the Eagles' Troy Vincent, Bobby Taylor backfield.
You're going way back there.
Yeah, that's way back.
Look, it's an outlier in today's NFL, and the physicality it plays. That's the biggest thing. I mean, Rico, they swarm the football. They play on a string. It's, I don't know. You run out of ways to just say how good it is. Just win the damn Super Bowl. Let's go. Honestly, like right now, you're in a phase, and I think you said it before we were on the air. It's like, are you comfortable that you're not uncomfortable? For me, I'm great.
Yeah.
This is easy.
I mean, you had the listener saying, yeah, I'm going to the movies, meaning I'm going to be out of touch. I don't know what's going on, and I'm fully confident when I come out of the theater and turn my phone on, you're winning.
We'll get to the phone calls. First time all day. We had to set the table for everybody. Now we eat. We'll get to you guys next. Next time you're outside, go look at the roof. Is it ready for a big winter? Well, how would you know? I mean, you're not Manute Bol. So here's the deal. Let Victors get up there. They'll do a 21-point roof inspection, check out everything from the top of the roof to the attic, and catch even the smallest issues. Then craft a plan and provide you with the perfect installation every single time. And with that 50-year leak-free guarantee, you are covered for decades to come. No wondering what's going to happen. You have your own personal contact. You have your job site project manager. It's Victors. 734-773-1100 or visit victors.com. And the train rolls on. We go to the people. Nicholas is batting leadoff on a Monday. Nick, how you doing, buddy? What's on your mind?
I'm doing good, man. How are y'all? Hope y'all having a good day.
Same to you.
So I wanted to talk about your point that you opened up the show with, talking about the team's physicality. And I just want to make this quick so I'm not late for class here. But what this team really reminds me of, especially with the secondary, how physical they are. It really reminds me of the Seattle Seahawks Legion of Boom, and with this defense, because they're so physical, they're so up in your face and forcing turnovers and landing some big hits. The only thing that we're really missing right now is, of course, with the Hutchinson injury, but this only makes me feel more optimistic for when it comes back for next season. This team's fully healthy and everyone's even more developed, that this team's just looking scary. But right now, that's what that team reminded me of last night, because they just dominated at all levels.
And you're right. From the safety comp, Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch. Yeah. And look, although stylistically they're different, they don't play that base cover 3. They don't sit back and zone all day.
Right.
Nick, you're right. And the safeties are the hammer. I mean, they just come up and they smoke you. It was really, for a team like Jacksonville, who you could tell was kind of like 1 foot in the pool and 1 foot up on the deck, that is not the right mentality you're going to play this team. Because as Kirby Joseph said, we'll kick your ass. They're just so different. And there's no reference point, Nick. And that's what makes it fun, because you're actually getting to experience what so many other cities have. I mean, basically every other town has had a team in the modern era that's been something like this. Now, again, with the Lions, your ability on a per-game basis, the way you're beating teams, you're approaching 07 Patriots level if it were to continue. That's just, I'll leave that there, because I know the 07 Patriots didn't win the Super Bowl, and you're all going to get upset at me. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you?
Happy Victory Monday.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Asked favorite thing about the Lions here. We'll start with the Sewell speech before the game. I don't know if you saw it. He was just screaming. I think he just has the old line in there, but he's just screaming, run to the ball, knock somebody in the effing mouth. And I feel like this team blocks, just even outside of the offensive line. Tim Patrick had 2 on one play. I couldn't remember because there were so many big plays. Demo's first touchdown, Wright had the seal on the left side that he went in untouched because of Wright's block. There was another play late in the game where J-Mo missed a block, and I've come to expect, these receivers are downfield, and they're all sealing for Sonic and Knuckles to run 50 yards down the field. Their blocking is, I think, it's by far.
Once again, this is why I will always fight to the death when I say that Amon-Ra, for me, is the singular best receiver in the sport, because unlike Tyreek or Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra will kill you in the run game. Your running game, the explosives that everyone stands on their feet and applauds and acts like Jahmyr Gibbs, the best player in the history of the world, it's a byproduct of the 10 other guys on the field, including his wide receivers. You want big runs, not 5-yard runs? The big runs are for what your receivers do.
Yep, you got it 100%. They're the best at it, too, and it's showing on the field.
It's absolute buy-in is what it is. It's complete
you're
buy-in
right.
to the program.
It's awesome.
It is. And again, I mean, Joe, this is something there's no comparative to. The Lions have never looked this way at any point in history. I mean, if you want to sell me some Dutch Clark 1950s, that's your business. Milt Plum, I don't know what, I can't help you. We're talking in anything remote to modern terms. Let's go to DJ, 97.1. Hello, DJ.
What up, though, my dog? How you doing?
I'm good.
DJ.
Were you in the owner's box yesterday? Come on.
No.
You sure?
No, man. Hey, no, you want to hear what's crazy, though, dog? I'm going to tell you something, man. I was walking to Horatio's parking lot by halftime. I said, I'm out of here.
He actually was. He sent me photos.
Yeah, I was at the parking lot. Like this is such a weird, rare thing, because the reality of it is the Lions game. We didn't took the drama out of it. We didn't took the SOL moment out of it. We didn't took all this out of it because we are so dominant and good that we're starting to get spoiled, like how we were with the Palace in Auburn Hills, where the building never really got too excited, never really got so loud because we were so good and there was such an expectation. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the ground that we're getting at. And really, Mike, you know what I've come to the realization, like you just said it 10 minutes ago. This is what happened when the rubber meets the road and you have a general manager that can get the groceries and draft great players, but you got a coach who can lead them. This is what you get, Lions fans. You get a good, great organization that wins and kicks people butts.
Yeah, and I mean, DJ, they've also done the things they need to do. I mean, going out in the offseason and making a big trade for Carlton Davis. And we got to cross our fingers he doesn't get hurt because that's been his profile. But they made that move. They made the move at the deadline to get Zadarius Smith. You know, they made the move to bring in Zeitler this offseason on a 1-year veteran, do-you-want-to-win deal. Like, they're doing the things they need to do that are above and beyond the draft and stash model. So,
Yep.
yes.
Hey, Mike.
agreed.
Mike. I will throw one thing at you. And man, listen, Dan Campbell was such an incredible leader, man, and Brad Holmes. But I disagree with you guys on one small thing, and it showed his face in Houston. Panay Sewell is our best player and most valuable player. Like, we won in spite of golf, but if we lose him and got to depend on Dan Skipper and whoever else to block, everything we do is going downhill without Panay Sewell.
That's true.
Everything.
Now,
with him.
Now,
That's my opinion.
DJ, it goes without saying, but I mean, do you have accommodation set for New Orleans the way you operate? I'm sure you already do, correct?
Actually, you want to know what's funny? I do. That's my birthday. I'll be turning 46. I'm there.
That's
I'm
it. Like, come on, DJ, I'll get the reservation at Dom Elise's. We'll be all right. I'll see you out at the fairgrounds. We'll play the late double, and then we're going to go get some sandwiches. Trust me. I pray this team goes to the Super Bowl, A, because I want this for the city, but B, I don't need an excuse to go to New Orleans. It's a wonderful city. It's fantastic.
My dog. I appreciate you boys. Have a good show.
Okay,
man. I'll see you boys
Dave,
later.
you got it. I give you even money. He's flipping the opening coin at the Super Bowl. That's just how that guy rolls.
Or maybe he's down there cleaning up trash for New Orleans, like he did here.
Bro, I may like the city. He don't have a big enough crew to clean that place. New Orleans makes New York look like a clean kitchen floor. New Orleans, I mean, come on. It's a cool city. It's gritty. It's fun.
You know
but
what?
Clean is a word I've never used with New Orleans.
Just don't go in the summer.
No. Ever. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the ticket text. Now, we're going to play Can You Say That? Can we say that?
Yeah, we can do
Whatever
that right
the hell
now.
Let's do that next. We'll get back to the calls, and then Rico's going to add a layer to the onion at 3 o'clock with a rendition of Team A, Team B. Also, we'll try to have a physician come in and check on Kenny to see if any blood has gone back into his legs after Saturday night. We talk a lot on this show about football. What goes better than pizza with football? Nothing. Now, the classic pepperoni, can't beat that. But Hungry Howie's dropped something that might change your perspective. The Kenny Cont-inspired chicken and waffles pizza, real cheese, crispy chicken tenders, waffle bits, and maple syrup drizzle. It's all there. Now, Kenny gets a side of the maple syrup, and he starts to drizzle that all over himself as Georgia storm back. Bottom line, you're good to go. What? Rico, he was excited. The point I'm making is Hungry Howie's has got it, large for $15.99, and whether you want to be adventurous or stick to the classics, they got you covered.
Fran?
That's right. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time only. All right, let's get a little music. We do it every Monday. Can we say that? Thanks, Gov. Rico.
Mike, let's start off on Saturday.
Can we say BYU is a fraud? Yes.
Sure.
Sorry.
BYU's a fraud? You want to go with that one?
I hate to see it.
I honestly, I don't know who. You know what? Can we say that I still don't know who's going to win the Big 12?
Well, yeah, because the conference is a giant compost heap. I mean, it's terrible. Arizona State's got 2 losses.
It's basically the NFC West of college football.
For college football's sake, I will tell you I hope Deion Sanders wins it. I hope Colorado wins it.
Yeah.
Because at least there's some NFL talent there. Ain't nobody trying to see Kenny Dillingham or BYU in their collection of 30-year-olds with 3 kids. The Big 12's awful. Deion, hey, man, I love disruptors, right? I don't have to love how he behaves, but I love disruptors. He's a disruptor, a story. Shador, Hunter, those are wonderful players to watch. Colorado's got a test Saturday against the Gonorrhea Birds, the Kansas Jayhawks. Be careful now. If Arizona State beats BYU and Kansas beats Colorado, chaos. But I hope it's Colorado, because who's trying to watch any of those other teams?
You are correct. Can we say that Oregon has had their one scare and they are on their path to winning a national title?
No, not for me. I think the offense looks a little bit broken, and I understand they've had a couple of injuries. It's been this way for a while now. Their offense wasn't great against Michigan. It's not great against numbnuts, Wisconsin this weekend. It doesn't feel right. And frankly, should have lost that game. Now they're good, and maybe they're the best of the bunch. I will not pick them to win a national title. No, sir. Not for me.
Yeah, I believe that Ohio State will beat them in the Big Ten championship game. While Oregon has kind of struggled since that game, Ohio State has gotten better since that game.
Have they?
Yeah.
Have they?
In certain things, yes. Certain areas.
You sure about that?
Just wait till next week. Ohio State, Indiana. We'll have the wrap-up of that game. Can we say that maybe the Texas offense isn't quite right with Quinn Ewers as quarterback? That maybe there's another guy who could lead this team to do a little better.
I will say, okay, it's yes and no. Can I do that in this game? Is that an option?
With a question mark?
Question mark? I think Texas's offense isn't all that based on the pieces. Remember, they lost their top 2 or 3 running backs to start the year, so they're on a poverty spot there. Wide receiver Isaiah Bond was out all year. They're trying to bring him back. I told you, I don't like what they have out wide compared to last year where it was A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, Sanders, the tight end who's in Carolina. That's a part of it. Ewers is who he is. I think he's a good college quarterback that if he gets hot can be very good. The word I've never associated with him, great. So I believe you can say a certain element of that. But I do think the pieces around him are limiting too. But I don't even know if what I did is just legal in the constraints of the game.
It is.
Okay, then.
We make it up as we go along.
Sounds like MSU NIL.
There we go. Or just the play calling.
No, I think what Mike said is spot on. When you lose the weapons that you've lost from last year's team, sometimes you determine maybe the weapons is what made the quarterback. And Quinn Ewers is exactly who we thought he was.
Yeah, like I wouldn't take him in the NFL. I mean, he's behind Beck. He's behind Sanders, behind Milroe. He's behind all these guys. I just think Ewers is fine enough. And I've always questioned the arm strength. He still throws like a lollipop ball. Drives me nuts.
You know what's funny, David? Because normally when you do these, and you're always like, and you know what? You're reading my notes. David, you're reading my notes. Speaking of teams that no longer have all the weapons anymore, it's not a can we say that? It's a I don't know what to do with Georgia. I don't know what to do with this team because because you look at the weapons that he has that are playing, whether it's Bowers, whether it's McConkey in the NFL. They're good, and then they're great, and then they're not so good.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
How much of this is people need to take a step back and look at maybe Georgia isn't what they were in 21, and that's why we're impugning them? Remember, they opened the season with Clemson while everybody else is opening with the school for the deaf. They went to Ole Miss. They went to Tuscaloosa. They welcomed in number 7 this weekend. Look at the difference between Indiana's schedule or Tennessee's schedule and then Georgia. Look, I think part of their problem is they need a driving school. Guys like Ra Thomas were supposed to play a big role. They get kicked off the team. I thought it was a beautiful game plan. And they used tempo Saturday night. You might see more of that. And they finally used Jurisic, the kid they got from Stanford, the tight end, Oscar Delp. Yes, I just think we've got to stop holding Georgia to the 2021 standard. Oh, the defense isn't what it was. Oh, you mean it's not the greatest defense in the history of college football?
I think you're right. They had so much talent, and you just expect them to have that every year. You just can't.
And you can't do it when you're playing the most brutal schedule in America.
So we're holding Georgia to Georgia's standard. Kenny, how do you feel about this? Because it's instead of can we say, I don't know what to do with Georgia. I just don't know. Is this a team that can win a national title?
Yes.
Or is this going to be the team that gets left out of the college football playoff picture?
Yes. The answer is yes, because this could easily go one of two different ways, and I think both are in play at this point.
They are a mortal lock. You're in.
A mortal lock?
You're playing UMass and a community center.
Did you watch Carson Beck a couple of weeks ago?
It doesn't matter. You're going to the playoff. You don't believe they're getting left out.
2 weeks of cupcakes. Michael, you stop looking at my notes now.
They're in. He's being a...
Are they? Well, yeah, they may be in. But as far as the SEC championship game...
Yes.
Is the SEC praying that two teams just emerge for the championship game so that they don't have to go to their tiebreaker system to figure out who actually goes to Atlanta?
I will say no, because they have so many brand names, it doesn't matter. And all the executives are just lubing up. They know. Well, it's Texas Bama. And, it's A&M versus Texas. Oh, sweet. Oh, look, Georgia's back. Hi, it's me again. I mean, they're all just putting on their lingerie. They don't care.
While I hear you, there's only one exception. I think they may not want Texas A&M, because that would be back-to-back weeks.
Okay, fair play.
That's the only reason.
But I don't even know if that's possible.
It's right now, they're both there, 1-2.
There's like
Texas A&M.
teams.
All right, I'll tell you who won't be there. LSU. Can we say Brian Kelly's in trouble? Maybe not now, but it's going to be a full-court press next fall.
Okay. Actually, what I had down was, can we say that Brian Kelly has to deliver a quarterback, Bryce Underwood, to LSU to make sure he cements his job for next season?
The problem is he could deliver them, but he's still going to deliver 3-4 losses with a true freshman. That's the issue for me.
He has to get a veteran quarterback in there to win immediately.
Yeah, but then Bryce isn't going to come to school.
There you go.
Welcome to Rico's College Football. Ain't it grand? I think he's in trouble. That's what I'll say.
Tip your wait staff.
Family.
Can we say that
Jonathan Smith is stealing money?
Can we say...
Sorry, that's an editorial. I'm kidding.
Can we say... Are you done?
Yeah, I guess.
Can we say that Tulane will make the college football playoff as the group of 5 team?
No. It's going to be Boise State. Tulane was impressive, shutting out Navy, doing it with their freshman quarterback, Mensa. But no, I don't think they can if you stack up Boise versus Tulane. I don't think Tulane's going to be able to pass them. Now, if Boise loses, then, yeah, all bets are off. And even I know, I'm going to be rooting like hell for my guys from West Point. Even I know they're probably not beating Notre Dame. So that'll take care of itself.
You hate America.
What are you talking about? I'm rooting for them, but I mean, it's a tall task.
Nothing's too tall of a task for an Army man.
No, Tulane lost the games they needed to. One of those games, they needed to beat Kansas State or Oklahoma. At the time they were ranked, they did not. So
and Oklahoma's booty.
Exactly.
Can we say Jonathan Smith looks like Monty Williams? Buyer's remorse. I saw a man who looked like he was questioning his life on the sideline Saturday while he was getting bombarded by a man in a duvet cover. Does he a little Monty here?
It's funny because both have that look like, wait, this system worked before. Why isn't it working now?
Oh, see, I
had great success doing these types of things, and I'm not now. I'm losing.
See, I had more of the, wait, did I seriously make my kids move their school? Where am I? Look,
Now,
then
see,
you
at least
did.
Monty didn't make his kids move. They stayed.
Uh-oh. No, I just, listen, it is lifeless, both in his mannerisms and in the play on the field. Jonathan Smith, and I know we'll get to more of this as the week goes along, couple of Sharon Moore clock management issues. And look, whether it's players, scheme, whatever, going 6 games without a sack, there hasn't been a team to do that since 2005 in all of Division I. It's a lifeless product. And he looks like a guy who looks either like he's given up on this team or worse. That's what it looks like, feels like, sounds like.
Yeah, but he was also looking that same way when they were beating Prairie View and didn't know. David, we got to wrap up. I don't have time for any more.
Unbelievable.
One
What the hell
more?
with him?
Okay, one more.
More.
Can we say your Giants are waving the white flag?
No, because that try-hard boner is going to win some games he shouldn't, and it's going to screw over our draft pick, and I'm going to be doing one of these in the offseason. Plus, we paid Drew Lock $6 million, and he doesn't even play, and that's the money we needed to keep Xavier McKinney or Saquon.
See, it was worth it.
It was worth it.
That was it. Okay.
Can we say John Mara is a spineless jellyfish and a silver spooner?
97-1.
Ah! Yeah, great. Here, let me tell you about FanDuel. Everything's so awesome. America's #1 sportsbook. New customers, $150 in bonus bets. You win your first $5 bet on tonight's game. You build an SGP for Monday Night Football. Everything Texans, everything Nico Collins. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions to apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Lions now tied for the best record in the NFL. They sit alongside the Kansas City Chiefs following their blowout over Jacksonville on Sunday, 52-6. From offense to defense, hard to find any complaints with their game yesterday. Only knock that some fans may have would be leaving the starters in on the second half. Dan Campbell addressing that concern. Detroit currently favored by 7.5 for their matchup with the Colts on Sunday. Switching gears to college football out of the bye week. Michigan heavily favored against Northwestern as the Wolverines host their last regular season home game. They hit the road the following week to take on the currently ranked number 2 Buckeyes. MSU hosting Purdue Friday night. We can't be all as good as Tommy DeVito's led Giants are going to be. Finally,
Hey,
money.
You're number one, Dustin, right there, okay?
Finally,
Friday night.
good news is the fact that money is being spent this offseason on the Tigers. Money in the form of a upgrade to Comerica Park. Climate-controlled seating will now be available behind home plate in the 2025 season. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, stay tuned to 97.1 The Ticket or check out Odyssey.com.
That's all I want is a coffee. It's all I want. And everybody's trying to hand me these other things. I just want a coffee.
You're not into espresso.
That's in a can. And it's got a bunch of nonsense in there. I don't want that.
Okay.
Nobody cares. We got a football team that just won 52-6. And I got an update guy effing with me with these little Tommy DeVito games he's playing. And I got you messing with me. And I got David messing with me. There's going to be no more.
What did I do?
Lions just won 52-6. I'm not going to be your emotional pinata today.
Well, somebody's projecting.
No, I don't have anything good in my life related to football, and it's disgusting. All I have is to live vicariously through the Lions.
Okay, Mike, why? What about me? I don't have anything either.
What about you? Your team's still going to make the playoffs. I
Are
can't help
they?
that you were dumb like me and went to state. You should have gone to Harvard.
Are they, though?
You're going to be fine.
Yeah, here's
Wow.
Nick
Wow.
Bosa. And now he's gone.
So listen, outside of this ridiculous behavior by the people around me, Rico said he was going to add a layer to the onion that is the Lions, their latest juggernaut performance.
Here's what impressed me in the game. You talked about the defense, Mike. It was the offense. Looking at this offense and how it's almost too big to fail. Like, no matter what, you're missing pieces. It doesn't matter. So, got me to thinking, and I know you like playing this game, Team A versus Team B. Okay?
Okay.
Team A, at this point in their season, scored 300 points, and their opponent scored 128 points. So basically averaging 30 to about 13 every game that they played within a 10-game sample. Team A had 3,436 total yards of offense.
Oh, Jesus, I need a pen. Okay.
Team B. Team B, in 10 games, scored 336 points. Their opponent scored 177 points. And in 10 games, 3,947 total yards.
Well, clearly one of these is the Lions.
Here's how I'm going to help you out.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Team A, 10 games into the season, 8-2. Team B, 10 games into the season, is 9-1.
All right, Lions or Team B? Who's Team A?
Team A is the greatest show on turf.
I was just
99
I
Rams.
was gonna guess.
99 Rams.
Okay.
Marshall Falk, Isaac Keem, Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce, Ricky Prohl, Kurt Warner. Yes, that
Matt
team.
Jones, the linebacker. All right, so here's my one. First of all, we brought this up, that if you were going to go back as far as 25 years, the 99 Rams were on the same list as the 07 Patriots for margin of victory per game. Lions are trending in that direction. Yeah, here's my one thing. It's fun, and I like it. Does the fact that it was 25 years ago and they took the league by storm, it was almost like Joe Tiller's basketball on grass at Purdue, how much value can we put in those numbers versus the Lions are operating within a structure where it has been an offensive renaissance? Passing yards in the NFL have been up each of the last 7 seasons. So what I'm saying is, in many ways, what the Lions are doing is actually more impressive than the 99 Rams.
See, I think they're the same because the Rams kind of came from nowhere. The Lions are all of a sudden, their offense it cannot be stopped, and that was the Rams. It's like, where do you stop them?
And you're right, they had a guy bagging groceries as their quarterback because Trent Green died in the preseason.
Right, and you even had injury for injury because Trent Green got injured, Aiden Hutchinson got injured for the year. So you can't say, oh, well, they didn't go through the same things. Actually, they did. Passing-wise, Mike, the Lions have thrown for about 70 yards more through a 10-game sample than that 99 Rams team. To land the plane, watching this team, I'm realizing more and more and more, you're watching greatness. You are watching the 24 Lions will be something that people will talk about. That 25 years from now, David's kid will be on the radio breaking down 24 Lions versus this team and saying, let's compare the stats of what the Lions did. This team's offense can't be stopped. I don't know what you take away. It was like that Rams team. Marshall Faulk is basically the two-headed monster that you have at running back. The wide receivers, they had it all. They had the quarterback who was the game manager, but ended up being, two-time MVP because he just got the job done. Jared Goff, kind of like Kurt Warner, didn't have high expectations for him, and then he said, no, wait a minute, I really am him. I really am that good. So what I took away from that beating, it was the Jags, but I'm looking the whole season. This offense is beyond special. This offense is historical.
I'll go there if at the end of this month. You got Thanksgiving. You've got the showdown with the Bills. You've got a couple of big-time games. Now, if they get into December and they're still doing it, I'm with you. I mean, it's a hell of a lot of fun right now, but the historical thing, show me in a few more big games. Show me, and again, a couple of these games, they're all going to be indoors and at home. I believe you've got 3 of your next 4 at home. So I want to wait a little more, but I love where your head is at with it because I do believe this is more than just a really good team. I think it is a moment in time here, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not laughing at it. I'm just a little...
Well, because looking at the offense, it's like, okay, they're better than everybody. They're scoring more points than everybody. So I'm not going to... Let's look at the legendary, and this is a team that won the Super Bowl. That's why I didn't go up against the Patriots team, because this is what you hope that the Lions do. They won a Super Bowl. Ironically enough, they didn't score a ton of points in that Super Bowl. It took a defensive stop to win the game, but you look at ironically enough, too, you know who one of the 2 losses, the Rams, in that first 10-game stretch was the Lions. Huh. Here in Detroit, they lost 31-27 to the Lions.
People, what do you make of it? Do you believe what you're watching is his history? I mean, yes, the Lions making and winning a Super Bowl, clearly, but stylistically. And I started the show, I said the biggest takeaway was twofold. A, Doug Peterson is being fitted for a coffin, and B, your defense, specifically your secondary, your defensive backfield, it's the most physical secondary I can remember. And we had a caller early in the show, I think it was a guy named Nicholas, say, maybe since the Legion of Boom. You might be right. Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas. Yeah. Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch. Your corners are more physical to me. But Richard Sherman had a mean side. He had a nasty side to him. And unlike that team, you don't play exclusive zone. You don't just sit in the cover 3. You'll man up. You'll get after it. The run support is there. So, maybe the comp is it's the most physical, aggressive, violent, take your head off secondary since the Legion of Boom 10 years ago. That's the stuff I take out of it. When the team you're playing quits, guys, I have no problem. Have fun. Hey, emulate J-Mo. Do what you got to do, right? All right. You know, you're going to grab your dinky, whatever you like. The point I'm making is when the other team quits, I kind of stop caring. You just don't stop. It's like you're a team of serial killers, and I mean that as a compliment. Like, the focus is just nuts. Starters are still in at the end of the third, early fourth, up 40. We're challenging plays. We're going forward on fourth down.
See, that's why. Dan, can't you just give him that one?
No, I mean, in a lot of ways, Dan Campbell reminds me of like what Tom Osborne was in college football. Like, everyone's like, oh, Tom Osborne, what a nice man. Tom Osborne would murder your children. He would beat your team 77-3. You'd be like, throw the damn towel. It's Pacific. Touchdown, Cornhusker. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just telling you, I take away different things. I mean, you could have, if you wanted, you could have scored 80.
Right.
The Jags did not want to be there.
I just figured, you know what, on the challenge, Glenn just picked. No, we're not challenging that. Nope, just keep playing. Forget about it. Dan.
I got a dinner reservation. I got to get out of here.
Let it go. Let them have it. They need this one. They need a win.
But are you willing to say you're watching history? And if you're not, fine. But you got to stop being scared, and you just got to enjoy it. Don't waste any energy being scared. About what? Being disappointed? Please, you're a Lions fan. You're probably a Wings fan. You know all about disappointment. You're a Pistons fan. You're a Tiger fan. Like, don't put their failures on this team. And don't put this team's past on them. That has nothing to do with this. Those people aren't here. The coaches aren't here. The structure's not here. The owner's not here. The Lions are charting a different path. So live in the now. But yeah, I get it, and I'm fine saying you're watching history. I just think from your point specific to the offense, I need an eruption against a semi-decent team.
But the thing is, they played at least 5 to 6 teams that are going to be in the playoffs this year. It's not
right, but okay, so the playoff teams, fine. Did they erupt against the Packers? No. Did they erupt against the Bucs? No, they lost. The Cowboys blow. The Titans have quit. The Jags have quit. Like, I'm just saying, not downplaying. I'm saying if you want me to put them in this pantheon, I need to see it down a stretch.
There are 2 games, Seattle and Minnesota. 2 games that they had the most points against. A potential playoff.
What was the final score of that Minnesota game? When Bates
31-29.
Okay.
31-29, and Seattle was 42-29. Still no team scored over 29 points this season.
Well, I'd hope not. Jesus. Okay. Well, leave it to the people. 248-539-9797. David has no interest in participating. He won't even look at you. He's all high and mighty because his team won without scoring a touchdown.
Oh, let me break down.
Not at all.
You want to break down kicking?
What angle did
get you that Jake Bates jersey?
I just want to thank David for once again proving my point on Lamar Jackson. I stand with the city of Pittsburgh.
He can't beat the Steelers. The Ravens can't beat
David,
the Steelers.
if it's a big game, he can't win it. You can just say that. You know you can, right?
I'm not ready to say that yet.
Oh, okay, good. All right. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico. I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. Stop in and check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the November Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox EV-LT. This all-electric SUV has great incentives to drive off with a payment as low as $199 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you'll drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yes! An Equinox EV for under $200. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton has them in stock, ready for immediate delivery. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Look, they work for the IRS. They understand how this process goes, and they are an advocate, not just a lawyer. They will be on the offensive. They will be the contact between you and the IRS. They'll save your time and your money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Hey, David, I know Rico's a communist and he hates everything America, but Army just did their uniform reveal for the Navy game, and the merch is sizzling. Evan just showed me the video. I got the email about the merch, but I'm not plugged into the social media machine. Evan goes, oh, no, there's a cool video for that. And he's like, beep, bop, bop, boop, bop, beep, but it's worth pulling up. Now, I'm sure Rico's more concerned with, like, whatever uniforms North Korea is putting out as a communist. There it is. Probably want to turn the volume off since we're on the radio. Okay, yeah, there it is. But you'll enjoy, even though you hate America. David, what do people have to say about Rico's historical comp for this offense? And are you ready to go there after you ended Doug Peterson's life? Hope you're happy you killed an old man yesterday, guys. David?
Yeah, someone says, yes, I do think they are close to the greatest show on turf, but we still have time to see. Someone else says, pump the brakes. You haven't won anything yet, and you have a head coach who will make mistakes and cost you games in the playoffs.
Now, see, why do we have now?
Okay, first of all, the pump the brakes, this is through the first 10 games of the Rams versus yours. I'm not extrapolating anything. I'm saying you're outpacing them, and they were considered the greatest show on turf. I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. I understand you don't win Super Bowls by beating the hapless Jags. Go ahead.
I've heard that.
Yes, this team and
this is a sweet video.
So you do love America? Is that what you're saying?
No, he'll be rooting against Army Saturday night. You know this.
Because I love Jesus.
You know what? I'm just going to read.
Actually, hold on. Is it God versus America Saturday night? Notre Dame and Army at Yankee Stadium? Choose your sides.
What about God and country? What are we doing here?
Hey, separation of church and state. I'm with Caller Rob on this one.
Keep it moving.
Yes, this team and offense is historic. I personally believe that we're going to be even better next year. I know we're worried about this year, but yes, it is historic. A2 in Tecumseh. Someone else says, yes, this team, not only is this team historic, I think we are witnessing the birth of a new era of football. Joe and Warren.
Yeah, Joe, I'm not being rude to you, buddy, but this town's got a real problem, whether it's the Lions, the Tigers, the Wings. They all are trying to win their third title before they get their first appearance. I'm not going there with you. I can't do that. Same thing with Tiger fans. We can't do this because we got to be doing this in 27. Okay, how about right now? Like, could we win World Series one time before worried about turn into a machine phase?
Guys, history is definitely being made. They have broken the damn near every record in Lions franchise history, and now they are tapping into breaking NFL records. This team is historic. Someone else says, yes, I believe this team is historic. I'm going to wait until I say it, but it is moving in that direction.
Okay. And again, guys, please don't take what I'm saying as negativity. I promise. It's just, I need to see what they do down the stretch before I start comping them to those teams. I understand the margin of victory thing, and I'm guilty as charged that I brought that up. My point is when Rico's asking an even more specific question about the offense, and are you willing to say it's historically good, it's harder to separate the individual unit than the collective. I feel comfortable saying, yes, this Lions team is one of the best regular season teams I've seen since the 07 Pats. Yes, there's a level of dominance to this. And it goes beyond the never say die attitude. There are games they are absolutely lighting a garbage can on fire and throwing it at your grandmother's face. and then sending her down the stairs. That's what they did. Like yesterday, that doesn't happen in the NFL. You don't beat someone 52-6, even if they're terrible. Maybe 34-3. 52-6.
Because
or
it's still-
47-9.
because it's still the NFL. And while we say that,
can't
it
anymore.
doesn't seem to work with this team. Is it the NFL? Because they're going out and blowing teams out like it's a college team.
And that's why. I mean, that Rams team went 13-3. And yeah, it got to the point where I think deep down, if you asked their opponents like actually going and watching them work and watching that offense work. Now, they couldn't say it to the coach or to the fan base, but this team, this Ben Johnson offense is humming. And yeah, I do comp it to that team because I just started looking up numbers. And then when I started writing it down, I'm like, whoa. After 10 games, they're actually better here. And then I was like, you're actually better across the board. Like the Rams allow lesser points, but other than that, you've outrushed them, outpassed them, outscored them. You've done all of these things, and that team is considered a gold standard offense. Why not you?
It seems like the Lions make some kind of history every week. So why not say it's all going to be historic? Chuck in Flint.
Let's go to the people. See what they have to say. Mario is ready to roll. Mario, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, guys. Nice to be on. How you guys doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I just want to say that there's two things about this team that I really love. I love how, for me, the SOL after last night's game is completely dead. I mean, we've had decent Lion teams in the past that showed signs of greatness, but when they would face an opponent who had a bad record, they somehow fail to live up to the challenge. You know, they drop those games. And I think this team is so good that the whole city of Detroit, all the Lions fans have amnesia about what happened at the NFC Championship game. That championship game was probably the last time we've seen XOL, when they were up by 20 or so, and then they dropped the ball.
See, I got it. Mario, hold on. Let me jump in for 1 second. I got a real problem when people, anytime this team loses, want to invoke SOL. Losses happen in the NFL. That wasn't SOL in the championship game. They weren't ready to win. And they had a team that was much, much better than them stabilize. And you made a couple of errors. I hate the SOL thing, Mario. Go ahead to your second point. I'm sorry.
You know what? I have a lot of trauma that it took me so long to get rid of the SOL mentality, and I think I'm finally over it. My other point, though, is just an example of what you just said. I'm glad that you are finally on board, because I remember a time a few years ago where you actually used to trash talk the Lions so bad that you had issues with the front office. And I'm glad to hear that the Lions have made you a believer again.
Mario, what did I always say? You win games, I say nice things. You lose games, I say bad things. I mean, look, they could try to put whatever angst they had with me, whatever. We're fine now because they're doing their jobs. Like, reality is, Mario, I never wanted them to lose. But when all you do is lose, and you lose with such an enthusiasm that it makes a generation of people rake leaves instead of watch your games. Yeah. Oh, Valenti and Rico are negative about ... our Pistons. It's like, well, our Pistons haven't won a playoff game in 15 years.
Mike, you're preaching to the choir because I said the same thing. If you win games, I say great things and good things about you. You lose games.
Right.
Right.
So, yes.
Trash is trash. Like, you can't, reheat trash and be like, oh, but now it's better now. It's even trashier.
That's what MSU does with Spartan Stadium. Sorry. I just got so much I want to get off my chest, and I can't because it's a Lions Monday.
You want to just do it at 4 o'clock?
No, it's not healthy for anybody.
You know what? How about this? At 6:01, you could talk about it.
Be curious. Be curious. I just want some decent football that's not just the Lions. All right.
Good luck with that.
Paulson's audio, video. Listen, technology can be crazy and everything's constantly changing, but Paulson's recognizes it. They are your technology partner, and they are up to the latest, not only with carrying the latest and greatest, but with a staff that is educated audio-video professionals, not college kids or part-timers. The Black Friday sale goes on all month long at Paulson's. You buy a TV, it'll almost make Jonathan Smith look like he's paying attention to the game. Bottom line, Paulson's has you covered, savings all month long. You could shop right now. You don't need to camp out in a tent like a loser. And if you're on that Lions Super Bowl drive, Paulson's, your technology partner, stop by their showroom. They got everything you need. Just check out the website first, paulsonsav.com. All right, let's get to the people. Got a football today to get to. And in the 4 o'clock, in all seriousness, yes, it's a Lions Victory Monday. We did want to mention the disaster, both inside the ring and out, that the Jake Paul Tyson thing was Friday. Buffering. Hopefully that's a test run, because I swear to Christ, if that happens during an NFL game, I'll lose my mind. But we'll talk about that in the 4 o'clock hour. I know. I know. But we'll get to that in the 4 o'clock. Right now, we go to Ken, 97.1. Kenny, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. What's on your mind, pal?
So I was talking with a couple of buddies this morning, and it was oddly enough, I hadn't tuned into the show quite yet. So you guys brought up the topic about comparing this team that we all agree about how special they are to the greatest show on turf.
Mm-hmm.
So we were bringing up how special all these teams have been throughout the years. David Steel Curtains, or the 85 Bears, the 07 Patriots. We were debating whether we want to be confident enough now to just come out and say this team deserves a nickname. I mean, they're winning the Super Bowl. We're confident. We're going to ride it out. So we're wondering if that's what we need to start discussing and just see what the people think.
Me personally, I could leave that to the listeners. I wouldn't do that. I don't. I think things like that have to be organic. I think if you start forcing it, it's cheesy, to be quite honest. Like,
fair enough.
I would just let it happen. But maybe the people disagree, and I'm fine if they want to come up with something. But I swear to God, if I see a Super Bowl shuffle music video or something, Ken, that's where I'll go chair smash. I don't need that type of stuff.
Hey, that'd be as much of a dumpster fire as our Spartans right now in the football field.
Oh, no. Hold on. But if they did a Super Bowl shuffle video, this town would eat it up. And you know they would.
It'll be premature. You can't do that yet.
Not saying right now.
Ken, why? Why, Ken? Why?
Because I heard you bringing it up, and I had to bring it up.
I know, it's like I want to talk about
me so bad.
Maybe in the 4 o'clock. Maybe in the 4 o'clock. I can't.
Just talk about it now.
It's not fair to Ken, and it's not fair to the people. We will get to more of the calls. Ken, my
I
answer.
appreciate you guys.
Appreciate
Have
you.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. Same to you, Kenneth. Maybe in the 4 o'clock hour. Maybe in the 4 o'clock hour. It's, oh, God, so angry. Mark, 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind, buddy?
When it comes to the history part of your conversation, the Lions are definitely making history when it comes to the Lions organization, right? 8-1, haven't happened since, 1934, something like that. The rates that they're scoring points, blowing people out on a regular basis, great. But as far as history, as NFL history, once they go to the Super Bowl and win it, then I would say, okay, that's a team that made NFL history. Until they go to the Super Bowl and win it, they just really increasing their own organizational history, which is great because it used to be bad history. Now we're creating good history. But NFL history, I will have to put a pause on it right now.
Same here. And again, I think what Rico is doing, it's creative. It's a worthwhile discussion. And you're on the heels of scoring 50 again. And, yeah, there's an element of this team is uncompromising. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about pre-established rules of, well, you're not supposed to do that. Shut up. Yes, we are. Like, that element, that is different. And do I think there'll be another performance like yesterday-ish? Like if you said to me, will the Lions score 40 at some point in the last 7 or 8 games? I'd say, yeah, it'll happen again. Do I believe it'll happen twice? Not impossible. But it's about what you do down the stretch and not against corpses. Look, Tennessee and Jacksonville are corpses. Now, what you did is still impressive, but if you want to have the convo about 99 Rams, 07 Pats, the 24 Lions, from an offensive standpoint, not the team. The team you're tracking to be right with those two. Offensively, you can still accomplish those team goals. You can just win games 24-10, and you're still winning by the 2-touchdown magic margin that is all-time good, which also, by the way, shows you how crazy the NFL is, right? Like, if you win by an average of 14 a game, you're top 10 all time.
2014. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I want to see a little more with the offense. Now, go put on a show on Thanksgiving or go put on a show against the Bills. Okay.
I don't even think a show on Thanksgiving because it's the Bears, and I don't think people think that the Bears is that great.
Yeah, but I want to get Eberflus fired. I don't want to see Caleb Williams ruined.
Okay.
I've had enough.
Fair enough.
Eberflus. What a piece. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, good things. Two other things come up. First and foremost, if you ever knuckle under to anybody while I'm listening to this radio and I'm going to change it to opera music permanently.
Whoa, what happened here?
Understood?
What happened here?
I know. Some clown calls in and says, Mike, you're doing this, you're doing that. Mike, you haven't changed your position on one thing. If it's bad, you speak your mind.
That's right.
If it's good, you tell them what it is. Like I said, if I ever catch you changing, I'm going to opera music,
You
man.
got a deal. There's no
Okay.
Pavarotti in your future. I got you covered. We're okay.
Okay, no problem. Second of all, my biggest concern is with Josh Allen and the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
I can't figure the man out. I just can't. And I'm not real concerned that the Lions will lose, but I got a feeling that they're going to have to play some tapes back there and figure out this kid.
Listen.
He seems...
He's playing a way better brand of football this year, Phil. I'll help you figure out what's going on. A, he's learned not to take 38 hits a game. He's sliding, he's getting out of bounds, and flat out running less. Second of all, Joe Brady, when he took over the play calling, we are going to run the football. Even yesterday, did not have a ton of success. We are going to stay committed to the run. We're going to possess the ball. We're going to keep the Chiefs off the field. Third, they have found manufactured weapons. So Kincaid, who didn't play yesterday, weapon. Obviously, Amari Cooper, weapon. Shakir, weapon. Keon Coleman, weapon. But it's more controlled. And then in the big moments, like yesterday against the Chiefs, or when they play you, they're going to let Josh Allen use his feet more. And they're going to say, Josh, do you. I mean, there were a couple of moments late in that game. He got annihilated on one play. And I don't know if it was your guy or not, but he got annihilated. And then in the big moment, he caught the coverage he wanted. He saw the team was in man, and he knew it was going to open up. And he went on a 25-yard dash to the end zone and steamrolled the safety. Josh Allen, if he plays under control, is the complete package. Why have I always knocked him? Because he doesn't. He plays like an immature cowboy. But if this is what you're getting, yes, this is the guy who could be the best quarterback in the sport. Sure as hell not Lamar. Sorry, a little slander there. Can't help it.
Get it out.
You just hate to see it. Woo! You hate to see it. Big game, small Lamar. That's all it is, man. Look at the playoff record.
I was about to say, see, for me, I'm not judging Lamar until I see what he does in the playoff.
Again?
This is nothing. No, because have you learned your lesson? Did you improve?
Wait a minute.
Regular
David,
season.
Wait a minute. Can we say, this is a can we say money. Can we say
No.
that Lamar
Hold on.
Jackson is Rico Beard, Scott Frost? This is the playoff year Lamar gets it right.
No, I said I want to see if he can improve because that's the only way. I mean, he's reached that point where it's like the Bills. You show me you can win in the regular season.
4-0 against the Chiefs in the regular season, 0-4 in the postseason.
Right.
You're right.
So it's like, it's one of those like, all right, guys, this is cute, but when it counts, what are you going to do?
All right. Just had to ask. Winter is closing in. Didn't you see the news, by the way? First snowfall due this week. Did you see that?
No.
Uh-huh. Well, Old Nation's got you covered. Sure, the weather's about to get depressing, but the Lions season will just heat up, and then you're drinking beers fireside. And that's what Old Nation's got for you with their new winter release of Solace. It is fireside and football. It is easy drinking. No, don't get intimidated because it looks dark and heavy. Easy to drink, perfect pairing for the Lions to decapitate Doug Peterson. 21 and up, support local, support independent. It's Old Nation Brewing, and they remind you to please drink responsibly. I'm just kidding. It's time for football today. There's no breaking news.
Bonus edition.
A double dip.
A little bonus edition, Mike.
All right, what do you got?
Well, can we say that the Buffalo Bills are now the new team to beat in the AFC?
Yes. Just based on they played the most consistent football, and in a huge game and in a showdown game, I thought the final score was not indicative of how well they played. They were shorthanded. Mahomes didn't throw it for 200. The Chiefs' offense didn't work. Defensively, they stared down the barrel of the gun known as Steve Spagnuolo, and they went and won the game. They put the game away. Things we just haven't seen the Bills do. I'm fine with it because Lamar's a no-show, and I think the Chiefs are fake. That doesn't mean the Bills will get home, but you're asking me, should they be viewed in a more serious manner, be the team to beat? I can say yes.
So Bills-Lions, potential Super Bowl matchup.
The world would burn. Those two fan bases, oh, God.
Oh, you're right.
Well, I'm not going to talk Super Bowl with the Bills yet, but right now, I think they are the team to beat in the AFC because they are the first team this season to go against the Chiefs and take it to them. There's been too many teams so far this year that left the opening for the Chiefs. The Bills just went out there and played football, and they did what they needed to do. They beat them. So, yes, they are the team to beat.
Can we say that Joe Burrow may be the most hard-luck quarterback in the NFL? Back-to-back 300-plus yard games, back-to-back 3 or more touchdowns, and no INTs, and you lost both games in regulation.
Rico, it is I feel for him. I do. It's what I was talking with Cookies about when we were doing the NFL pod last week, and I'm like, look, the Bengals are just the type of team, they're always one step from doing the right thing, or if there's a way to lose a game, they'll find it. And they did it again last night. And Burrow, look, I don't want to let him totally off the hook. It was 27-6 at the half. Now you got to be better than that. But man, in the second half, carried his team, got him right in it, drove him, got him twice in field goal range, and idiot kicker McPherson did it again, just like he did against Baltimore. Yes, it is SOB, same old Bengals.
I don't feel bad for him.
You're a division rival. Your opinion doesn't mean anything.
I understand they missed the field goals, but your job as a quarterback is to go out there and score touchdowns.
David, you don't support white quarterbacks. So, what are we even talking about? It's a divisional rival and a white QB. You have an
it was just only Baker that I didn't support.
I'm about to say, Burrow got his black card. He's good.
What? Was that announced?
If he keeps losing, he's going to lose.
I mean, when he was at LSU, he was good.
Okay, I didn't realize
that.
Oh,
no, seriously, though, I do feel bad because you do put your team in a position to score, and they didn't. So.
And by the way, Jamar Chase looks like a real happy camper.
Mike, speaking of kickers.
Yeah, I hate him.
It's weird, but can you say that the kicking game is getting better and worse at the same time? Meaning, long 57-yard field goals seem like they're extra points, but anything from the 40 yards in, they're just shanking left and right more this season than other seasons.
Yeah, including MSU missing an extra point. Yes, I don't know what's happening, but you're right. I mean, the Chiefs had a guy from the bowling league yesterday, and he's out here piping 57-yarders. I'm like, when did this become easy?
Right. Oh, you line up for a 58-yarder and makes it with 10 yards to spare.
And then cutscene, the same guy's missing an extra point. No, you're right. It feels more uneven.
Right. Or you're looking at the Ravens kicker, Mr. Automatic.
Justin Tucker's supposed to make everything.
Yeah, but he's also getting a little long in the tooth now.
Fair.
This happens. Here's what I'd like to see. At this point, we do away with field goals. Either that or just do the Arena Football League goalposts, where they were like the size of a sub sandwich width.
Ones. Yeah.
That's it. If you can't hit a bullseye, it's going into the netting and a player can return it. Because I can't stand that these teams are getting to the 40 and they're like, all right, send out the field goal unit. You don't deserve points if you stall out at the 40. It's ridiculous.
Fair enough. real quick, back to college. Can we say
that MSU's a dead program? Yes, we can.
Do you want to just get it off your chest now?
I'm not ready emotionally.
Okay, then let me do my job.
Okay. Here, I'll be Jonathan Smith on the sidelines. Silent.
You know what? I'm not giving you that one.
No, come on.
Can we say?
Go ahead.
No, we're in a different one. Can we say Bo Nix is going to give Jaden Daniels a run for Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, why not? And Daniels has cooled off. Bo Nix is playing really good football. Look, I hate saying this because he's not a good guy at all. Like, if you talk to anyone in the NFL, Sean Payton, not a good guy. He knows what to do with quarterbacks, man. I mean, look at what they did yesterday. Who cares? I picked him to win the game. I didn't pick him to be up 38-2. Yes, because if you guide that team to the playoffs in the AFC, which is much more difficult than the NFC, and Daniels doesn't get this turned around after a couple of flat weeks, why not? Yeah. Be good for Bo and his kids.
I would say yes, because Jaden Daniels has been struggling since his rib injury. That rib injury is really giving him trouble, and he's not been the same, which has opened the door for Bo Nix. So, yes.
David, this one's for you.
Yes, the Steelers are going to the Super
Can
Bowl.
we just say the Ravens just can't beat the Steelers?
They can't. They can't.
No matter what, even though on paper it looks like they should, when the first play of the game is Derrick Henry fumble, I laughed and said, and you're going to lose again.
You didn't ask the right question.
Oh.
Can we say the Rooneys made a blood oath with Satan that they will simply always win? Because the Steelers are never bad. How is this real life? The Steelers are 8-2.
It's amazing.
But see, I think that it's the worst fan purgatory because you never lose, but you never really win anything either.
Yeah, we haven't been to the Super Bowl since 2008.
You're always there.
Okay,
but
you're right. So they're the Atlanta Hawks of the NFL. Hate to see it.
Always around, but never winning anything.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right, Michael, here you go.
All right, let me hear this. What are you so upset about?
Can we say the SEC will get 5 teams in the college football playoffs?
No. Hold on. So we know Texas is in. Do we all agree?
Mm-hmm.
Texas in.
Yes.
Okay. Alabama in.
Yeah.
Okay. They have Oklahoma and Auburn. With a loss, they're out. Tennessee's out. Ole Miss, as long as they win, is in. That's 3. Georgia's a mortal lock because they're not even going to make the SEC title game and sit home. Here's my problem with A&M or any of these other teams. If someone makes the SEC championship game but loses, that could actually keep them home versus Georgia, who won't play the game and gets the auto bid. See, that's my issue with conference championship games and the 12-team playoff.
Right.
If they don't mix, there shouldn't be a conference championship game.
If you're Georgia, you're Alabama, you don't want to go to the game.
Yeah, they'll get 4. I think 5.
So A&M, no.
I don't. If they've got to beat Texas.
So A&M beats Texas. Okay, just curious.
But I think if they lose another game, they're out. Tennessee's absolutely out. And Georgia avoided being out because now they play UMass and Schoolcraft the last 2 weeks.
I mean, are we forgetting about South Carolina here?
No, man,
because
please.
you know what? They didn't cover. So that's it. I'm never picking them again.
I told you. Just go ahead.
What? They play Missouri. You're like, Missouri's dead.
Right, but that doesn't mean you lay 2 touchdowns. You want South Carolina as an underdog. The Cockaboose only operates as an underdog. You can't take them as a favorite. Those are not the rules.
I didn't know there was rules.
I told you the rules. Come on, ask me one more. Can we say this and make it about Michigan State? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I had another one, but it wasn't about Michigan State.
No,
But you know what? Here you go. Mike, for Michigan State.
Give me one I can answer.
Can we say that Michigan State won't go 6-6 this year?
Yes. Because I saw them lay down and die like the dogs that they are. And I don't even know if the head coach was aware of it.
Purdue and Rutgers.
David.
Did you watch the game?
David,
yes, I did.
David.
Yes, I did.
Sometimes you just give them ice cream for breakfast. Just go ahead.
Go out there and play that way against any Division I team, you won't win. What are you kidding me? They let a guy in a bedspread.
I know.
Beat them.
I know.
I don't even know where on the website you could find a Bielema edition Q-Zip.
I think it's a lion eye.
There's no guarantees on anything, David, except less than 30,000 people being in that erector's set of a stadium that they refuse to renovate. And I'm looking at Northwestern's renovations. You like those renovations? Northwestern, that government cheese program.
They tore down the whole stadium.
Tear down ours. We don't deserve a stadium after what we did Saturday.
The renderings do look nice.
Haven't had a sack since 2005.
What you mad at me for?
I don't know, because you're just sitting here with me.
I didn't want to ask you this question. You wanted it.
Well, you did.
And, you know, David,
did.
like I
You
said,
did.
sometimes you just let them have. You just let them have the ice cream for breakfast, and you don't fight it.
They haven't had a sack in 6 weeks. That's the worst streak in 20 years of Division I football. The coach is over here looking like a librarian.
More coming up next.
No. You're upset. The coffee's arrived. You've upset me.
You wanted this.
Read something.
97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Lions enjoying a victory Monday following a dominant showing against Jacksonville, 52-6. Lions defense keeping teams scoreless in the second half, 2 games in a row now, touchdownless in their last 6 quarters. And with an equally dominant showing, Dan Campbell praised his team's offense. And tonight's Monday Night Football matchup is Texans and Cowboys. If you're thinking Dallas may be flexed out of primetime matchups moving forward, the Simpsons, yes, the yellow TV characters, they may have something to say about that. The possibility of Bengals and Cowboys Week 14 Monday night matchup featuring 2 teams with losing records can't be flexed out because of quote-unquote drawings, voices, and other work put into that week's episode. Gearing our focus to basketball in the NBA, Pistons aim for the 8th win of the year and 3rd in a row, hosting the Bulls. Michigan Hoops, they tip off at 6 against Miami. That is Miami of Ohio. That broadcast carried over on WWJ. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned to 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Quick note there too, David. By the way, I want to let you know, David Rico, completely out of control during the break. Thank you, Dustin. I appreciate that. Rico
say whatever.
is just out of hand. But,
I think we all know.
The note.
Mike threw things at me.
No, it was a piece of paper. The note about the Pistons, and it's not anything we can get into today, but I said this last week. I'll say it again to you. Look, I'm not telling you they're world beaters, but after the 0-4 start where we went, uh-oh, is this happening again? They're playing good basketball. They're competitive. They're in these games. I'd argue their record should be much better than it is. They blew the game to Charlotte. They blew the game to Houston. They blew the game against Milwaukee. And yet, they're going for 3 in a row tonight against the Bulls. So I'm not telling you that watching Pistons basketball will change your life. But in fairness to them, they are playing better. They are more relevant. And I know one team that wears kitchen knives on their feet that isn't. Because if you're asking me who's more fun to watch between the Wings and the Pistons, it's the Pistons. It's not close. Watching the Wings, I may as well turn on a 1994 Devils game with the left wing lock and the neutral zone trap. It's awful. Awful. Now, I know it's Victory Monday. I know we have things to do. I want to apologize for ransacking Can We Say That. I will save my MSU slander for later.
No.
Do it now. I just don't know what to do. Because I find myself falling out of love with the sport, but then I watch something like I watched Saturday where I watched my team openly quit. I watched a coach not paying attention. I swear it was Sharon Moore in a skin suit. The time management at the end of the first half, it was like Scooby-Doo episode where I was waiting for Jonathan Smith to unzip, and it was like John L. out of there. Like, hey, it's me.
Yeah. Always weird when the announcers are saying, what are you waiting for? Call the damn time
And
out.
then again, and I know Enrico's going to get upset at me, so I don't want to do this topic, and it's a Lions Victory Monday. But damn it, every time I see a rendering of someone else either updating their stadium or rebuilding their stadium, and then I just picture dirty, rusted concrete at Spartan Stadium. We don't have an NIL push. We don't have a stadium push. We don't have a team. We haven't had a sack in 6 weeks. I mean, are you kidding me? They flashed a stat Saturday that no team had gone 5 games without a sack in Division I since 2005. Well, what's 6 games? What are we going to have to go back to Benny Oosterbaan? It's an embarrassment. And the team quit. They laid down and quit. And then it upsets me twice as much because, the players are getting paid. That's why you get upset when professionals quit, because you're getting paid. And it's like if we were in Jacksonville, I'd be livid because if we suck, it's one thing, but you quit and you showed your ass. You look all cheeked up in the locker room like Mike Tyson. And it's not right.
And then you know what the kids are getting paid, and you're like, how am I supposed to not be upset? Because I'm not mad at them that adults are dumb enough to hand them money, but then you got handed the money. Your job's to play football, and they didn't even try. And I can't just take the picture out of my head of Brett Bielema's disgusting face. And I've had it. I feel like the program is at a complete, like a inflection point. And if they don't get this right this offseason, and if they don't get it right the next 2 weeks, it's going to be 3 years without a bowl. They're going to be walking in the woods. And I'm just waiting to just wake up to a news article that Nick Marsh is going to Alabama. That's all, okay? There's nothing else I can say.
No.
I don't know what to tell you. I feel like my school isn't serious about trying to win, and then that makes me care less. And then you yell at me because I have to care about the sport because of what I do for a living. It's a crisis of conscience here. You are such a projector. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't yell at you for what. How about those Lions? Please, we should record the breaks, and you'll know the truth, people. I agree with you on most of the things that you say. I don't think that they quit, Mike. I just don't think that they were talented enough. Quitting means you actually are that good. You just chose not to do anything. I just don't think, especially looking at that offensive line, they're any good. I don't think that they can block. I don't think they can do anything. I mean, it was like,
right. Who put the roster together?
Oh, that's on the coach. Because kind of like how I said about Sharon Moore, you came out of spring knowing that was your quarterback situation.
Yep.
You came out of spring knowing this is your offensive line group. Spare me the whole, well, 2 guys got injured.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it.
You should have more depth than that. You should have known.
NIL, I don't want to hear it.
You know what? We're really lacking here. Let's go out and try to pick up at least 2 more players in the portal, see what we can do.
Here's my message.
I just don't think that they're good. I don't think that they didn't quit. They're just not that good.
Here's the message I would say if you're a Spartan fan. Just understand this. If you want to bag on me because I like Jonathan Smith, fine. But go back to when he was hired, what I said to you. I have no concerns about the football man and the work that I saw him do at Oregon State. My concerns were he don't know nothing about nothing out here. He don't know the conference. He don't know the landscape. He don't have any relationships. He don't have a staff that has relationships. And if you think, and I said this when he was hired, if you think you're going to build the way you built at Oregon State and do it here, we're dead. And what I'm seeing now is I still have no legitimate direction for where MSU's NIL program is. I don't even know what it's called. Like Michigan's, it's Champion Circle or something like that. I mean, what state? We tried to coin it. We had to create a drop for it. We don't have it. You got no idea what you're doing there. You got no meaning. There's nothing for the fan base to get excited about.
And Friday night. That's it right there. No, what you just said right there. Because if there was something to get excited about, and you can be like, okay, you're going to build upon that. Okay, great. But you can't guarantee me that you're going to see an improved Childs to Nick Marsh next season.
Right. And again, guys, I understand you're going to be like, what is a stadium or what is an NIL or what is it? It all has to work together. I had a conversation with a former player this weekend. And look, we had an agreement on this. Is MSU's run like a government agency. They're not run like a business. We don't have businessmen and women. We don't have serious people. We just don't. So I can't possibly sell you something better. And it's like, Rico said this from the very beginning, so it's not me doing gotcha radio with Rico. When you did when the sport did a 12-team playoff, here's what you were giving up. If you had your 3rd loss by November 1st, no reason to care. And that's not a healthy place because this league doesn't have 32 teams and a draft pick to root for. This has 134 teams. And you've rendered everything useless. And now I look at this and it's like, what's the point of any of it? If State is not going to be serious from a facility standpoint, they're not going to be serious with the NIL. They're not the head coach. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. This is not the guy that was at Oregon State. It's not Rico. I promise you that. And I love what he built and I love how he did it. He was a disruptor in the Pac-12. Here's your problem. He's doing stuff that is he going to unzip and it's going to be Jim Caldwell? I mean, the the decision making and the clock management and the not challenging plays that are blatantly obvious. I don't know, man. And I know, well, he's going to need time. Well, here's the problem. You don't get time in the NIL era. You don't. You're either a have or a have not. You're to hammer or to nail. You're to you-know-what or to condom. Figure it out, because I tell you what state is.
And
get serious or get out.
Yeah, in the new playoff situation, if you're not challenging for a playoff spot 3 out of every 4 years, challenging. Like, we joked about, oh, look at all these different teams. Okay, yeah, in the Big 12, I don't know who's going to win, but you know what? They're still interested because each has a path to going there.
No, and
in
I
the ACC, they have a path to making the playoffs. If you're not in that conversation, then yeah, what are you selling your fan base?
And again, okay, well, no, Arizona State wouldn't be 9-2 in the Big Ten. Well, it wouldn't have lost 6 out of 7 either. You gonna tell me Kenny Dillingham and that poverty-ass program in the desert is something special? They're not. It's very difficult to take. And the Indiana thing is a one-off. And I don't use it as an example. Because you know what Cignetti's, you know what's funny? They went and signed Cignetti. It doesn't feel all that different right now from when State signed Tucker. And it ended up being too soon. Because Cignetti isn't going to have 13 super senior starters to bring over from JMU next year. And the odds are you won't find your Barry Sanders, a.k.a. Rourke or K9, in the portal. And you just gave him an 8-year extension at $8 million per. For what? And whether the LSU rumors were true or not, they were there.
Funny how it's always LSU rumors to get coaches paid.
Yeah, and again, Cignetti's 64 years old.
Right,
That's my big beef with it.
It's how Tuck got paid.
But that's it. That's it. I got it out of my system. You got anything to say, you can take a text. You do whatever you like. I'll just tell you right now, I hope the stadium's empty Friday. I hope Alan Haller is sitting there alone watching that game. Right here. You don't want to get serious? You don't want to get the NIL together? You don't want to raise tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars? You don't want to renovate this dump? You want to make sure the networks stick it to you? They don't even leave 20 on the nightstand? And you're playing another game on a Friday night in November? Well, here we are. You read some. That's it. I'm done. I'll give you the rest tomorrow.
Okay.
It's a Lions victory Monday. I want people to be happy.
I just need you to get it all out your system.
Before I start talking about Tommy Cutlets. Go ahead.
Oh, boy. Hey, listen up. Are you ready to add a beautiful deck to your home? Or you're just sick of power washing and staining your deck and sealing it every year? Do what I did and hire Koi Construction to design and build one for you. I cannot be happier with it. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. As a matter of fact, saw Brian McCoy on his new TV commercial. He looked gorgeous, people. Hey, look, if you want your deck built this winter, and because you want to go in the springtime, Koi Construction can handle that. Why? Because they love to work year-round, so you don't have to wait. But you got to call them right now to get on the schedule because unlike most companies, Koi routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited slots available. So call them today to secure your spot on the schedule. Whether looking to create a cozy environment and a cozy retreat or inviting gathering space in your backyard, Koi Construction's experienced team will help bring your vision to life. Call them today. Get your project started right now. I promise you, you won't regret it.
You've heard me talk about injury attorney David Femininio for a long time. Just listen to the results David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. When you're injured, obviously, you need an attorney that's going to fight for you, but you need someone you can actually talk to, communicate with. When you call David, he answers. 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. I'm sorry. I needed one segment in 4 hours to just vent. But the rest of the day is good because the Lions they're a juggernaut. And we'll get back to that business momentarily. David, some ticket text first. What do you have?
Mike and Rico, it sounds like Smith needs some time to figure it out to recruit in the Midwest. How long does he get? 3 years?
Are you asking me or reality?
Reality.
It's probably endless. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me.
I think 2 years and cut his mic off for a second. 2 years. If they go 6-6 and make a bowl game, because you can say progress. It ain't great progress. But then you're going to be allowed to take another step next year, and hopefully you can be a more competitive team. You're trying to go and get a playoff spot. But after 2 years, I think he will lose all support, and people are going to be ready to move on. Coaches won't get 3-4 years anymore. It's 2, especially when you look at new coaches who walk in and they start winning immediately. Like it or not, you start looking at your neighbor and looking at their lawn saying, well, how come we don't look that way? And that's when fans are going to start getting upset.
From Jacob in Plymouth. Is it possible that the weakness of the defensive line hid how bad the offensive line was and vice versa in practice?
Wait, say that again?
What they're asking is, in practice, is it possible that the weakness of the defensive line didn't show how bad the offensive line truly was? Because they're going against a bad defensive line.
So
in
bad
practice.
offensive line going against bad defensive line, you had no idea. No, because you're a coach. You should know what good is. No, I get. I'm not attacking you or the ticket. As a head coach, you should know what good is,
regardless of what you see bad
guys,
on the other side.
If you play this way, we're not going to win. That's not going to work.
As an MSU diehard, I can be excited about future seasons of Aiden Childs. He's gotten better every week. Seems to have a ton of upside. That's about it, which is sad. I'm with you.
No. You could turn your mic back on. I just needed you not for that one segment because I was going to say something that was going to cause you to drop a chair.
No, I was being Doug Karsh. I was being respectful. You told me to turn my mic off. I turned my mic off.
I love how he was sitting there, no mic, and just looking at us.
Why is he just?
I was waiting for permission.
Send Michigan State football to the MAC. That is from Johnny D. Someone else, Jason says, State isn't serious about athletics, period. Tom Izzo is also holding the school hostage, and he should be gone, too.
How long is he going to be the highest paid state employee to run a NIT caliber program? No, seriously. I mean, honestly. No, here, another middling year on tap. Doesn't it look that way? You were there when they were down 10 to Bowling Green.
Oh.
Look, the bottom line is this.
Homecoming.
Here's the ceiling right now for MSU's 2 breadwinners.
Let me guess.
Make bowl, make tourney. I ain't interested.
You're not too far off. You're right. No, it used to be Final Four. Okay, Sweet 16. Let's just make the tourney. And for the bowl, yeah, because they haven't done. Aside from 2021, it hasn't been good.
Well, good. You know what? I hope Allen enjoys a Friday night crew of about 28,000 people in that stadium. Because, the sport is moving at Back to the Future speed, 88.7 gigawatts or whatever it was. This sport is moving, and we ain't moving with it.
1.21 gigawatts. Mike.
Okay, whatever. I love how Kenny knows that. Jesus.
That's my contribution to the show today, boys. I'm out of here.
I'm out. He's going to go charge some Corsi for the game tonight. Go Dogs.
That's because Kenny has things to worry about tonight at 10 o'clock. That's why.
Oh, that's right. Honestly, I'm at a point I hope the Wings lose to the Sharks. I need somebody fired. I need something. Have you tried to turn the Wings on and watch this?
I have.
Paint drying.
Yeah, me and Kenny had a pack last week. I think it was Thursday or Friday. The Wings and the Pistons played the same day, West Coast. And I said, yeah, I watched the Pistons, and I couldn't watch after the first period. I was done. Couldn't do it.
They're terrible to watch. They don't create chances. They don't do anything. They're awful. Awful. Every metric. All right, let me get to
Kenny. They score every time I watch.
Okay, I want to have Kevin will get the first, last, and only word on this, and then we're going right back to Lions victory Monday. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Wow, I feel special. Thanks, Mike. You've totally captured the emotion around the football program right now, and I would caution anyone to avoid the old school thinking that we can look at somebody who's good on our team and think about projecting them to being good in a couple years, because this spring and summer is going to be, it could be, a summer of attrition. And if we are losing players like we think could happen to better programs, we're going to just be a feeder program for other schools from here on out. And the best we can aspire to be is Purdue or Minnesota. And Minnesota's at least winning bowl games. I just don't see a horizon that looks good for us. We're not serious in any of the places you need to be to have a winning football program. And I just don't see a bright light on the horizon like some people do.
No, and Kevin, I would question anyone who's still doling money out for season tickets. It is unfathomable as someone who had them for the better part of 2 decades. And by the time I left, I had like the seats I dreamt of when I was a student there. And I was just, they weren't serious then. They're not serious now.
No, there's no fan experience. There's no enthusiasm around the program. And Jonathan Smith, as good as he could be with X's and O's and quarterbacks, he just doesn't have the flavor. And I blame Tucker for a lot of that because he brought so much that they wanted to tone it down, and they really muted the whole program with that hire.
Oh, yeah, and now you can't news. You got better. You get better news out of the Kremlin than you do Michigan State football. There's nothing to report on. It's like a black hole.
The funny thing, though, is, yes, he royally screwed up, but Tucker got it. He understood the assignment of, we're Michigan State. We got to be vocal. We got to try to attract people to come and donate and really be a part of this program.
Right. The problem was everything else. So you're not wrong. The idea of Mel Tucker made sense. The actuality.
And it's kind of like how you hire the players coach and then, wait, we need the hard-nosed coach. They went to 180 degrees. We need everything that's not Mel Tucker. Here's Jonathan Smith.
No one cares. So I'll just shut up and we'll get back to Lions victory Monday. More on this later in the week, probably, because I hate everything. Hey, guys, football season's here. Elevate your tailgating. Not that you can do that at State because all they do is play Friday night games. But you can do it for your Lions, a Super Bowl caliber team.
Oh, I was going to say, what about the Giants?
Go to hell. The 24 Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition, $259 a month, 24 months. They've also got GM employee pricing on all the 25 Buick Encore GX Sports, 39-month lease, $309 a month, 0 down, 0 first payment, 0 security deposit. New stock arriving daily. Anything wrong with that current vehicle, just go to MoranExpress.com. You get the loaner when you schedule that appointment. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Visit them online at MoranExpress.com. All right, thank you for indulging me there momentarily. Let's get back to some Lions conversation. 52 to whatever. I mean, the Jags it's one thing to lay down and die. It's another when the opponent wants more blood. And the Lions are establishing a culture here of kill everybody, which I kind of dig because you could say for 70 years they were pacifists. Mm-hmm. Well, here we are now. Oh, you're not ready to play? Too bad. Dead. And yeah, I mean, if you want to critique it and say, I don't need Jared Goff at risk or starters at risk, up 36 in the fourth quarter, you're right. But I'm not going to fight anybody over it. JMO, I hope you enjoy the envelope coming in the mail. You can't grab your dinkers. It's not how it works. We're in the NFL.
Yep.
It is frowned upon in this establishment. But overall, it was incredible. And look, I'm not going to sell panic about Anzalone. Does it hurt? Of course it does. Do I believe he'll be back based on what I'm reading? Yes. And frankly, this team, they don't care. Someone gets hurt, they find somebody else. And Jack Campbell will now assume an even bigger role. And he's shown real progress in year 2. So we roll with it. And Rodriguez is back. And I'm sure they'll find some unemployed plumber from St. Clair Shores, and he'll come in and play like an all-pro player.
Well, let me give you the update here because the Lions have made a few moves. Anzalone's on the injured reserve. Ife Melifonwu is off. He's been activated off the injured reserve, and they signed David Long to the practice squad.
There you go. They'll have Melifonwu eat a couple extra plates at Thanksgiving. He'll play linebacker. I mean, at this point, they do whatever they want. This is their year. It's their time. They're winning the Super Bowl. I'm all in.
Seems that way.
Go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I will just start by saying, as an MSU alum and diehard Red Wings fan, thank God for the 2024 Detroit Lions.
Yes. Yes.
Rico, you were right. And it's crazy to think about this, but I actually do believe that right now, this current team, we are watching history. And here's why. Whenever you look back at historic teams whose legacies live on forever, via Football Life, 30 for 30s, et cetera, there's always one common theme. Those historic teams are made up of a collection of highly regarded elite football guys. And that is what we have in Detroit. Whether it's the GM Brad Holmes, coaches, things like Dan Campbell, Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, Goff, Amon-Ra, Gibbs, Sewell, Branch, Hutch, Kirby, Joseph, everybody. Like, you just look at this team, and I think when all their careers are done, you're going to look back, just like we do with all these historic teams, be like, oh, my God, like they were stacked. They were special. They were amazing. Mm-hmm. And then they perform every week like they do, showing that they are just top tier in terms of what football should be and look like. And for it to happen to us, Detroit, on top of that, with our history, I mean, you can't make this up.
No, and that's why I said I think this is going to be a special team, and that's why I comped it to a team that is special in the 99 Rams, the greatest show on turf. And when you look at the numbers 10 games in, you see they kind of got similar numbers between the two teams. Now, can they continue this and win a Super Bowl? We have to wait and see. But as of now, Nick, yeah, you know what? If you're a Lions fan, you're actually a little bit ahead of where the Rams were 25 years ago.
The key now, fellas.
Enrico, I'll leave you with this.
Nick, you first. I can wait. Believe me. Go ahead.
Okay, and you'll like this. Similar to you, Mike, from the beginning of the year, if it's not an if for me, this team is winning the Super Bowl. This team is everything you need to win a Super Bowl, has everything that makes a Super Bowl team great. They are winning the Super Bowl this year. You can put in the bank.
That's how I feel. And I don't think you're wrong to feel that way, Nick. And I don't see a reason not to. If you believe it, say it. No, what I was just going to say is, look, we're sitting here on November 18th, right? We're heading into week 12 of the NFL. This is the stretch drive where you can't win the Super Bowl here. But in many cases, you can lose your best chance at it. Injuries are one, but the other is the home field advantage card. For an indoor team, one win at Green Bay will not change my mindset. That, yes, it helps that I saw you go out and play well at Green Bay. But does that mean I'm confident about going to Philadelphia for the NFC title game? No. No, it does not. You can do it, but your best way is to play here, to earn the bye, to play here. Right now, you've entered the next 7 weeks, and it is all about keeping pace. You've got a 1-game lead on Philly. You got to go 1-0 every week. Get the bye and get the games at Ford Field. You do that, I am as convinced as ever, No one is walking into your den and beating you. I just believe that in my heart. But, man, I'll tell you, you got to go to Philly, and I got to put on the hamburger helper gloves on my quarterback, and we're outside. I don't want it.
Different animal.
And that's not a you thing, guys. That's any team that plays indoors. And it's been proven out over there. Hey, ask Peyton Manning. A lot of great Peyton Manning teams. Minute they had to go outside in New England, please. There was significant shrinkage. So I just, now, hey, the biggest step you've taken is you are a real threat for that 1 seed. That 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, maybe you didn't have that faith. You've earned the right to be in that conversation, control your own destiny, and now it's go time. Now the next mission, go to Indianapolis. Win by 1 or 100, I don't care. Win. You're casually 7.5-point favorites. My whole point to people, Rico, is just don't be seduced that it's always going to be easy. Just win. Don't stress out if it doesn't look pretty. Just win.
No, I don't think they're going to stress out, Mike, because I think what happened in Houston is going to tell a lot of people, no matter what, you're going to be in this game, you're going to find a way to win this thing. So, yeah, that whole, well, it's the NFL and any given Sunday, I kind of feel like David and I talked pre-show. It kind of goes out the window with this team.
I think largely it does. But look, there have still been, you still needed a last-second field goal to beat Minnesota. You still needed the comeback in Houston. You got beat by the Bucs. You were in that game against Seattle, or it was a pain in the ass for most of the day. Look, there have been, but are they generally living up to what you're saying and winning games on average by double figures?
Well, because what's built different about this team, they don't beat themselves. You're not seeing that false start penalty. Oh my God, it's holding. We just scored a touchdown. No, bring it back. Offensive holding.
Fun that you brought this up. Do you know the last false start they had?
No.
In Minnesota, second quarter, Penei Sewell.
You know what? That Penei. Jeez. They go, he's going to get cut. He keeps this up.
I was making a point.
I'm kidding.
They are remarkable at what they do. 248-539-9797. All right, cap off the NFL week with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Little SGP tonight. Just everything Texans. I hope they drub the Cowboys. Losers. Bottom line, FanDuel.com's got you covered. You place 5, you get $150 in bonus bets. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men of Birmingham. Lions improved to 9-1 on the season. They blow out the Jaguars 52-6. Sitting lonesome atop the NFC, they now sit alongside Kansas City with the best record in the NFL. Only downside to yesterday's game was the loss of Alex Anzalone. He broke his forearm in the game, an injury that will have him sidelined for the next 6 to 8 weeks. Point of reference, NFL playoffs begin in 8 weeks. It'll be 9 for Detroit if they remain atop the NFC. Tonight, it's a tale of two teams. On one hand, you have the Pistons in search of a 3-game winning streak. On the other, Wings in search of avoiding a 3-game losing skid. At 7-8, the Pistons are off to their best start since 2018. It took them 50 games last season to reach 7 wins. Tonight, they play the Bulls. As for the Wings, they are 1 point out of last place in their division and the Eastern Conference. Tonight, they play the Sharks. Earlier today, Coach Lalone spoke about trying to salvage the road trip. Pistons and Bulls at 7:10, Wings and Sharks at 10:45. Both games can be heard here on 97.1 The Ticket. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay here on 97.1 The Ticket or check out Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. Back to it on a Victory Monday. Lions 52, Jags 6. I mean, it's like a non-conference game in the SEC, Bama versus Mercer, except it's not. It's the NFL. And the Lions they're a juggernaut. If you're not ready to play, Kirby Joseph put it best. We're going to kick your ass. Now, I wanted to do more than just the Chris Farley skit from SNL. That was great. So let me give you a takeaway, and Rico's got one, and then you guys can tell us where you're at with it. But it really struck me yesterday watching the game when you watch Kirby Joseph hit like a 1985 safety in the run game. I mean, just running through ATN. No rugby pile. No stand them up and wait for help. No diving with a shoulder at an ankle. Like a full-on Tom Amansky, this is the instructional video that gets results tackle, destruction. You watch Brian Branch assassinate somebody. You watched Amik Robertson do the same thing. And I said, this really is the most violent, physical group of defensive backs. And shout out to Carlton Davis, who will get up there, get his nose dirty in a run game. The comp might be the Legion of Boom. If you go back to what Seattle had as a safety duo with Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas, and you go Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, it's not all that different. Physical profile might be, because Earl Thomas was the size of a linebacker. The point is they play the same. From the corner spots, Richard Sherman had a nasty streak to him. But here's the difference. You guys blitz more. You guys play more sticky man coverage. You don't just sit back in a cover 3. But the takeaway, it's another part of this team. Like everyone focuses, and Rico will focus on the offense here momentarily. We all talked about the pass rush, the pass rush, the pass rush. How about a secondary that Brad Holmes looked at and said, this is garbage. I'm going to fix this. Carlton Davis, Amik Robertson, we're going to draft Terrion Arnold, who blasted someone yesterday. We're going to draft Rakestraw, who has barely had to do anything. We know what we have at our safety position. And now the product is this. If you don't have your head on a swivel, they're going to take it off. Just something different I walked away with yesterday other than, geez, aren't the Lions good? 2-4-8. They needed a wet mop in here for cookies after we left this morning.
Yeah, I watched the team, and I'm like, Lions aren't good. Lions are great. So then I said, you know what? Let's see where they are in regards to some great teams. And probably the best offense that I saw was the Rams, St. Louis Rams, greatest show on turf. So that's when I said, let's do a little fun Team A, Team B. And when Team A has, in 10 games, Lions have played 10. First 10 games of that Rams team, they scored 300 points. Their opponent scored 128 points. They had about 3,500 total yards. The Lions, in 10 games, 336 points. Their opponents have scored 177 points, and the Lions have gained about 4,000 yards. They're ahead of the Rams in scoring and total yards. The Rams held their opponents to less points at this time period, but this Lions team and the potency of this offense had me thinking, not only is it good, I think we could all agree upon that. Is it elite? Is it great?
Historical.
Is it historic?
Yeah. And look, to Rico's point, Dan Campbell won't take his foot off the gas. You had Jared Goff in the game in the fourth quarter up 36. They don't stop. I mean, I now listen, I'm not mad about it. I don't care about other teams' feelings. Don't get that twisted. What I'm saying is, Cowboys, we're running trick plays. It's personal. The Jags yesterday, if they get a chance to dot you late, they're going to do it. So to Rico's point, the totals they put up at the end of the year might absolutely be on par with the greatest show on turf, or as I've comped it almost a decade later, the 07 Pats. So I have no problem talking about it. The one sticking point for me will be I want to be talking about this on December 18th, not November. Fair. They got a nice stretch coming up.
Fair, but I thought 10 games was
fun.
enough.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell no. We don't have to wait.
We didn't do it like after 3 games where it's like, yeah, everybody looks that great.
Right. I think the stretch here where you get at Indianapolis, then 3 at home in a row, Bears, Packers, Bills. Show me this 4-game clip, and if they can light somebody up in one of those home games, if they can obviously win 3 of the 4, much less 4 of the 4, yeah, then we're sitting here the week before Christmas, and you go, yeah, we're watching history. But I want to let it play a little more.
Okay.
But you're right, Sam Laporta out yesterday. Did you even notice? And that's not to demean Sam Laporta. It's to show you how they can operate.
And that's just it. Back when that Rams team, they were a machine. And that's what I look at when I look at this Lions team.
Isaac Bruce.
Machine-like. Right, just Azahir Hakeem.
Hey, Torrey Holt was on that team.
Yeah.
Marshall Faulk.
Yeah.
That was all because Trent Green died in a preseason game.
Both teams suffered a catastrophic injury, and the Rams bounced back and said, here's Kurt Warner. Lions lost Hutch.
Yep. Now, again, it's not catastrophic. I do think, based on some of the reading, it sounds like Anzalone will be back for maybe the end of the regular season or the playoffs. David, what have they ruled there? Have they made a designation?
I think playoff. I'm sorry, but the way it made it sound, 6 to 8 weeks, which will set you right into that bye week.
Yep.
You'll be here in Ford Field, first game back.
Yeah, and I'm unless I'm hallucinating watching it, I thought he mouthed "it's broke."
Oh,
he did.
Okay, I never want to put I always hate when announcers do this, and he takes it to the end zone and he says, "Your mom's a hooker." He didn't say that, announcer man. Stop that.
No, same thing happened with Hutch. He immediately said, "I broke it."
Yeah,
that you knew, and he was grabbing it, just like don't touch it. Just get me off the field.
Yeah, he didn't finish that tackle. He fell right to the ground. I was like, oh yeah, it was.
But he'll be. And here's the other thing. I will tell you why I'm not worried. It's hard to be worried about anything at 9-1. Yes, he wears the green dot. Yes, he's an important player for you. But you used high first-round capital on his eventual replacement. And Jack Campbell has stepped up and had a very nice second year. Well, now it's the next step. Now you're not going to be complimentary. You're going to be the guy. Show me. Here's a 6-week dress rehearsal. Show me. And no, I'm never thrilled to lose any of my players, but I'm not going to panic because this team, when they've lost people, has found ways. And I'm just going to stick with that. They're built right. They've got the depth. There's only 2 players on this team. You lose Jared Goff, or you lose Penei Sewell. Other than that, you can survive the singular loss of anybody else on this roster. Sounds crazy. I don't think it is. So, look, you got Rico with the 99 Rams comp offensively. My take on the secondary being the most physical, just head cracking since maybe the Legion of Boom. You tell me where you're at with it. And yes, look, guys, I'm not being disrespectful. 52-6, 42-6, 66-3. When you're playing an opponent who quit at 14-3, it's hard to take a whole lot out of it. You were clowning them. You were having a good time doing it. I respect it.
Yeah, it felt like the Cowboy game. I'm sorry, Mike. It felt like the Cowboy game, only it was at Ford Field. But you knew this was over, and now it's just how cute will Ben Johnson get?
Sounds about right. But the fact we've had 3 of those in the first 10 weeks, you're setting up a part of this where by the end of the year, if you played 17 games and a third of them are laughers in today's NFL, with the cap being what it is, with the parity being what it is, and you play 4, 5, 6 games like this where the third quarter's null and void, that's historical. So to your point, they're on pace for that. You do it twice more where the fourth is a laugh factory, and in essence, a third of your games were just, what are we eating for dinner? That in today's NFL, that's truly historical.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Lions fans are headed to the apple orchard, but for different reasons. Normally, it was because the team was so bad, I can't watch this. Now they're so good. Hey, honey, let's do something because they got this.
Don't think anything else needs to be said. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls are next. 97.1.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want a career in radio, you hear what we do, and you're like, you know what? I think I want to do that. Great. Specs could get you started on your journey. Or you want to go into television, or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you get your dreams started. You got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. I was just on campus this morning. Beautiful campus, by the way. Look, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, madness of the holiday season. Serta Mattress Black Friday sale all month long. Get a great night's rest while saving $600 on an all-new Serta Perfect Sleeper X or Serta I Comfort. They're made locally right here in the state of Michigan. And Serta, you get the savings all month long. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
So I'm going to keep it simple. The drive of the week is you just hate to see the Jets lose. They were up 27-22. Then a 6-play, 70-yard drive goes for just under 2 minutes for the Colts, and they win the game on an Anthony Richardson touchdown pass to Jonathan Taylor.
Look, I'm happy for Anthony Richardson. I don't know if he's going to be any good. Lord knows he hasn't been. But he's still young. To come back off the benching on the road at the Jets, listen, I feel good for the kid. And for the Jets, I tell you, my heart bleeds. Just hate to see it.
You just hate to see it.
Why do bad things happen to good people? I'll tell you. Let's go to the people, though. We're talking Lions, real teams, real friends.
sincere.
I can't stand the Jets. Jamal is leading off the 5 o'clock. Hello, Jamal. And Jamal. And okay, then. We'll go to Alan, 97.1. Alan, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Hey, guys. The team, it's not that they remind me of them so much, but that Redskins offensive line with Joe Gibbs, the Hogs, our offensive line sets the tone for Goff to be Goff and Gibbs and Montgomery to be Montgomery. They're just phenomenal. I am concerned about our front seven on defense. Even before Aiden Hutchinson was hurt, the secondary has been super impressive, and I still think they need to get to the quarterback. And playing in the NFC, they're just not tested the same way that Pittsburgh and Baltimore and Buffalo and Kansas City are tested playing each other. So
Fair.
We'll see what happens when they get a tough matchup, if they get one. I mean, the Rams, I don't think can beat them, but their front four with those two rookies looks really good. So I'm a little concerned about the front seven. I wouldn't mind if they added a linebacker. Anzalone was a good player. I think his leadership was key, but hopefully he can still lead from the sideline. But I don't know when the trade deadline is, if it's passed.
Here's what I would say. If we look at the rest of the way, right, and I would just say this. There's one opponent left on the schedule, Alan, where I don't even know if it matters the front seven you have. It's just hard to get an advantage or corral. It'd be Buffalo, right? But outside of that, we look at the Colts, the Bears twice, the Vikings, the Packers, and then at San Francisco. If I look at that in totality, the profile of the way they're playing with the aggression, the blitzing, a mix of man and zone, but a lot of man and the physical secondary, I'm not going to panic about the front seven, but to your point, when you're talking about future-proofing and you're talking about Philadelphia or you're talking about the AFC representative if you get to the Super Bowl, yes, Alan, if Anzalone doesn't come back, that will be a concern. Or, God forbid, if there are more meaningful injuries. You're right. It'll get to a point where you're starting people who should not be playing. So, yes, I think their schedule, it's going to be okay.
I agree. But Buffalo's a legitimate test. Yeah. I am concerned about Philadelphia. I like Campbell better than their coach. I mean, it's crazy. They were talking about firing Nick Sirianni. But the talent they have is great, as good a job as Brad Holmes has done. Howie Roseman has done just as well, maybe even better. I mean, they added Saquon to that team. And their two defensive backs might be slightly better than our two rookies, even though I love our two rookies.
Yeah, no, Quinyon Mitchell's been very good. Listen, Alan, they're good, right? They've righted the ship. They look right. Now, all I'll say is, last year at this time, they looked invincible. What happened?
They fell apart.
So I'll just kind of monitor the situation. But, yeah, the key is now the next game, all these games, the championship that you're trying to win is to have a bye week and to get home games throughout. You don't want to go to Philly. So you're a game up on them, and every week take care of our business, who's Philly playing, and figure out a way for them to take another L because this will condense quickly. Well, I mean, there's, what, 7 games left? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If you got a 2-game lead with 5 to go, all of a sudden you start doing the math on these things.
Mm-hmm.
So week by week, let's take care. Look, if you take care of business the next couple of weeks and condense this to a 5-game season,
there's really only 2 teams that you're looking at. That it's Philly and you're looking at the Vikings because you play them the very last game of the year. You don't want that game to have to mean anything. You want that game to be the game that even if you lose it because you're playing all your backups, you still got the number 1 overall seed. But those, to me, are the only 2 teams within a shot of taking away the number 1 overall seed from you.
let's go over to Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How's it going, fellas?
Hey, Matt.
I just wanted to chime in. Mike, kind of, you were about to steal my thunder. I don't think we need to be worried too much about Anzalone. If he comes back, he can play that hybrid linebacker style. He hits like a linebacker. He can cover a tight end, no problem. I was actually kind of getting worried about how we're going to fit him in the lineup when he comes back.
Yeah, listen, Matt. Ultimately, when he comes back, he's the green dot. He's the centerpiece of the defense. He's earned that right. But Jack Campbell, I'm trying to view it as a positive. That sometimes you have to be forced into the fire. That you look. He's a first-round draft pick. He's shown improvement in year 2. He's had a very nice year. Okay, now it's your show. Let's see what you do with it for a while. But there's no scenario where Anzalone gets Wally pipped and loses his job. That's just not going to happen.
No, not at all. I think Campbell showed really well. He was all over the field. I'm curious how they're going to roll Iffy in there when everybody's back.
I think for Melifonwu, he showed such ability to be that Jamal Adams blitzing safety type. My guess is this will just be another warhead for Aaron Glenn to deploy, and it's a way to supplement pass rush. Look, Matt, I think the thing that was interesting is getting Zadarius Smith. He wasn't just lined up on the outside. There were a couple of times he was standing over the center. There's a couple of times that he stood over the guard where he lined up one place, looped inside. I think everything they're doing right now in the absence of, hey, you're Reggie White, you line up here. You're Aiden. No. Remember they tried the Aiden thing where they moved him around? It didn't work. Nope. They finally got him on that weak side. Go destroy people. Now they're just chess piecing it. And in one hand, you wish you had the Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Aiden guy. But on the other, if you're an offensive coordinator, you don't know where the Lions are bringing the heat from. You don't. So that can play to your advantage. And as long as they have Aleem and DJ Reader, you're going to be able to hold serve, stopping the run. Everything builds off of that. If you slow down running games, you are now in the advantage.
Yeah, ask Joe Mixon about that. He's slamming his helmet down.
Well, what did he? Was it 25 carries for 46 yards?
Yeah.
That was unbelievable work.
Yeah.
And look, Kansas City
rough.
did the same thing yesterday. The only thing that kept Kansas City in that game, they would not allow Buffalo to run the ball. Because Kansas City isn't that good. I hate to break it to people.
Well, they forced him, put it in Josh Allen's hands. You beat us, and he did.
And he did it without 2 of his top 3 weapons.
Yeah, 4th and 2. Watch this.
But
he only had one cowboy moment. I'm not slandering him. But he did that yeehaw crap, blindly throwing that interception. But other than that, he was perfect.
I yelled at my TV screen, like, what were you seeing there?
David, as a Buffalo minus 2.5 better, I also yelled things. But it's okay because Josh cared about the bettors, and he knew I had to get into the end zone and score this touchdown.
But let me say this to Lions fans, and I know it's maybe difficult to hear right now because Anzalone is hurt, but it could again turn into everything's coming out Lions.
Yes.
Because if Jack Campbell improves the way you need him to improve while Anzalone's gone,
you've gotten
then
better.
you just got better on defense.
Agreed.
When Anzalone returns, now you got another weapon. It's like, my gosh.
And guys, I'll say it again to you. You used first-round draft capital on this player. There is no scenario that your expectation or Brad Holmes' expectation was for him not to be able to do something like this for a 6-week dress rehearsal. So I'm not spit shining a turd. I'm just telling you, I'm not panicked. Not yet. Let's go out and watch the games. And obviously, if all of a sudden their defense is bottom 10, they're misaligned, Campbell's playing blindfolded, well, that's different.
Yeah, they go full Philadelphia Eagles last year.
Right. By the way, why didn't we just take Nakobe Dean? Could have got the guy for like a cheddar cheese burrito.
Kept falling.
You
Kept
and I
falling.
wanted him, and we're like, why is he falling? Has he got
know what?
cancer or something?
It's a positive Lions day.
Okay, then. Hey, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more than Northville. Moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can do it. It's all in the warehouse all year long. Some as low as $1.59 a foot. Go get some. Get your deck built and beat the spring rush. They build all year round. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
What's up? Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Lions Review.
A 9-1 edition of Lions Review.
9-1. The
Oh
last
my
time
God.
we could sit here and say they had a start that was this good was
We
when we
weren't
did the
sitting
show
here.
in 1934.
Oh, I remember that show. That
Yes.
was great.
You know, that was their first year as actual Detroit Lions. They had just moved from Portsmouth, Ohio.
And
yeah, I remember that.
Perhaps it was a little harbinger of things to come because they started 10-0 and then lost three in a row. Yeah. Now they did get good after that, obviously, and started winning some championships.
No.
The next year, as a matter of fact.
I remember the 34 show until we were smoking cigars in the studio. That was when you could smoke in the studio.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was outstanding.
Exactly. We were drinking, it was still prohibition. then?
Cognac.
We were drinking
I don't know what it was.
Underground
Yeah.
alcohol. Something like that. But anyway, that seems so long ago because 52-6, because that's what they did yesterday to Jacksonville. So all week you kind of
good
tried
game.
to convince yourself. I mean, they had come within a couple lucky breaks of maybe beating Minnesota, so you thought,
No.
You didn't think there was any shot?
No, I did kind of talk myself into Tennessee's defense could hang in with the Lions, and they did, other than the special teams. I didn't think
They
for
did not hang
1
in.
second. And they didn't give up that many yards. It was
give
all
up-
special
you're the one
teams.
that said 5 drives or 26 yards or less.
Have any yards
It
that
was
game.
14-14 there. Now, but not for a second did anyone think Jacksonville. Did they? No.
TJ tried picking them on the pregame
He
show.
did.
He goes, I'm obviously picking the Jags. We're like, wait, did you mean to say that?
Yeah.
He saved him from himself at the last minute.
I mean, but don't you go into every NFL game with a little bit of trepidation
suppose,
just
yes,
because
you do, you
things
do.
happen in this league? I mean, look, Jacksonville, here's what kind of threw me. 5 of their losses they had led midway through the fourth quarter.
Against some good teams.
Yeah.
You know what,
But not
though?
against the Lions.
You know what I pinned partly that too, besides the Lions being great, is the Jaguars owner Shad Khan. Like, he finally verbalized, like, yeah, we'll decide that at the end. Like, I think the players got the heads up, basically, yeah, your coach is cooked. Because they completely rolled over, where they had not done that all year long.
And then Peterson pretty much rolled over postgame. And when he
Yes,
was
he
asked
did.
about, are you going to be fired? He was like, well, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
Not the best defense of yourself.
No.
There is no defense.
No, not for that. I mean, it's a tremendously disappointing team. And the question now is, not that we need to delve into
Yeah, we
to the
don't need to
Jags.
talk
No.
about them.
I mean, what do they do now? Because there's the prime example of a team that tried to take shortcuts.
Yeah.
It tried to sign a bunch of free agents.
Yeah.
And if we've learned anything, I mean, we know better than it doesn't work. You can't build a team like that. It just doesn't work.
And they tanked for Trevor Lawrence.
CC the Jets on this, if you would, please.
Absolutely. And it is amazing when you watch these teams, listening to the Doug Peterson after in the court. It's like those were the Lions